Chapter 141. Xiao Han and Si Kongji had yet to fight, but they were already bickering with each other. It seemed like they would not stop until one of them was dead. Trash. You think you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Jun Wuhua. Ridiculous. Let me show you what a true genius looks like. Si Kongji was completely overbearing. In his body, there were 37 true meridians shining brightly like stars. At this moment, rays of light shot out. Strangely, there was actually smoke rolling within the rays of light. This smoke emitted a strong medicinal smell that could not be dispersed. It rose into the sky like smoke signals. Soon, the entire arena was covered by the smoke. It was a light yellow medicinal smoke, and the smell was very strange. Ancient and cryptic words appeared in the yellow smoke, as if describing some kind of medicinal theory. A pill furnace the size of a few acres slowly rose from Si Kongji's head. Si Kongji's voice became very noble and cold, as if he had everything under control. The first secret medicine is called tortoise-snake entanglement. Once a little bit of the medicinal smoke seeps into the pores of the skin, the whole body will be entangled and unable to move. Xiao Han experienced the beauty of this medicine, ha 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 ha. Xiao Han stood in the yellow medicinal smoke, not moving an inch. On the spectator stand, amazing. I finally understand why Si Kongji is called the strongest young genius in the Valley of Medicine Masters. This is not to say that he is very good at concocting medicine, but he is able to find a way to combine all kinds of secret medicines with his qi, making it impossible to defend against. If one is not careful, they will fall into his trap. My body suddenly became very heavy, as if it was tightly entangled and strangled by something. I can't move, like a piece of meat on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Xiao Han secretly savored. The next moment, boom. Releasing the power of the flesh shell. 60%. Golden rays of light spread out from Xiao Han's body, and the sound of Sanskrit could be heard. Bang! Xiao Han's body moved slightly, and the powerful flesh shell made a loud sound, as if a mountain was collapsing. The indestructible golden body rolled, evaporating and dispelling all the medicine on his body. Insignificant skill. Die! Xiao Han roared and pounced on Si Kongji. He's not affected by the tortoise-snake entanglement. Si Kongji was shocked, but there wasn't much panic in his voice, showing the demeanor of an expert. The second secret medicine, spirit movement powder. In an instant, Si Kongji's movement speed rose explosively. With his hands behind his back, he drifted about the arena like a cloud, formless, and impossible to capture. He strolled leisurely, admiring the moon and flowers. Bang! 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 Xiao Han used the pure strength of his body to run unhindered, chasing after Si Kongji all over the stage. However, Si Kongji's godly movement powder had an explosive increase in speed, causing Xiao Han to miss a few times. His violent strength smashed into the air, creating sonic booms, but he couldn't hit Si Kongji. Yes, Xiao Han, let's end this. Si Kongji was calm and composed. His whole body was surrounded by the fragrance of medicine as he said slowly. The third secret medicine, the Dragon Tiger Elephant Strength Pill, increases strength. The fourth secret medicine, the Blazing Sun Immortal Burning Pill, adds fire damage to attacks. Great palm of metal bones. A palm the size of a few acres appeared on top of Si Kongji's head. The 5 fingers of the palm were as heavy as a towering mountain, and its strength could topple mountains and overturn seas. Furthermore, the palm was burning with true fire that could burn mountains and boil seas. In the void spectator stand. Interesting. A true qi cultivation technique that isn't that powerful in itself, but with the use of a secret medicine, it increases its strength and adds fire damage. This is equivalent to raising the quality of this true qi cultivation technique. It multiplies its power. There seems to be no more suspense in this match. Si Kongji will win. The only thing to watch is whether Xiao Han will lose and not die, and escape with his life. An old man with an aura as vast as the sea, his eyes flashing with the light of the moon, said confidently. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Wu, quickly get your disciple to admit defeat and beg for mercy. That way, he can live. Otherwise, he will die from Ji's great palm of metal bones. The valley leader of the Valley of Medicine Masters, old man Gong's son, stroked his beard and smiled, looking extremely pleased. Humph. The Emperor of Japan let out a cold laugh. No matter how good his shell is, what's the use? When he meets a true expert, won't he just stretch out his neck and wait to be killed? Heh. King Wu laughed but did not say anything. In the arena. Boom. Kongji used the great palm of metal bones and slammed it towards Xiaohan. The great palm of metal bones that had been enhanced by 2 secret medicines could literally sweep through the 3,000 worlds, covering the sky and collapsing the ancient times. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Xiaohan used the pure strength of his shell and his indestructible golden body to take the hit. He was forced to retreat continuously, and the golden light around his body dimmed. The strength is really great. I used my shell and indestructible golden body to block it, but I almost couldn't block it. With every step Xiaohan took, a huge pit appeared under his feet, and dust rose to the sky. Ha 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 ha. Die. Kongji's heart surged with a very subtle sense of satisfaction, as if he had Xiaohan's life in his hands. He continuously activated the great palm of metal bones and slammed it down on Xiaohan. Let's see how many hits he can take. No matter how strong his shell is, it must be destroyed. Xiaohan did not take the second hit. It was too late, but it was too fast. Xiao 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 xiao, the 28 acupoints on Xiaohan's body were instantly unsealed, and streams of icy light shot out. In an instant, the entire arena was frozen, as if it was an icehouse. Pieces of ice crystals fell down, and a thick layer of ice immediately formed on the arena. A hornless dragon that was over a dozen feet long appeared. Xiaohan stepped on the hornless dragon and shuttled around the arena. He turned into a white light and dodged the pursuit of the great palm of metal bones. Exclamations of surprise immediately rang out from the spectator stands. Xiaohan, this kid is also amazing. I originally thought that he only focused on refining his shell, but who would have thought that his true qi cultivation is also not bad. He opened 28 acupoints and reached the 3rd level of true qi. This duel is truly exciting. In the Pure Rain Sect's camp. Hornless Dragon Profound Ice True Qi. I didn't expect junior brother Xiaohan to successfully cultivate this true qi. But, that's not right. Junior brother Xiaohan originally cultivated the spirit tortoise true qi, which can conceal his own aura and seal his acupoints. But now, he did not disperse the spirit tortoise true qi. Why did he successfully cultivate the hornless dragon profound ice true qi? Cultivating 2 types of true qi at the same time. But his acupoints did not break because of the collision of the 2 types of true qi. Fang Ling was also shocked. Looks like junior brother Xiaohan's trump card is not as simple as we thought. On the void viewing platform. Huh. The head of the Valley of Medicine Masters, old man Gong's son, suddenly froze, as if a fetus had died in the womb. Old man Wu and Xiaoming Chu looked at each other and smiled. The heavenly demon old man nodded repeatedly. Interesting, true body dual cultivation, a rare true body dual cultivation. It's not that simple. The other powerful beings said in unison. This kid Xiaohan is definitely not a simple true body dual cultivation. He actually cultivated 2 types of true qi. He is not afraid of the collision of the 2 types of true qi. He can use both types of true qi with ease, like a fish in water. The Emperor of Japan's face darkened, his heart filled with hatred. This kid Xiaohan has too many secrets. Not only does he have the secrets of the demon race, but he is also able to cultivate 2 types of true qi at the same time. We must capture this kid and interrogate him. In the arena. The 5th secret medicine, powder of indestructible defense. Increase defense. Si Kongji's entire body was filled with medicinal qi, using a defensive secret medicine to defend against the falling snowflakes and the freezing cold air. At this moment, Xiao Han stood on the dragon's head, his entire aura suddenly changed. The Emperor's qi fragments that were produced after the Emperor's force was shattered emitted waves of powerful aura, completely strengthening Xiao Han's body. Although these qi fragments did not evolve into any true qi techniques, they were still able to allow Xiao Han to use the first few stances of the Emperor's divine fist, and it was even more exquisite than before. Xiao Han's aura became like that of a king, looking down on all life, almost as if he was the only one in the world. The entire arena was in a whirlwind. The Emperor's conquest directly tore through the air, causing all living things to crawl in all directions. Hong! Xiao Han jumped down from the dragon's head, and with a movement of his body, he had already caught up to Si Kongji, who was drifting around the arena. Pung! A slap landed. The pure strength of his flesh caused the space within a radius of tens of feet to shrink and collapse. There was even the sound of an elephant's trumpeting. Puchi! The secret medicine, powder of indestructible defense, on the surface of Si Kongji's body, began to crack inch by inch. Pung! 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 Xiao Han's hands continued to strike. The cracks on the light barrier became deeper and deeper. It was a shocking sight. Finally, Puchi! The light barrier shattered. Pung! Xiao Han slapped Si Kongji's face, causing all his teeth to shatter. His entire body was sent flying, rolling non-stop. Xiao Han took a step forward, grabbed Si Kongji's falling body with both hands, and threw him towards the ground. Pung! Si Kongji's entire body was completely embedded into the ground, creating a deep human-shaped pit. Dust and debris flew everywhere. In the spectator stands, many people stood up and stared at Xiao Han, dumbfounded, with their eyes wide open. Even in the group of death, many people stood up. Brother Xiao really hid his strength well. That fist technique just now, that aura, TSK, dominating the world, nothing more than that. Fatty Zhu swallowed his saliva. Fatty better not fight against Brother Xiao, otherwise, it's hard to say. Mo Qingtong smiled lightly. He said in a low voice, Brother Xiao, is this your full strength? I'm afraid it's more than that. A few of the seated players frowned slightly when they looked at Xiao Han. However, Zhou Feng, who had been tempered by the stars, shook his head slightly. Indeed, you have many trump cards and hundreds of tricks, but if this is all you have, then it's not enough. It can only be said that it's a little tricky. But it's not a problem to kill him. On the void spectator stand. What, he actually cultivated such a fist technique. Old Man Gong's son of the Medicine King Valley was both shocked and angry. Sect leader Wu, this fist technique doesn't seem to belong to your Pure Cloud sect, this. Xiao Han had his own fortuitous encounter. Wu Yu smiled lightly. Then, he spoke again, Old Man Gong's son. Xiao Han showed mercy and did not kill Si Kongji directly. Then, I've heard Xiao Han mention the two outer sect female disciples of the Medicine King Valley. One is called Lan Shirong, the other is called Jing Yanxua. Marry Xiao Han. You really know how to choose. Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxua are known as two of the four great beauties of the Medicine King Valley. Old Man Gong's son's face was ashen as he glared at Wu Yu. Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxua have already been betrothed to Crown Prince Mo Jin as concubines. Sect leader Wu, stop your wishful thinking. At this moment, the Emperor of the Fire Beacon Empire laughed coldly. Oh. Wu Yu looked deeply at the Emperor of the Fire Beacon Empire. Mo Chen, do you want your country to perish? A sharp gaze that could sweep through everything burst out from the jet-black eyes. You. Wu Yu, you dare to threaten me? The Emperor's face turned pale. A few experts quickly came out to mediate. It's fine. If Xiao Han can meet Crown Prince Mo Jin in this preliminary round, then Xiao Han will naturally know what to do. Wu Yu retracted his sharp aura and smiled lightly. Huh, brother Wu, look at you. After so many years, your temper still hasn't changed. The heavenly devil old man chuckled. Xiao Mingchu laughed. Senior heavenly devil, sect leader has been very kind in recent years. Otherwise, there would be people lying on the ground just now. Ha 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 ha. I believe that. The heavenly devil old man agreed. The emperor of the Fire Beacon Empire was furious. Don't be too proud. If Xiao Han meets Mo Zhen, he will definitely die. Alright, stop arguing. An old man with a strong aura waved his hand. Xiao Han's battle strength is close to that of the top 10 seeded contestants. He cultivates in both true and physical body, cultivating 2 types of true qi at the same time. He also cultivates in a fist technique that focuses on power and not on technique. All of this is recorded. Let's observe a few more rounds and see how much potential this youth has. A few old men took out pen and paper at the same time and carefully recorded. Obviously, Xiao Han's performance today had gained their attention. To be continued. Chapter 142. After defeating Si Kongji, Xiao Han became the first contestant in the group of death to enter the top 85. Of course, there was still a long way to go before reaching the top 3. Moreover, the more he progressed, the more ferocious his opponents would be. He might even encounter a seated contestant. Xiao Han did not feel complacent at all and returned to his seat calmly. As soon as he returned to his seat, Xiao Han saw many contestants in the group of death looking at him with deep fear. However, a few seated contestants were still somewhat disdainful. Crown Prince Walai looked at Xiao Han with a sinister smile, as if he was looking at a plump prey. Super Sword Cultivator Xia Feng closed his eyes to rest and nurture his sword intent, as if he did not care about anything. Even Mo Zhen looked at Xiao Han with a provocative and stupid gaze. Xiao Han glanced around, ignored everyone's attention and sat down calmly. Moreover, Xiao Han no longer concealed himself. He released 60% of his flesh shell's strength and aura. His entire body was covered in golden light and his 28 true acupoints were shining brightly. Heh! Brother Xiao, you are indeed powerful, a dark horse in the group of death. Fatty Zhu said with a fawning tone, Brother Xiao, you've defeated the Medicine King Valley's Si Kongji. You've completely risen to fame. Heh! Brother Zhu is the biggest dark horse in the group of death, right? Xiao Han laughed involuntarily. You flatter me, you flatter me. I am far inferior to Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, you still have some trump cards, right? Fatty Zhu's eyes flickered. I don't. I have already exposed all my cards. Xiao Han shrugged. Really? Fatty Zhu asked cautiously. Xiao Han did not say anything more to Fatty Zhu. The competition of the group of death continued. The contestants who could advance to the second round of the group of death were indeed extraordinary. In the second round, Mo Qingtong encountered a formidable opponent. It was a young swordsman from the 8 Desolate Palace. He was at the 4th level of true qi and had comprehended the blade intent that could only be encountered by chance. The attention this battle received was far greater than the battle between Xiao Han and Si Kongji. The young bladesman from the 8 Desolate Palace had an extremely sharp aura. His blade aura was like a ferocious dragon. Every slash of his blade tore through the sky. The golden blade aura caused the ground to crack and even the air to crack. The saber chi contained strands of saber intent that surpassed the speed of sound by several times. It could even kill ghosts and immortals. Xiao Han watched the battle with rapt attention. Let's see how Mo Qingtong deals with the saber artist's domineering saber momentum. Because Xiao Han was also a swordsman, he might encounter Mo Qingtong. At that time, the scene might be like the duel between this sabersman and Mo Qingtong. However, the battle between the bladesman and Mo Qingtong soon ended. Mo Qingtong displayed the heavenly devil great world. The entire arena fell into complete darkness and silence. The air in all directions withered, and all the saber lights twisted and deformed. Even the ethereal saber intent changed its trajectory, flying back at the bladesman. The swordsman felt like he was trapped in a nightmare. He had no ability to resist at all. His right arm was pierced by his own sword intent. His sword fell to the ground, and he fell to his knees, wailing loudly. Many illusions actually appeared in his mind, and his emotions collapsed. He was defeated. Mo Qingtong defeated a bladesman at the 4th level of true Qi who had comprehended the saber intent in an instant. In an instant, Mo Qingtong was in the limelight and almost became the #1 figure in the preliminaries. She was too strong. Even the mighty figures in the void were full of praise for Mo Qingtong. This is the heavenly devil great world? It's terrifying. As a swordsman who has comprehended the saber essence, his willpower is very strong, and it is impossible for him to be disturbed by external forces. However, the great demonic world has actually distorted this swordsman's willpower, and even his mind has been defeated. Xiao Han frowned deeply. If I encounter Mo Qingtong, how should I deal with her? Of course, Xiao Han believed that if he used illusory movement and sky demon investiture together, he might be able to contend with Mo Qingtong's heavenly devil great world. But that was his last trump card. He couldn't use it easily under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Otherwise, the Almighty in the void might find trouble with him. However, the shock and amazement created by Mo Qingtong was soon overshadowed by Mingjian Villa's Xia Feng. In this round, Xia Feng's opponent was Qin Zhu. 9-fingered zither devil Qin Zhu. One of the top 10 seeded contestants. The duel between Xia Feng and Qin Zhu could be said to be the most important duel in this preliminary so far. A direct conversation between the two seeded contestants. The atmosphere suddenly became heated. In the spectator stands, their blood was boiling. Even the Almighty in the void stared with their eyes wide open. Qin Zhu was indeed one of the top 10 seeded contestants. He played a divine tune with his 9 fingers. The rhythm and true Qi combined to create a 300-foot tall ancient giant. This giant was like a peerless demon king. He stepped on demonic clouds, his head was above the vault of heaven. His hands were like hooks, tearing the vault of heaven apart. However, Xia Feng only needed one strike to shatter the giant demon. Xia Feng drew his sword. His temperament suddenly changed. He turned into a sharp unsheathed sword, about to pierce the vault of heaven and kill the immortals. 81 long rivers of sword chi surged above his head. It was the heavenly flying immortal. In almost a breath's time, Xia Feng slashed out thousands of swords. Each sword was faster and fiercer than the one before. Each sword was in harmony with the heavenly Tao. Each sword was the work of the gods. Each sword was the ultimate release of Qi. One slash against 1,000 swords, and the 1,000 swords were like one sword. Xia Feng cut through the giant demon like a butcher dismembering an ox. The next moment, Qin Zhu's true Qi turned into Xia Feng's sword intent, turning Qin Zhu into dust. Not even a scrap was left. Xia Feng sheathed his sword. There was a smile on his face. It was like the smile of a sword god. The audience was dead silent. It was like a graveyard. They were both seated contestants, but Qin Zhu was killed by Xia Feng. This enchantress of Mingjian Villa had slept for a full 4 years. When she woke up, she was a genius swordsman. Now, her name had completely shaken the mountains and rivers. The arrogant crown prince Hualai's eyes were filled with fear. He hoped that he would not meet Xia Feng early. Otherwise, it would be a battle of life and death. Xiao Han observed the expressions of the seated contestants in the death group. Mo Qingtong was slightly moved and Zhou Feng swallowed his saliva. Only the young woman, Ji Rushui, seemed to be immersed in her own world. Her gentle face was filled with sorrow. Fatty Zhu was beside Xiao Han. His face was pale. This round of the group of death had ended. 85 advanced contestants were born. The wretched Fatty Zhu, like in the previous round, swung his giant sword while dodging his opponent's attack. He crushed his opponent into a bloody mist and advanced to the next round. The tournament entered a short rest period. A large number of waiters rushed into the arena, serving delicacies and pastries to the contestants and spectators. 2 young women carried trays and walked to Xiao Han's side. They offered the delicious pastries and fragrant tea with both hands. Xiao Han accepted the food and thanked them. One of the young women bowed to Xiao Han. This young hero is Xiao Han of the Pure Rain sect. Young hero Xiao. Yes, I am Xiao Han. Xiao Han nodded. That's right. The young woman moved her mouth to Xiao Han's ear and whispered, Sect Master Wu asked me to pass a message to young hero Xiao. Your proposal to Medicine King Valley's Lan Shirong and Jianghu has been obstructed by the Fire Beacon Empire's royal family. Sect Master Wu said that if young hero Xiao meets Fire Beacon Empire's Crown Prince Mo Zhen, please kill or cripple him. Huh? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. At this time, the other maids also took the opportunity to pass on some private messages to the contestants. Crown Prince Mo Zhen, His Majesty Mo Chen said that if you meet Pure Rain Sect Xiao Han, please kill him. Do not show mercy. One of the maids passed on the message to Crown Prince Mo Zhen. Young hero Huolai, Your Excellency the Emperor of Japan, I have a message for you. If you meet the Pure Cloud Sect Xiao Han, during the duel, you are to interrogate him about certain matters. A servant girl passed the message to the Crown Prince. The maid retreated. Xiao Han turned back to look at Crown Prince Mo Zhen. Xiao Han, you still want to touch Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxue? These 2 female disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, this Crown Prince has seen them before. They are indeed beauties that can cause the downfall of a nation. Since you want to get your hands on them, then this Crown Prince has no choice but to bring them into my harem as concubines. But it doesn't matter. After all, this time, you will definitely die. Crown Prince Mo Zhen looked at Xiao Han coldly. I also hope that in the next round, we will be able to meet on the arena. Xiao Han said indifferently. Killing intent surged in his heart. After a short break, many of the participants and spectators had tasted the delicious pastries, and the competition continued. It was now the turn of the other groups. For the other groups, Xiao Han focused on the other seated participants, as well as Xiao Yunrong and Huolan, whom he knew. Several seated contestants won their matches without any surprises and advanced to the next round. Xiao Yunrong encountered a strong opponent. They fought fiercely for 100 moves. In the end, Xiao Yunrong cut a sword mark on her opponent's left cheek with her sword intent. Blood dripped from the wound. Xiao Yunrong won and entered the top 40 of her group. However, Xiao Yunrong had used all her skills, and was almost exhausted. It was a Pyrrhic victory, and it was hard to say whether she could advance to the next round. Next was Huolan. Her situation was almost the same as Xiao Yunrong's. Huolan also won by a narrow margin. Moreover, Huolan managed to get the victory by exchanging injuries with her opponent and entered the top 40 of her group. When she retreated from the duel, she was vomiting blood, and many were worried. Xiao Han also broke into a cold sweat for her. Soon, it was the turn of the death group again. Now, there were 85 participants left in the death group, and they were going to fight in pairs. However, there was an odd number, so a free participant was drawn first. Xia Feng of Mingjian Villa was drawn as a free participant. This made almost all the participants in the death group breathe a long sigh of relief. The first to fight in the death group was still Xiao Han. His opponent for this round was randomly selected. It turned out to be a seated player. Zhou Feng of Starry Hall. This time, the audience was in an uproar. After defeating Si Kongji, the peerless genius of Medicine King Valley, Xiao Han was known as a dark horse in the death group. His strength was evaluated as close to a seated player, but still a little behind. As long as he did not encounter a seated player, it was still very likely to compete for a place in the main competition. However, he encountered a seated player in the match for the top 42 out of the 85. Zhou Feng. The sound of discussion rose and fell in succession in the audience seats. Cloud Sect Camp, oh no. Junior brother Xiao Han encountered one of the top 10 seeded players in advance. Dongfang Qin's face changed slightly. Let's wait and see. It's not completely hopeless. Fang Ling's face did not look too good. I have to say, junior brother Xiao Han's luck is slightly bad. Meeting a seeded player so early, even if he can win, it will definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. It will consume too much of his chi and essence, which is very disadvantageous for the following tough battles. Void spectator stand. Ha 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 ha. Sect leader Wu, Xiao Han's path ends here. The Sun Emperor laughed, but there was some regret. It's a pity that Xiao Han encountered Zhou Feng, and not my disciple Huo Lai. However, Zhou Feng is also a bloodthirsty person, he will not let Xiao Han have an easy time. Lord Wu smiled faintly and did not speak. Xiao Ming Chu's eyes revealed an expression of contemplation. An old man with a strong aura, his eyes flashing with light and runes. This battle is destined to be very exciting. Xiao Han's flesh is tyrannical, and he is a physical dual cultivator. As for Zhou Feng, he uses starlight to temper his body, and is almost immortal. He is known as the #1 physical dual cultivator in the Blazing Sun Empire. Furthermore, Zhou Feng is also a physical dual cultivator, and his chi is at the 4th level. Once the refining star demon slaying blade is used, both ghosts and gods will be destroyed. In many ways, Xiao Han is very similar to Zhou Feng. This battle is very interesting. Everyone, watch the battle. Ha 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 ha. This old man can't wait. Both of them entered the arena. Entering the arena. It's time to fight. Another old man stroked his beard and laughed. To be continued. Chapter 143. Xiao Han and Zhou Feng stood opposite each other on the stage. Prepare for battle. The entire Sunset Mountain quietened down. Many powerful beings on the viewing platform raised their heads and looked forward to the battle. Xiao Han steadily released 60% of his body's power and opened his 28 true meridians. He quietly watched Zhou Feng. Xiao Han naturally knew that Zhou Feng was the strongest opponent he had met in the preliminaries so far. Zhou Feng was one of the top 10 seeded contestants. These 10 seeded contestants were not given by him, nor were they boasted by some busybody. They were the result of the evaluation of many powerful beings. They were very valuable. At this moment, Zhou Feng was not in a hurry to make a move. He quietly looked at Xiao Han, calm and unruffled, as if he was studying his prey. It even felt like a cat toying with a mouse. In fact, although Zhou Feng's body was strong, his temperament was not fierce. On the contrary, he was very elegant and at ease. His skin was like jade, shining brightly. There were specks of starlight overflowing on the surface of his skin. He was like a light source, emitting bright starlight. If one looked carefully, they could even see the blood vessels and bones under his skin. He was like a transparent person. Flawless and untainted. His blood vessels were surging with a sky full of stars, and his bones were as noble as a precious bone. There were faint runes and the word treasure intertwining. On top of Zhou Feng's head, there was a pattern of a starry night. The starlight was hazy, the stars were clear like water, and the golden stars were shining. He was only in his 20s. Even Xiao Han had to admit that he was an outstanding person. The 36 flashing true meridians in his body told the world that he was not only a body cultivator, but also a demon at the 4th level of true qi. Xiao Han. Zhou Feng smiled. Look, everyone is paying attention to the battle between us. Do you know why this is? Because you are like me. You are really like me. Huh? Xiao Han was stunned. We are both body cultivators, and we have both open true meridians. We are both true body cultivators. Zhou Feng smiled confidently, as if he had everything under control. It was as if he was standing on a high ground and commenting on something. When I see you, it is like I see my own shadow. But a shadow is still a shadow. I was born on a starry night. When I was still a baby, my body could automatically absorb starlight to temper my body. The Almighty of the Starry Hall told me that I was born with a starry physique. Out of 10 billion people, there might not even be one with a starry physique. But I am. Therefore, when I was 7 years old, I was invulnerable to swords and spears, 100 poisons and 100 diseases. Zhou Feng spoke frankly with assurance. Countless spectators cheered one after another. They knew that Zhou Feng was not boasting or exaggerating. He was merely stating a fact. Many of the grand cultivators in the spectator stands nodded silently after hearing Zhou Feng's words. Xiao Han, that's why I said that your body is not as strong as mine. That's because you've cultivated a body refining technique while I'm born with a star constitution. As for true qi, you're at level 3 while I'm at level 4. Zhou Feng shrugged. Do you think you still have a chance of winning? Xiao Han pondered for a moment, then laughed heartily. It was like the moment when the sun pierced through the dark clouds, clearing away the darkness and revealing the true light. You've said so much just to destroy my fighting spirit. But it was no use. At least, it was no use to me. I was born a lowly person and was only a living target. 2 years ago, I was even chased by the endless demon heroes. But I've walked step by step to where I am today. It's not easy to fight against geniuses like you. I think there's nothing that can erase my fighting spirit and fighting spirit. Genius? Zhou Feng, you are indeed a genius. But there are trillions of people in the true martial continent. There is no lack of geniuses. What's the use of being a genius? The one who can fight to the end is the winner. Geniuses are meant to be stepped on. Zhou Feng, put away your sense of superiority. Today, I will break your bones. I will slap your face. The whole place was silent. On the spectator stands, Wu Li could not help but laugh. The heavenly devil old man also nodded repeatedly. Good. You're really stubborn. Then I will be the one to smash your bones. Zhou Feng was furious after being scolded by Xiao Han. His aura rose steadily. Rays of starlight burst out from his skin. His body grew taller inch by inch. His blood qi was violent and blazing. Soon, Zhou Feng's body grew to over 2 meters tall at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stars were attached to his body, shining brightly. The starlight on his body grew brighter and brighter, causing the rest of the arena to be pitch black. It was as if he was the only source of light. Xiao Han, I will use the power of my flesh to smash you. Zhou Feng took a step forward, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Bang! Suddenly, a golden light surged out from the dark arena. The golden light was scorching hot, its radiance illuminating the world. Xiao Han also took a step forward. Under the activation of the indestructible golden body, a solemn Sanskrit chant resounded around him. The two of them were like two huge beasts clashing. The whole spectator stands were boiling with excitement. The battle had yet to begin, but the aura of both sides had already reached a peak. The participants of the death group were also staring at the arena without blinking, afraid of missing any details. Shatter. Zhou Feng finally unleashed a punch. This was a pure punch. There was nothing fancy about it, nor was there any technique. However, it was like a flying meteor. The surface of the fist was covered in resplendent starlight. This punch exploded, causing the stars to tremble. Terrifying sounds of stars disintegrating could be heard from all directions, reverberating unceasingly. Bang! Xiao Han also unleashed a punch. This punch was no small matter. Similarly, it was an eruption of pure strength, akin to the trampling of 10,000 elephants. Puchi! The two of them collided head-on with their fists. The arenas in all directions were exploding. Xiao Han retreated 5 steps. With every step he retreated, a ghastly hole appeared. As for Zhou Feng, he did not retreat a single step. It was obvious that Zhou Feng had the upper hand in a battle of pure strength between the two body cultivators. He was indeed worthy of being the number one body cultivator in the Blazing Sun Empire. As for the current Xiaohan, as he retreated, his mind was making the most accurate calculations. This star physique is indeed too powerful. It might not be any weaker than the younger generation of the powerful barbarian tribes in the Great Desolate. I have gone through 100 times gravity training in the ancient village. In addition to my indestructible golden body, I was at a complete disadvantage when I used 60% of my strength to fight against Zhou Feng. That one punch caused my internal organs to tumble, my bones to crack, and my skin to crack. His pure strength should be equivalent to 80% of the strength of my flesh shell. Of course, I can't guarantee that he didn't conceal his strength like me. Of course, Xiaohan had only released 60% of his flesh shell strength. Thus, he was unable to activate the indestructible golden body to its limit. He was also unable to reflect 10% of Zhou Feng's attack back. However, after Xiaohan was slightly injured from that punch, the indestructible golden body immediately nourished his injured body and absorbed a portion of the strength from Zhou Feng's punch to nourish Xiaohan's flesh shell. This allowed Xiaohan to produce a new strength. Just one punch actually increased Xiaohan's strength by 1,000 ding. This is great. This Zhou Feng is simply the best candidate for me to refine my body. Ordinary opponents with insufficient strength would not be able to help me refine my body. This Zhou Feng, TSK. This is him. He can be said to be perfect. Xiaohan completely sealed the newly increased strength and only released 60% of his flesh shell strength. He took the initiative to rush forward. Again. This kid's blood and chi are really vigorous like a wild beast. I used 90% of my strength in that punch just now, but it still did not shatter him. However, his strength has already been suppressed by me. Zhou Feng knew the strength of Xiaohan's flesh shell like the back of his hand. Bang! With another punch, Zhou Feng pushed Xiaohan back. Again. Xiaohan wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were scarlet red. Like a scoundrel, he rushed towards Zhou Feng again. Bang! Another punch pushed him back. However, Xiaohan only retreated. He was obviously injured, but he was able to quickly nourish his injured body and recover his vitality and combat strength. It was as if he could not be defeated. Again. Your strength is not enough to shatter me. It's just like tickling me. Xiaohan rushed towards Zhou Feng again. Reckless. Force me to use my full strength. Fine. One punch to shatter. Zhou Feng was also enraged. He took a step forward and punched with his right fist. This punch created a giant tornado that surged and surged like a giant dragon. It had a terrifying intent that could break the space and touch the group of immortals. Pucci. Xiaohan was pushed back more than 10 steps. The golden light around his body was almost scattered. Blood spurted out from his mouth. He squatted down and supported himself with both hands. This is his full strength. It hurts me, but it's very satisfying. With this level of strength, my body tempering is getting smoother and more comfortable. The audience seats. Are you kidding me? Xiaohan was beaten up as soon as he came up. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. Isn't the disparity in strength too big? In fact, I should have predicted this result before this duel. If Xiaohan doesn't admit defeat, even an Iron Man will be beaten to death if this continues. Pure Rain Sex Camp. Junior brother Fong, what do you think? Dong Fangqin looked at Fong Ling. Fong Ling's face revealed a look of reminiscence. After a few breaths, he murmured. I remember something. When junior brother Xiaohan just entered the outer sect, he was fighting with an outer sect disciple. At that time, it was just a child's play fight. But I just happened to pass by and saw junior brother Xiaohan being sent flying again and again by that outer sanctum disciple. But in the end, junior brother Xiaohan seemed to become more and more spirited and vigorous as he fought. I wonder if it will be the same today. The void spectator stand. Ha 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 ha. The Emperor of Beacon Fire Empire laughed loudly. He was in a very good mood. Good fight. Good fight. I hope to see Xiao Han beaten to death by Zhou Feng's fists. Smash all his bones. That's more satisfying. The Great Re-Emperor and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade looked at each other and smiled. Xiao Ming Chu frowned. Sect Master, junior brother Xiao Han's flesh power is obviously not limited to this. I am very clear about this. But I am very curious. Why does he keep suppressing it and only release 60% of his flesh power? He would rather be beaten here. What does this mean? Wu Li smiled. Let's continue watching. I can feel that Xiao Han's life force is hidden. It seems that he has something up his sleeves. He is not being beaten for nothing. His body refining technique seems to be very mystical. On the stage. Bang! 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 Zhou Feng used all his strength and punched Xiao Han's body dozens of times like a sandbag. Xiao Han was sent flying and a huge pit was formed on the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air. The audience was dead silent. The contestants' seats of the death group. This is too terrifying. Fatty Zhu swallowed his saliva repeatedly. Mo Qingtong snorted coldly. Zhou Feng is nothing special. How is it terrifying? No, I am talking about Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao simply cannot be beaten to death. Fatty Zhu's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Fortunately, I did not encounter Brother Xiao. Otherwise, if we continue playing like this, even if Brother Xiao doesn't die, I will die of exhaustion. Damn it. Zhou Feng walked step by step towards the deep pit that buried Xiao Han. His eyes were filled with hatred. He is actually so resistant. Forget it, his body must have already been shattered. I'll use the Starlight Saber Chi to kill him. At this moment, boom! A powerful golden light erupted from the deep pit that buried Xiao Han and soared into the sky. This golden light contained an indescribable life force and power. It was majestic. Amidst the endless divine golden light, Xiao Han slowly walked out. He shook off the dust and stones on his hair and his body emitted a light that shone through the ages. The strength and aura of his entire body rose steadily. Heh! Thank you for helping me temper my body. Now, it's my turn to hit you, right? Xiao Han's gaze was like that of a demon god as he stared at Zhou Feng. A huge aura was emitted, enveloping the entire arena. Xiao Han, who was bathed in the golden light and the Sanskrit chanting, suddenly became taller in the eyes of many people. He covered the sky and covered the earth, giving people a feeling that he was invincible, like a towering mountain. 90% strength. Xiao Han's mind stirred slightly. Boom! 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 Endless tornadoes burst out from the pores of Xiao Han's body. Whirlpools appeared everywhere. The rubble on the arena was blown up and instantly turned into dust. Now, the strength of my flesh shell has been tempered and has increased to about 800,000 ding. It has increased by 100,000 ding. 90% strength is enough to completely defeat Zhou Feng. It's like abusing pigs and dogs. Xiao Han laughed sinisterly. In the void viewing platform, damn it. This kid hid the strength of his flesh shell. An old man slammed the table and could not help but curse. He hid it too deeply. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. To be continued. Chapter 144. The situation suddenly changed. The battle between the two powerful body cultivators was full of ups and downs. Originally, Xiao Han was being suppressed and did not have the ability to fight back. However, after Zhou Feng used up enough of his energy and stamina, Xiao Han actually counterattacked. At this moment, Xiao Han's aura was not the least bit dispirited. Instead, it was at its peak. More of his flesh shell strength was released, giving Zhou Feng an overwhelming advantage. On the void viewing platform. Unbelievable. Xiao Han, this little guy, was actually tempering his body. He borrowed Zhou Feng's strength to temper and sharpen his own strength. Moreover, he purposely hid the strength of his flesh shell from the beginning, waiting for Zhou Feng's aura to weaken and his stamina to gradually run out. Then he suddenly attacked and turned the tables. An old man with a strong aura exclaimed. This young man Xiao Han is worthy of attention. He is always quiet, but he amazes the world with a single brilliant feat. The problem is, Xiao Han was punched dozens of times by Zhou Feng, but nothing happened to him. This is too much of a punching bag. Many grand cultivators turned to look at the Crow King. Wu Yu took a sip of tea and said with a faint smile. This disciple of mine was born as a living target and is often beaten up. I think he will get used to it after a while. What a monster. The heavenly devil old man laughed. On the stage. Xiao Han walked step by step towards Zhou Feng. Every step he took emitted a terrifying sound that was like the rumbling of thunder. Wherever he went, a boundless golden light would envelop that place. Every strand of golden light was like an enormous golden dragon, and talisman markings and the word treasure bloomed like flower buds. Now, Xiao Han had increased the strength of his flesh shell to 800,000 cauldrons. He released 90% of his strength, which was 720,000 cauldrons. As for Zhou Feng at his peak, the strength of his flesh shell was less than 700,000 cauldrons. After beating up Xiao Han, he had lost less than 50% of his strength. The difference in strength was obvious. Moreover, Xiao Han had already firmly controlled the rhythm of the battle. It would be difficult for Zhou Feng to turn the tables. However, Zhou Feng had been a genius since he was young. He had developed the habits and mentality of a genius. A genius had a temper and pride. It was impossible for him to admit defeat. He could not even accept his current disadvantage. Xiao Han. You are despicable. Zhou Feng shouted. However, it's impossible for a despicable person like you to defeat me. Go to hell. Star refining demon slaying saber. Xiao, the 36 acupoints in Zhou Feng's body spewed out boundless starlight. The star's end surged and condensed into a starlight saber chi. It swept across the world and directly swept towards Xiao Han. Like a rainbow piercing through the sky, it contained millions of starlight rays, almost forming a huge formation. This was the Stellar Hall's ultimate killing technique. The moment this star-refining devil-slaying blade was unleashed, its might would not be any weaker than Zhou Feng's flesh shell. Zhou Feng slashed out hatefully. It was a desperate struggle, and it even seemed like a counterattack before death. It was definitely not a small matter and was absolutely stunning. This slash caused the outcome of the battle to once again be in suspense. No one dared to say that Xiao Han or Zhou Feng would win. In the void stands. There's still suspense. The great emperor of Japan growled. Xiao Han might not be able to take this attack. In the arena. Amazing. Seated players weren't just for show. In that case, unleash the full power of the flesh shell. Xiao Han's aura rose once again. The power of the flesh shell was pushed to the limit. Break. Facing this star-refining devil-slaying blade, Xiao Han did not dodge. He unleashed his full power and punched out. Boom! This punch seemed to have destroyed a pillar that supported the heavens. The sky immediately crumbled and collapsed. The fist wind was like a mountain, the fist intent was like the heavens, and the fist was as heavy as the earth. This punch seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth. The power was so majestic that it did not seem like it was released by a human. It was more like the furious attack of an ancient giant. It was like a legend, like an epic. Puchi. The starlight saber chi was completely shattered into disorderly starlight fragments, and it sprayed all over the arena like mercury pouring onto the ground. The ground was filled with starlight. He actually still has some strength left. This This is too abnormal. His strength has increased by another 10%. How deep is he hiding it? Someone in the audience shouted. In the blink of an eye, after Xiao Han destroyed the Starlight Saber Chi, he had already shattered the air and rushed towards Zhou Feng. Xiao Han naturally would not give Zhou Feng the chance to use the star-refining devil-slaying blade a second time. Xiao Han closed in. A punch was thrown out. Courting death. Zhou Feng growled. In a split second, he was forced to throw out a punch. Bang! Their fists collided. A terrifying thing happened. Poochie! 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 Zhou Feng's clothes were shattered into pieces by Xiao Han's fist wind. Immediately after, numerous cracks appeared on his jade-like skin. Beneath the transparent skin, the spotless and untainted precious bones also instantly produced spiderweb-like cracks that spread in all directions. The clear and terrifying sound of bones shattering rang out like firecrackers. Every bone in Zhou Feng's body was shattered. His skin was also torn, revealing crisscrossing cracks. Bang! He flew out like a broken sack and fell to the ground. His nerves twitched non-stop. His star-treasured physique could be considered as completely and utterly ruined. Fortunately, Xiao Han did not kill him and did not injure Zhou Feng's head. Otherwise, how could Zhou Feng still be alive? However, even if he was saved, he would still be a half-crippled person. After shattering all of Zhou Feng's bones and skin, Xiao Han silently retreated from the stage. The entire Sunset Mountain fell into a momentary silence, but very quickly, it was filled with whispers and discussions. This match was too exciting. The suspense was maintained until the last moment. Looking at the process of the match, the quality did not lose to the match where Xia Feng instantly killed Qin Zhu. Zhou Feng is known as the #1 body cultivator in the Blazing Sun Empire, but he was actually suppressed by Xiao Han in terms of flesh. In the end, he used brute force to win cleanly. That sound of bones shattering, it was really terrifying, on the void viewing platform. How strong is Xiao Han's flesh shell? Asked an old man with golden hair and beard. His face was full of admiration and praise. From the looks of it, Xiao Han can be ranked among the top 10 seeded contestants. He is the biggest dark horse in the Southern Region qualifiers. No one has any objections, right? Many of the old-timers nodded solemnly. To be able to fight to such an extent in the death group and stand out, this youngster Xiao Han is definitely a first-class genius. If he were to compete in the prosperous Eastern region, he would not be at a disadvantage. Our Southern region needs this kind of enchanting face. Brother Wu, I really do not wish to see Qingtong encounter Xiao Han. The heavenly devil old man said seriously. His blood qi is so strong, I wonder if Qingtong's heavenly devil great world can trap him. It's best if they don't meet. The great Emperor was flustered and exasperated. Good, good, very good. It seems that only my disciple Huolai can kill Xiao Han. On the seats of the death group. Xiao. Brother Xiao. Fatty Zhu said while trembling. You. Did you drink the blood of a real great desolate divine beast when you were young? Otherwise. No, it's impossible for you to have such strong blood qi and power. I know. Are you the prince of some ancient country in the depths of the great desolate? Stop fooling around, Brother Zhu. Xiao Han said with a faint smile. Also, Brother Xiao, don't tell me you're still holding back the power of your flesh? Fatty Zhu stared at Xiao Han. Mo Qingtong also looked at Xiao Han. I didn't hold back. I've already done my best. Xiao Han said seriously. Who believes you? Fatty Zhu and Mo Qingtong said at the same time. I've really done my best and didn't hold anything back. Do you think that I can defeat a seated contestant while holding back? I've already done my best and used all my trump cards. Didn't you see how badly I was beaten before? Xiao Han said with a bitter face. Brother Xiao, so you're the same as Fatty Zhu, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Mo Qingtong pouted her mouth charmingly and said in a low voice, "Brother Xiao, I'm willing to use 10 true Qi divine arts to exchange for your body refining technique." I wonder if Brother Xiao is willing. Not exchanging. Xiao Han directly refused. On the other side, Crown Prince Walai looked at Xiao Han with a solemn gaze. He crossed his arms and sneered at Xia Feng. "Brother Xia, you're a genius with godly sword skills. But if you encounter a barbarian like Xiao Han, I'm afraid you won't be able to gain any advantage, right?" Xia Feng did not answer. He closed his eyes and nurtured his sword essence. "Brother Xia, are you afraid?" Crown Prince Walai sneered. "Shut up." Xia Feng finally opened his eyes. Sword Kingdom, Sword Forest, Sword Tomb, Sword Pool, 10,000 swords return to origin, World Bow. Sword Qi is different from other true Qi. Sword Qi specializes in breaking the body. No matter how strong the body is, it will be broken by one sword. If I encounter Xiao Han, I'll break his defense with one sword and take his life with the second. I won't use the third sword. Although he did not say it loudly, many contestants in the death group heard it clearly. Xia Feng was as strong as a sword god. Thus, his words were very persuasive. "Brother Xiao," Xia Feng said, "he'll kill you with 2 swords, this tone, it's too arrogant." Fatty Zhu whispered. "Xia Feng is indeed very strong." Xiao Han did not deny it. There was no sadness or joy on his face. The competition continued. Xiao Han was the first contestant in the death group to advance to the top 43. No, seriously speaking, Xia Feng, who had a bye, was the first to advance. Xiao Han was the second. Now, Xiao Han was nourishing his true Qi while emptying his mind and watching the other matches in a relaxed manner. A few seated contestants still advanced without any mishap. Fatty Zhu, this wretched guy, still used the same move. He directly took out a huge sword and crushed his opponent, smoothly advancing. The huge sword that Fatty Zhu summoned is not formed from true Qi. It's more like a magic treasure. Xiao Han was also secretly observing Fatty Zhu's battle. He felt that Fatty Zhu was at least not weaker than Zhou Feng. Oh right, Fatty Zhu used his innate Qi to communicate with a certain space in the void and suddenly summoned a huge sword magic treasure. This is very powerful, because the power of the summoned huge sword magic treasure is already far stronger than his own innate Qi. It's even several times stronger. This round of the death group's matches had all ended. There were 43 victors. In the next round, 22 victors would be decided. Of course, there would also be a bye, advancing without a fight. It was time for the other groups to compete. Now, other than the death group, the other 99 groups had begun to compete for the top 40 to 20 spots. In the previous battle, Yun Rong and Hui Yang were almost exhausted. I wonder if they can enter the top 20. Xiao Han thought. Not long after, Xiao Han saw Xiao Yunrong walk out with her sword. She was fighting against a level 4 true Qi bladesman. To be continued. Chapter 145. Xiao Yunrong, who had a narrow victory in the last round, was calm and composed. Her whole body was glowing, and her sword Qi was like a rainbow. There was no sign of weakness at all. Xiao Han was stunned. Then, Xiao Han realized that Xiao Yunrong must have taken some precious medicine to heal and restore true Qi, so that she could adjust her whole body to the best state in a short time. It seems that Mingjian Villa values Yunrong very much. In order to let Yunrong get a place in the main competition, they must have given her a lot of precious medicine. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Xiao Yunrong was one of Xiao Han's few friends, and she was Ah Chao's cousin. Therefore, Xiao Han subconsciously hoped that she could get a place in the main competition. After a fight, Xiao Yunrong released her sword essence and defeated her opponent. Advanced to the top 20 in her group. There was no seated contestant in Xiao Yunrong's group. Therefore, she was very likely to stand out from this group and get a precious place in the main competition. Next, Xiao Han watched Hua Fan's battle. In the last round, Xiao Yunrong had a narrow victory, but Hua Fan had an even more narrow victory. She almost vomited blood as she left the stage. But this round, Hua Fan not only recovered from her injuries, but her whole body was covered with a layer of purple qi, and her clear eyes were filled with a layer of determination. The quality of her true qi had been improved, and so had her battle strength. With a throw of her right hand, her true qi surged and turned into 5 mountains. In the blink of an eye, the towering mountains crushed her opponent. Hua Fan also advanced to the top 20. However, when she left the stage, there was not much joy in her eyes. Instead, her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked very sad. This? How did Hua Fan's battle strength suddenly soar? At least double. Xiao Han was uncertain. She must have taken some kind of precious medicine, but she was heartbroken after winning. Why is that? Mo Qingtong said softly. Brother Xiao, that woman is also a successor disciple of your Pure Rain sect, right? They had met once before. Her whole body is covered with purple qi, and the quality of her true qi has been improved, and her battle strength has doubled. If Qingtong guessed correctly, she should have taken some kind of powerful medicine that can completely overdraw her life potential in a few days, and make her battle strength soar. But the side effect is very big, and usually, it will shorten her lifespan. The weaker the foundation, the greater the harm of taking this medicine. With that, Mo Qingtong frowned. Let's see how angry that big sister is. She has paid a huge price. She might only have 10 to 20 years left to live. What? Xiao Han's body shook violently. This. Senior sister Huishou, why is she doing this? Senior apprentice sister Hua Gang was at True Qi stage 4, so living for a few hundred years was not a problem at all. She actually overdrew her life. She only has 10 to 20 years of life left. How could she be so determined? In the qualifiers, participants were allowed to consume all kinds of precious medicines. However, treasured medicines that could increase one's battle prowess all had terrifying side effects. At the very least, his lifespan would be reduced, and at the very worst, his body might even explode on the spot. Therefore, it was almost impossible for competitors to choose this type of medicine. After all, even if they relied on precious medicines to obtain a spot in the main competition, once they entered the main competition, they would still be cannon fodder. One had to know that the main competition was definitely crueler and more difficult than the preliminaries, and the death rate was very high. Since they did not have the ability to obtain a spot in the main competition, then they might as well withdraw from this year's Devil Hero qualifiers. Protecting themselves was the best choice. For someone like Huishou, who relied on precious medicines in a suicidal manner to advance, it was completely drinking poison to quench thirst and digging one's own grave. This sister must have some unknown secrets and difficulties, otherwise, she would not do this. It seems that she has made up her mind to enter the main competition. Brother Xiao, don't you feel the deep sorrow and desire to die from her body? Using her life as the price to become a devil hero, this is so sad. Mo Qingtong sighed faintly. Previously, I felt that senior apprentice sister Huishou's desire for a spot in the main competition was very strong, but I did not expect that she would be willing to die. There must be a big problem in this. Due to the rules, Xiao Han could not leave his seat to look for Huishou, but after the qualifiers were over, he would definitely look for Huishou and ask her clearly. At the void spectator stand. What? Sect Master, senior apprentice sister Huishou actually consumed a powerful precious medicine. She overdrew her life force. Xiao Mingchu's face was filled with horror. Now, senior apprentice sister Hua has at most 10 years left to live. After 10 years, she will die. This is too unbelievable. What secret is she hiding? Wu Yu frowned and quickly said, after the qualifiers are over, find senior apprentice sister Huishou, ask her clearly, and find a way to save her. We cannot let her die in 10 years. With that, Wu looked deeply at the valley master, old man Gong's son, and thought to himself, the valley of the medicine masters might have a panacea that could restore Huishou's life force. If the valley of the medicine masters did not have it, they could only seek help from the Yaoxia Tower and enter some ancient country or secret territory to look for it. Right, it was said that the Valley of the Medicine Masters also had an ancient medicine that could stimulate one's life force in exchange for explosive combat power, the Medicine King Longevity Pill. It was known as the Valley of the Medicine Masters' heirloom treasure, and it was not known if they had refined an antidote for it. The competitions of the other groups had all ended. The top 20 had all been decided. The top 3 of each group, the 3 spots for the main competition, were about to be revealed. Now it was the turn of the death group. There were 43 contestants left in the death group, and now they would draw lots to fight and eliminate half of them. First, they would draw lots for the contestant who would not be in this round. Fatty Zhu had been favored by the goddess of luck, and had actually drawn a bye. He had entered the next round without fighting. Ha 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 ha. Fatty's luck is out of this world. Ha ha ha. This was a person's character. Brother Xiao, Fatty has entered the top 22. Ha 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 ha. Fatty Zhu was jumping up and down in joy, so pleased that he grabbed Xiao Han's shoulders and shook him. Brother Xiao, Fatty's luck has really exploded. Brother Zhu, luck is also a type of strength. Calm down, Xiao Han urged. Don't be too happy and complacent, or else extreme joy will lead to sorrow. Extreme joy my ass. What's sorrow my ass? Fatty is just lucky. Fatty Zhu danced with joy. Idiot. The next round will be 11 out of 22, and there will no longer be any buys. It's very likely that he will die in the next round. Crown Prince Hualai laughed sinisterly. Next, the opponents were drawn. According to the order, the first to fight was still Xiao Han. An opponent was randomly drawn. The remaining contestants in the death group were mostly on high alert, afraid of encountering Xiao Han. After all, even the seated contestant Zhou Feng was crippled by Xiao Han. In truth, Xiao Han was already a seated contestant. Other than a few extremely powerful contestants in the death group, no one else was willing to fight against a beast in human form like Xiao Han. Only Xia Feng and Crown Prince Hualai had eyes filled with anticipation. As for the young married woman, Ji Rushui, she had an indifferent attitude. It was as if no matter who she drew, it was all the same to her. Beacon Fire Empire's Pure Rain Sect's Xiao Han vs. Crown Prince Mo Zhen of the Beacon Fire Empire's royal family. Xiao Han's opponent had finally appeared, and it was actually Mo Zhen. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar, and discussions were heard everywhere. The new seated contestant Xiao Han has drawn Crown Prince Mo Zhen. This is a good draw. A very good draw. Yes, Crown Prince Mo Zhen's strength is still a notch or two compared to the top 10 seated contestants. Xiao Han could even kill Zhou Feng. Against Crown Prince Mo Zhen, victory is basically in his grasp. It's not basically, it's definitely a win. There's not much suspense. Xiao Han's mental fortitude is extremely strong, and he will not make a mistake. In the death panel seats. Damn it. This brat has drawn another weak one. Crown Prince Hualai grinned. Count him lucky. Xia Feng sat back down, slightly disappointed. Xiao Han turned to look at Crown Prince Mo Zhen. He saw that the corners of Crown Prince Mo Zhen's eyes were twitching, and the corners of his mouth were twitching, forming a very strange expression. He looked at Xiao Han. Good. Good. Xiao Han, I've finally drawn you. Very good. You are the number 1 wanted criminal of the Beacon Fire Empire. You kidnapped Mo Hen, killed General Nangong Yi, and committed a heinous crime. Today, this crown prince will personally execute you. Heh. Don't you love the outer disciples of the Medicine King Valley, Jing Yanxue and Lan Shirong? That's great. In that case, this crown prince will not kill you. I will only cripple you, and then, in front of you, I will make love to those 2 beauties. Ha 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 ha. Crown Prince Mo Zhen let out a bone-chilling laugh, and with a slight movement of his body, he leaped into the arena. Xiao Han, come on. Fight with this Crown Prince. This guy's strength is at most a little stronger than Si Kongji of the Medicine King Valley. He is far from Zhou Feng. Where does his confidence and arrogance come from? Xiao Han was slightly surprised, but he was not afraid. His spirit was pure and untainted, and his fighting spirit surged. He tore through the air and leaped into the arena. On the void viewing platform. There is not much suspense in this round, an old man said decisively. Kakik Kakik, the emperor of the Beacon Fire Empire, Mo Chen, made a sound like an owl's. He was trying his best to control his emotions, and his expression was very strange. Perhaps, our prince, Mo Zhen, will bring everyone an unexpected surprise. Ha ha ha. Mo Zhen chuckled. Wu Yu and Xiao Mingqiu looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with doubt. At this time, Wu Yu glanced around and saw the Valley Lord of the Medicine King Valley, Elder Gong Sun, and Mo Chen exchange a glance. A thought flashed across Wu Yu's mind. Could it be, in the arena? Mo Zhen was dressed in an imperial robe. Streams of dragon qi circled around his body, giving him a majestic and imposing aura. Xiao Han stood casually and looked at Mo Zhen. Xiao Han. I guess you think you can defeat me for sure, ha 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 ha, how childish. Mo Zhen had opened 39 acupoints in his body, and his cultivation level was at the peak of level 4. Moreover, 2 completely different types of true qi divine skills were enshrouded in his acupoints, waiting to devour his opponent. However, no matter what, he should not be too much of a threat to Xiao Han. The people in the audience were very confused when they saw Mo Zhen's fearless expression. Some even thought that Mo Zhen's brain had been damaged by fear. Xiao Han, you defeated one of the top 10 seeded contestants, Zhou Feng. You are famous and talented. Then, if this crown prince defeats you and climbs up by stepping on your head, my name will definitely shake the world. As soon as Mo Zhen finished speaking, he spread out his right hand, and an earthy yellow pill appeared in his palm. It was about the size of a longan and looked very old. It exuded an ancient aura that was filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was actually an ancient medicine. Within the aura of this ancient medicine, there was a kind of light that was like water, like a song of time. It was very desolate and filled with the vicissitudes of time. Xiao Han. You forced this crown prince to consume this peerless ancient medicine. You will die a worthy death. Mo Zhen's face was filled with a perverted smile. He swallowed the pill in one gulp. Medicine King life-breaking pill. Boom. An ancient and majestic aura that was both epic and mythical rushed out from Mo Zhen's body. His 39 acupoints expanded in an instant. His aura rose steadily, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Countless ancient bird characters, ancient seal characters, and ancient hieroglyphs bloomed and enveloped Mo Zhen. Hoo, a violent gale swept across the entire arena. Xiao Han. This crown prince will torture you to death. Mo Zhen's entire body grew to more than 2 meters tall. His voice had also changed, becoming as loud as a great bell, spreading in all directions. His eyes were like a devil's. The entire arena was dead silent. One could even hear a pin drop. To be continued. Chapter 146. As it turned out, the reason why Crown Prince Mo Zhen was not afraid of Xiao Han, who had defeated the seeded contestant, Zhou Feng, was because he had an ancient medicine, the Medicine King life-breaking pill. This caused Crown Prince Mo Zhen's aura to rise steadily until it was almost violent. The 39 acupoints in his body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Expand. Double. Triple. Quadruple. The expanded acupoints began to crazily channel ancient true qi into them, causing each acupoint to be filled with supreme true qi. Of course, this was not the original true qi that Crown Prince Mo Zhen had cultivated. It was the true qi contained within the ancient medicine. However, this ancient and mighty true qi could be used by Crown Prince Mo Zhen. Expanded acupoints. Mo Zhen's acupoints have expanded by several times. This is the expanded acupoint realm that eldest senior brother mentioned. The first 5 stages of the true qi realm were nothing special. However, once one reached the 6th stage, there would be an earth-shattering change, breaking through the cocoon and transforming into a butterfly. The 6th stage of the true qi realm is also known as the expanded acupoint realm, expanding the capacity of the acupoints. This Mo Zhen relied on an ancient medicine to forcefully expand his acupoints, increasing his battle prowess by countless times. However, there should be a terrifying side effect, right? Xiao Han adjusted his condition and stared at Mo Zhen without blinking. The power of his flesh shell was fully unleashed, and all 28 acupoints were emitting divine light. As for Mo Zhen, he was like a crazed devil. The aura around him had reached a frightening level. A huge amount of true qi was circulating in his body, like a star shining down on the heavens and a river flowing on the earth. This is too good. A rumbling voice came from Crown Prince Mo Zhen's body. It was no longer his voice, but the voice of a devil from the 9 levels of hell. It caused the heavens and earth to tremble. This Crown Prince feels that the world is so small, and this Crown Prince is so powerful. The feeling of possessing power is too wonderful. Crown Prince Mo Zhen's sinister face revealed an expression of enjoyment as he closed his eyes. Xiao Han. Now, in this Crown Prince's eyes, you are nothing more than an ant or an aphid. You are too weak. This Crown Prince can crush you with just my aura, bang. Crown Prince Mo Zhen clenched his fist slightly, causing an explosion in the air. There was even a small mushroom cloud rising into the air. Traces of destruction could be seen in all directions. However, Crown Prince Mo Zhen was not in a hurry to act. He seemed to be adapting to the great power that the ancient medicine brought him. And the effects of the Medicine King life-breaking pill lasted for a full day and night. This Crown Prince can make use of this ancient medicine to fight my way to the top of the group of death. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, in the seats of the death group. No way. Fatty Zhu's eyes widened. Mo Zhen actually swallowed a pill. Brother Xiao is in trouble, Mo Qingtong muttered to himself with a dignified look in his eyes. The acupoints have expanded. The amount of true qi has increased by many folds, and the level of spirit has also changed. However, the medicinal properties of this ancient medicine are too violent, enough to make Mo Zhen's oil completely run out. After the medicinal effects have dissipated, he might even die from being squeezed dry. Xia Feng and Hualai's eyes flashed with a hint of caution. It was clear that Mo Zhen, who had taken the ancient medicine, was very difficult to deal with. Even they had a headache. Only the young woman, Ji Rushui, remained as calm as still water, immersed in her own little world the entire time. It was very sad. On the void viewing platform. Old man Gong's son, it seems that you have given the Valley of Medicine Master's heirloom to the royal family of the Beacon Fire Empire. Wu Yu looked at the Valley Lord Gong's son indifferently. What a loyal dog. The Valley of Medicine Masters has completely become a dog of the empire. Sect leader Wu, your mouth is good. Old man Gong's son glared at Wu Yu. The Valley of Medicine Masters is only cooperating with the royal family of the Beacon Fire Empire. A wise man submits to the circumstances. Sect leader Wu, although your cultivation is strong and you have a good ranking on the Demon Warrior ranking board, you have reorganized the Pure Cloud sect. Heh, you are just mediocre. What right do you have to criticize the Valley of Medicine Masters? Sect leader Wu, your proud disciple, Xiao Han, will be defeated by Mo Zhen without any suspense. What else do you have to say? Emperor Mo Chen was beside himself with joy. Mo Zhen used the ancient medicine and forcefully expanded his acupoints. This is no different from digging his own grave. Based on Mo Zhen's foundation, after the medicinal effects wear off, he will die within 7 days. Wu Yu sneered. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Mo Chen laughed mockingly. Cough cough. Sect leader Wu, this medicine was obtained from an ancient treasure when the demon warrior of the Valley of Medicine Masters explored a secret realm. After that, after dozens of generations of outstanding medicine masters of the Valley of Medicine Masters, the side effects had become very small after thousands of years. Furthermore, the world does not know that when the ancestors of the Valley of Medicine Masters obtained this ancient medicine, they also found a corresponding antidote. Thus, cough cough, sect leader Wu need not worry about Prince Mo Zhen. He will not die from exhaustion. After that, he will just need to spend some resources to recuperate his vitality. My beacon fire empire has been passed down for countless years, our foundation is still there. We will not let Prince Mo Zhen die. Ha 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 ha. Sect leader Wu, you better prepare for the funeral of your disciple, Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Emperor Mo Chen was beaming with joy. The Emperor of Japan and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade exchanged glances, their faces were filled with relief. Xiao Ming Chu, prepare to kill Qing Lin Demon King on my behalf. The value of Qing Lin Demon King crystal is naturally much more valuable than the North Mystic Demon King crystal. Ha 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 ha. The Emperor of Japan laughed unrestrainedly. Enough, everyone, stop arguing. One of the old antiques interfered with an unyielding attitude. Watch the battle carefully. Mo Zhen using the ancient medicine to expand his meridians and increase his combat power is not against the rules. Now, let's see if Xiao Han can defeat Mo Zhen after he takes the medicine. Of course, it will be difficult. The crowd quietened down. Sect leader, Mo Zhen has forcefully expanded his meridians. Although his aura and methods are not as strong as the 6th-stage True Qi realm, it is still not to be underestimated. It can greatly increase the quality of his True Qi cultivation technique. His attack power is not as simple as doubling. Xiao Ming Chu, who had always been calm and lazy, was now filled with worry. No matter. Let's watch first. Emperor Wu had completely quietened down, watching Xiao Han on the stage. He used a voice that only he could hear and said, Xiao Han, in order to become a qualified and outstanding demon hero, you must experience all sorts of life and death situations, accomplish all sorts of impossible things, turn defeat into victory, defy the heavens, and go through all sorts of baptisms. I hope you can get through this. On the stage, Mo Zhen's meridians were still expanding. His aura continued to increase, to the point that it produced a terrifying aura that could overturn yin and yang. He laughed maniacally, looking down at Xiao Han, as though he could trample on Xiao Han anytime he wanted. As for Xiao Han, he was also thinking and evaluating quickly, I'm not sure if I can defeat him if I use all my strength. The problem now is that his True Qi volume has increased, and the quality of his True Qi cultivation technique has also increased. It will be difficult to deal with him. The two demon race secret techniques cannot be used easily. As for the Emperor of Heaven's Divine Fist, there is a move in the Emperor of Heaven's Divine Fist called Dragon's Wrath that can increase one's strength. But this move, Dragon's Wrath, burns True Qi. Thus, it increases the energy contained in the True Qi. For example, the True Qi contained in my 28 meridians is equivalent to tens of thousands of ding of pure strength. Using that a Dragon's Wrath will double this amount of strength. It seems to have nothing to do with my physical strength. In the past, my physical strength was far weaker than the True Qi contained in my meridians. Thus, after using that a Dragon's Wrath, the strength of my physical body will be drained. Now that the strength of my physical body is above the True Qi, I believe that if I burn my True Qi again and use the Dragon's Wrath, the strength of my physical body will no longer be drained. However, I must not double the strength of my physical body. When Xiao Han met Zhou Feng, he used Zhou Feng's strength to refine his physical body, increasing the strength of his physical body to 800,000 ding. It had temporarily reached a limit. In other words, Xiao Han's bones, internal organs, meridians, and cells could withstand 800,000 ding of strength. If he wanted to withstand more strength, he would have to accumulate and expand his foundation. He would have to constantly visualize the indestructible golden body or wait for the follow-up actions of the indestructible golden body. Thus, even if the dragon's wrath could increase the strength of his physical body, Xiao Han did not dare to use it. Xiao Han's flesh shell's strength of a few 100,000 ding, if it were to double and reach a few million ding, with his current flesh shell foundation, it would definitely explode. Should I use my saber technique and saber intent? Xiao Han was evaluating his trump card. At this moment, a sudden flash of light shot into Xiao Han's mind. It quickly took shape. In the next moment, Xiao Han relaxed his body and emptied his mind. The 28 meridians in his meridians shone with endless dazzling light. In the audience stand, Xiao Han's meridians are wide open. It seems like he is preparing some kind of true Qi divine art to fight against Imogen. Could it be that he still has some secret true Qi divine art? Something is wrong. Xiao Han might have made a strategic mistake. He has 3 levels of true Qi and 28 meridians. Furthermore, he did not expand his meridians. In terms of true Qi realm, Xiao Han's realm is below average in this year's Southern Region qualifier. He is relying on the strength of his physical body and not his true Qi. On the other hand, after consuming the ancient medicine, Imogen's meridians expanded by several times. The quantity and quality of his true Qi rose steadily. Xiao Han is using his own true Qi to fight against Imogen's true Qi. It's like using an egg to hit a stone. This is definitely a strategic mistake. Xiao Han should have abandoned his insignificant true Qi and used his physical body to fight against Imogen. Perhaps, he might have had a chance to survive. With Xiao Han's true Qi realm, even if he has any true Qi divine art, he won't be able to unleash its full power. Because his foundation is too weak. That's right. Powerful killing Jin Qi big moves required the foundation of the realm to be able to bring out the battle power. A true Qi 3rd level can't be considered a foundation. In the Pure Rain Sex Camp, Junior brother Fong Ling, junior brother Xiao Han is comprehending his meridians and true Qi. Dong Fong Qin's pupils contracted slightly. Could it be that he wants to break through his meridians? Fong Ling asserted. Junior brother Xiao Han wants to make use of Imogen's pressure to break through his 29th meridian and break through to the 4th level of true Qi. Right now, Imogen's aura is extremely powerful. It's giving junior brother Xiao Han a terrifying pressure. Under such pressure, it's indeed possible for his meridians to burst, but, even if junior brother Xiao Han reaches the 4th level of true Qi, it won't be of any help to this battle, right? It's impossible for junior brother Xiao Han to defeat Imogen with his true Qi. After all, Imogen has already used the ancient medicine to expand his meridians. Furthermore, it's impossible for junior brother Xiao Han to reach the 5th or 6th level of true Qi realm by bursting his meridians, right? I also don't understand junior brother Xiao Han's thoughts, but he's never a reckless person. Let's continue watching. Fong Ling knitted his brows. On the stage, all right. It's over. Your physical body is very hard. Let's try to break a part of your bones first. Imogen let out a sinister smile. Boom! His true Qi swept out like the ocean, reaching a height of several tens of feet. This true Qi was a light blue color, and it contained the artistic conception of the sea. The densely packed words of the sea race covered the entire stage. Imogen's expression was solemn and respectful. He put his palms together. In an instant, the true Qi of the ocean turned into a giant palm. It was surrounded by countless ocean storms and a giant whale. The pressure was boundless. Boundless ocean, giant palm of raging waves. PFFF, a true Qi giant palm imprint that could destroy everything in all directions pressed down on Xiao Han's head. Essence Qi was shattered in all directions, creating a chaotic scene. Everywhere was filled with the sound of crashing waves and crashing waves. It was as if the heavens were enraged. This is a true Qi divine art's ultimate killing technique. Its strength is comparable to my physical body, or even much stronger. I can't take it head on. Xiao Han made his judgment immediately. He let out a muffled roar and unleashed the power of his powerful and blazing physical body. His physical body was like a treasure tool. Not only was his strength violent, his speed and explosive force were also extraordinary. Crack! His physical body broke through the air and dodged to the side. Bang! The area where Xiao Han was originally standing on was pierced through by the giant palm. Ha ha ha, hide, let me see how long you can hide, this is like swatting a fly, ha ha ha, fun. Mo Zhen was not in a hurry to kill Xiao Han. He wanted to have some fun. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. After all, the effect of the ancient medicine could last for a day and a night, giving him a lot of time. He was enjoying the power at this moment. He was afraid that he would accidentally destroy Xiao Han. That would be the end of the game. Bang! Another giant handprint slapped down on Xiao Han. Waves rolled and true qi overflowed in all directions. Almost every wisp of true qi turned into a destructive tornado, destroying heaven and earth. Xiao Han was still dodging. Buzz, under the seemingly invincible pressure from Mo Zhen, Xiao Han's 29th true meridian began to throb. It was beginning to loosen. I must try to break through the 29th true meridian. This way, there will be a martial art light cocoon exploding. Among them, I will also have the chance to learn the last move of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. Xiao Han dodged again and again. At least half of his attention was focused on his true meridian. He used the pressure from Mo Zhen to forcefully break through his meridian. In the illusory true meridian, the true qi fragments produced by the Son of Heaven's great power were as dazzling as gems and stars. They contained a powerful and blazing aura, like a sovereign descending upon the world. However, Xiao Han did not have the cultivation method of the last move of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. Therefore, he could not make these precious true qi fragments materialize and regenerate. After Xiao Han advanced to the true qi realm, he was able to break the seal when he opened the 9th and 19th true meridian, creating a martial art light cocoon. Now, if he could break through the 29th true meridian, he would be able to gain something. If the Son of Heaven's great power was completely activated, the strongest attack of the Son of Heaven's divine fist would be unleashed. In order to activate the Son of Heaven's true qi, he had to learn the last move of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. Boom! Xiao Han dodged Mo Zhen's true qi giant palm again. He shouted in his heart, "Open the 29th true meridian for me. Quickly break through it." At this moment, the entire arena was already in shambles. Xiao Han and Mo Zhen had no choice but to hover in the air as they continued their battle. Xiao Han, you have nowhere to hide. All the bones in your body will shatter for this crown prince. Mo Zhen had already forced Xiao Han into a corner and sent out a palm strike. Boom! Xiao Han dodged more than half of the palm strike. However, a finger that was as large as a pillar still swept towards Xiao Han. Break for me. Xiao Han gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. Ka 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 ka, hundreds of thousands of cauldrons of force directly landed on the little finger of the true qi giant palm that was as clear as a sapphire. The entire true qi giant palm was densely covered in cracks. As for Xiao Han, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The golden light that covered Xiao Han's body dimmed significantly. The strength of his flesh shell had weakened. In the audience stand. Xiao Han is amazing. With the strength of his flesh shell, he almost shattered Mo Zhen's true qi giant palm. No. Xiao Han is also injured. On the stage. Not bad. As expected of the strongest flesh shell. It almost shattered my true qi giant palm. However, it's still lacking a little. Let's see how long you can last. Crown Prince Mo Zhen sent out another palm strike at lightning speed. Bang! Xiao Han rose up and sent out a punch. Strong winds blew and clouds surged. More cracks appeared on the true qi giant palm. However, Xiao Han's injuries were even more severe. He somersaulted a few times in the air and was sent flying, spitting out blood non-stop. He had already expended 30% of his physical strength. His indestructible golden body was also showing signs of weakening. However, pooh! The sound of a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon burst out from within Xiao Han's body. The 29th acupoint had awakened. Pooh! Another crisp sound rang out. The 30th acupoint had been broken. Xiao Han's acupoints had exploded consecutively. So much so that the 31st acupoint, the biggest barrier between the 3rd and 4th level true qi, had also loosened. In the audience stand. In the sect camp. Junior brother Xiao Han's acupoint has exploded. He has reached the peak of the 3rd level true qi. The 30th acupoint has been opened. I wonder if he can break through the 31st acupoint and reach the 4th level true qi. Dongfang Qin immediately stood up. To be continued. Chapter 147. Under the pressure from Crown Prince Mo Zhen, Xiao Han successfully opened the 29th and 30th acupoint, reaching the peak of 3rd level true qi. There was only a thin line separating him from 4th level true qi. At the same time, Xiao Han's heart began to throb. The traces of martial arts on the broken seals were triggered. Balls of misty cocoons of light couldn't be contained. They gushed out and surrounded Xiao Han. It was a spectacular scene. Indestructible golden body. 61st to 70th movement. 9 revolutions divine art. 3rd revolution. Son of Heaven's divine fist 7th style. Son of Heaven's dragon transformation. Xiao Han floated in the air, his entire body glowing with golden light. He looked at Crown Prince Mo Zhen while quickly reading the outline and profound meaning of the 7th style of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. However, something strange happened. Crown Prince Mo Zhen retracted his true qi palm. He floated in the air quietly, not moving an inch. His face had an evil grin, like a cat toying with a mouse. His eyes were brewing a sinister plan. In the next moment, Crown Prince Mo Zhen's true qi palm started to melt. He had actually melted the true qi of the boundless ocean, giant palm of raging waves. He was dispersing his cultivation. Kakik, Crown Prince Mo Zhen dissolved the true qi technique. His throat let out a goo laughter like an owl. In the spectator stand. What? Mo Zhen is dispersing his cultivation? Is there something wrong with this? Dispersing the Jinqi divine art that you've worked so hard to cultivate during the battle? Look at Xiao Han. He seemed to have opened 2 acupoints just now. Why is he not moving? What is he doing? These two are behaving strangely. It's hard to predict. In the void spectator stand. Some of the old antiques exchanged glances. Mo Zhen is dispersing his true qi technique. He's dispersing a true qi palm technique that is as violent as the sea. Everyone should be able to guess why he's doing this, right? Ha ha ha, it's simple. Due to Mo Zhen's unique physique, he could cultivate 2 completely different cultivation techniques. Thus, he was not worried about his body exploding. However, cultivating 2 true qi techniques had its advantages and disadvantages. The downside was that cultivating both techniques at the same time would not allow one to reach the peak of mastery. Yes, the same amount of Jinqi was split between 2 Jinqi divine arts, obtaining a portion each. It seemed like there were many changes, but it was a little like biting off more than one could chew. Sometimes, it's better to focus on one cultivation method. Just now, Mo Zhen activated the true energy giant palm in an attempt to kill Xiao Han. However, Xiao Han's flesh shell is too strong. Not only was it not killed by Mo Zhen, it even shattered the true energy giant palm. Xiao Han was merely injured. As a result, Mo Zhen decided to dispel the true qi giant palm print technique, extracting a portion of the true qi and infusing it into another true qi god technique. This true qi god technique was perfected. Focus on one. In this case, Mo Zhen, who has consumed the ancient medicine, will be able to unleash an attack that is at least twice as powerful as before. More than double. I can feel that Mo Zhen's other true energy divine art is much more powerful than the true energy giant palm. The quality is much higher than before. On the arena. As expected, Mo Zhen dispersed the true energy giant palm print, turning it into strands of pure true qi. The strands of true qi were infused into Mo Zhen's 39 acupoints and absorbed by the other true energy divine art. The other true energy divine art began to expand and grow. Ancient runes and the word treasure appeared and surrounded Mo Zhen. These ancient runes were twisted and turned like dragons. Endless divine light was absorbed into Mo Zhen's body like a whale swallowing seawater. Each acupoint was forcefully converted into nourishment for the other true energy divine art. This caused the other true energy divine art to grow stronger and closer to perfection. Streams of qi began to surge out from Crown Prince Mo Zhen's body, rolling like a coiling dragon. The roars of tigers and dragons could be faintly heard from his body. An extremely dangerous and terrifying pressure began to emanate from Crown Prince Mo Zhen's body. Gugugu Xiaohan, your flesh shell is indeed indestructible. Even the true energy giant palm print of this prince could not shatter you. Then, this prince will disperse this cultivation technique and merge it with another cultivation technique. Fuse them all into another cultivation technique. This way, killing you would be as easy as killing a pig or a dog. Moreover, this cultivation technique is not to be underestimated. If I focus on it, I will be able to fight my way into the final round and obtain the first place in the death group. Xiaohan, you will soon be able to witness this true energy divine art that can sweep across the world. It will be a worthy death for you to die under this divine art. Wang, Xiaohan remained motionless like Mo Zhen. His mind automatically visualized the 61st to 70th movement of the immortal golden body. His body, which had been injured by Prince Mo Zhen's earth-shattering palm of genuine qi, was slowly recovering. At the same time, Xiaohan finally understood the secret of the last movement of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. Son of Heaven's dragon transformation. The first 6 movements of the Son of Heaven's divine fist and the comprehension of the Son of Heaven's divine fist are all shattered into pieces of true qi. Then I will nourish these true qi spirit stones, making these true qi fragments as dazzling as gems and stars. Finally, I will transform these precious true qi fragments into a dragon. Supreme True Dragon. This is the secret of the Son of Heaven's dragon transformation. From now on, the Son of Heaven's divine fist is manifested with the true dragon qi. Sweeping through the 3,000 worlds. Dominating the world. In the past, Xiaohan's Son of Heaven's divine fist was manifested with the spirit turtle true qi and the hornless dragon true qi. However, these true qi were not the original true qi of the Son of Heaven's divine fist. Only after mastering the Son of Heaven's dragon transformation would the Son of Heaven's divine fist be bestowed with life. Possessing the original true qi. That true qi could be called dragon qi. In Xiaohan's illusory true acupoint, the dazzling true qi fragments gradually formed into a dragon's tail, body, and scales. The ancient and mighty lines and muscles. Of course, Xiaohan used the spirit turtle true qi to completely seal these qi away so that no one would notice anything wrong. The situation on the stage was very strange. Xiaohan and Crown Prince Mo Zhen were facing each other. Neither of them wanted to make the first move. Time ticked by. At the audience stand. I know. Crown Prince Mo Zhen is using all his true qi to strengthen a true qi divine skill. He has condensed all the true qi in his body into a cultivation technique so that the next time he attacks, he will be able to crush Xiaohan without giving him any chance to resist. Heavens! Crown Prince Mo Zhen is actually willing to disperse the true qi giant palm that he has painstakingly cultivated. Then, his other true qi divine skill must be one that can sweep through the 9 provinces and suppress the heavens. I understand now. Now, everyone finally understood Crown Prince Mo Zhen's meticulous plan. But why is Xiaohan not attacking first? Why is he trying to ruin Crown Prince Mo Zhen's plan? He can't break through. After Crown Prince Mo Zhen consumed the ancient medicine, his true acupoint has expanded, and his aura is too violent. His true qi is astonishing. If Xiaohan attacks rashly, he will definitely be suppressed. Yes, Crown Prince Mo Zhen has developed a strong aura and is in control of the rhythm of the battle. Now, Xiao Han is in a very passive position. I wonder if he has a chance to turn the tables. It will be very difficult. At the audience stand of Cloud's sect. This is bad. Crown Prince Mo Zhen's aura was getting stronger and stronger. That cultivation technique has traces and aura of the ancient dragon. It is approaching perfection. Dongfang Qin stood up and could no longer sit down. The situation was too tense, and it was very disadvantageous to Xiao Han. In fact, all the true disciples of Cloud's sect who were watching the battle stood up and were worried for Xiao Han. It is an extremely powerful true qi divine skill. Before he consumed the medicine, Mo Zhen's foundation was too weak. He couldn't display this divine art to the highest level. But now, his true qi was abundant enough to control this divine art as he wished. Junior brother Xiao Han is in danger. It seems that I have to use the secret skill of the demon race to have the capital to fight against him. Fang Ling's face was covered with frost. At the void stand. An old man watched Crown Prince Mo Zhen perform the divine skill and nodded slightly. Mo Chen of Beacon Fire Empire, is your son Mo Zhen cultivating a dragon-shaped true qi divine skill? Heh. Senior is really knowledgeable. This is a divine skill passed down by the former emperor of our Beacon Fire Empire, the coiling dragon Great Qi. The Mo clan is a royal clan that has lasted for thousands of generations. They possess the bloodline of the dragon and are the sovereign of the 9-5. This coiling dragon Great Qi requires the cultivation of the 6th level of true qi to be perfect. My son, Mo Zhen, has consumed the ancient medicine. Although his aura is far from the 6th level of true qi, he can barely display the power of the coiling dragon Great Qi. Hee. In an instant, Xiao Han will be crushed into a mist of blood, leaving nothing behind. How can a mortal compete with the imperial dragon qi? No matter how hard his flesh shell is, he is still a mortal. Reckless barbarian. Emperor Mo Chen was very smug. And, the coiling dragon Great Qi is indeed a divine skill that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. True qi turned into a dragon, tearing the heavens and devouring all things. Another old man nodded in agreement. At this moment, Xiao Mingchu could no longer sit still. He stood up and paced back and forth anxiously with a frown on his face. The black-robed old man stared at Xiao Han without blinking, a pensive look in his eyes. The heavenly devil old man flicked his fingernails. This young man Xiao Han should have some trump cards. On the stage, boom. Finally. Prince Mo Zhen's aura became flawless, and a domineering aura that looked down on all things burst out. His eyes revealed the appearance of an emperor. His feet stepped on the 7 stars, and his eyes flashed with the image of mountains and rivers, disappearing continuously. It's over. Xiao Han, this is the end for you. Mo Zhen's tone was as if he was the supreme judge of life and death. In the next moment, roar, a dragon's roar came from Mo Zhen's body. It was the roar of an ancient dragon, majestic and boundless. Puchi, a huge creature sprang out from Prince Mo Zhen's body. It was a dragon over 30 zhang long. Its body was bronze in color. It had scales and horns. Every single one of its scales glowed like precious jewels, flowing with an unparalleled majesty. Its eyes looked down on the common people, and a terrifying ancient aura burst out from it. Roar! The huge dragon coiled in the air above the stage, radiating a thick dragon's might. The air became oppressive, and it made people's hearts tremble. An ordinary person would definitely prostrate before such a dragon's might. If their cultivation was slightly weaker, they might even be crushed. The huge dragon's breath formed a dragon's breath. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, the void was left with large black holes. Heaven and earth Yuan Qi was forcibly sucked into these terrifying holes. As for Prince Mo Zhen, his entire body was like the eye of a hurricane. The hurricane caused his hair to flutter, and he was like a source of light, emitting a sacred light. The aura of an emperor on his body rose steadily, causing his eyes to look like the moon and stars, reflecting the snow. There was not a single part of him that did not exude a peerless elegance. His life had reached its most intense, the most vibrant, and the pinnacle of his life. Glory. Of course, this glory was created by the ancient medicine, and it was as short as a meteor. After the medicine dissipated, he would return to his original state. In the seating area of the death group. Now, almost all of the contestants stood up one after another. Xiao Han is going to die. Prince Walai appeared to be very regretful. It's a pity that he won't die by my hands. Sigh. Brother Xiao is a genius. I never thought that he would be defeated by someone using an ancient medicine. I'm sure that at this moment, Brother Zhao's heart is filled with unwillingness, right? Fatty Zhu said in a very regretful tone. Brother Zhao's aura is not the slightest bit dispirited. He does not show any signs of fear and is as cold as still water. He has the demeanor of an expert. Could it be that Brother Xiao has another trump card? Mo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. On the stage. Xiao Han. Kneel. Prince Mo Zhen roared. At the same time, the huge dragon also let out a dragon roar that resounded through the heaven and earth. The terrifying dragon's might caused many of the spectators on the stage to shrink back. The aura is too terrifying. This is the Emperor's dragon chi. Mortals will tremble. The arena has a light screen that is reinforced by a supreme being. Even so, we can still vaguely feel the pressure from the dragon's might, let alone Xiao Han who is on the arena. At this moment, I'm afraid that Xiao Han's mind and willpower have completely collapsed. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han raised his head and burst into laughter. The heavens really want Mo Zhen to die. He actually developed a dragon chi cultivation technique. Ha 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 ha. The Son of Heaven's transformation is the most orthodox dragon chi cultivation technique. It can develop into a real dragon. The huge dragon that Mo Zhen transformed into is not a true dragon at all. The so-called dragon's might is nothing in front of my Son of Heaven's grand aura. I've only opened 30 true acupoints. Even if I cultivate the last move of the Son of Heaven's divine fist and can transform my true chi into a dragon, I still shouldn't be able to fight against Mo Zhen who has taken the ancient medicine and expanded his acupoints. However, he actually developed a dragon chi divine technique. My Son of Heaven's transformation specializes in breaking all kinds of false dragon chi. If he dispels this dragon chi and focuses on the true chi giant palm divine technique, I won't be his match. But now. Ha 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 ha. Mo Zhen. The one who should kneel is you. Die. I'll let you see what a true dragon is. What a true dragon is, the Son of Heaven. Xiao Han's body moved slightly. True dragon, come out. Boom. An ancient and modeled aura that was filled with the dust of history burst out from Xiao Han's body. In the next moment, a yellow true dragon, more than 10 zhang long, emerged from Xiao Han's body. This yellow true dragon's body shape and contours were perfect and noble. There was not a single flaw or weakness to be found. Its entire body was flawless. Every single scale emitted the aura of a monarch descending upon the world. When the yellow true dragon moved slightly, the sky would be filled with endless rays of light, auspicious clouds, and auspicious chi, connecting the north, south, east, and west. Flowers would fall from the sky and the wind would be gentle. When it opened its mouth and let out a roar, the orthodox dragon's might would radiate outwards. It was so powerful that it could devour mountains and rivers, and destroy all living things. Dragons were creatures that belonged to the ancient myths and legends. Everyone present, including the almighty experts in the viewing platform, had never seen a real dragon before. Therefore, the so-called dragon was just a figment of everyone's imagination. Right now, both Xiao Han and Mo Zhen released their Jinchi dragons at the same time. With just a glance, everyone could tell that Xiao Han's Jinchi dragon was a true dragon. In comparison, Mo Zhen's dragon was like a small loach in a pond. It was neither fish nor fowl. This is a true dragon. More than 10 almighties in the void spectator stand screamed in unison. On the stage, puff, 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 puff. The dragon chi created by Mo Zhen, the emperor's aura, began to crumble. 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 The dragon formed by the great coiling dragon true chi was showing signs of crumbling. Mo Zhen, why aren't you kneeling down? Xiao Han let out a sinister laugh. Using your dragon chi cultivation technique in front of me is simply courting death. What kind of emperor are you? Trash. Under the shroud of the emperor's aura, a bright yellow true chi imperial robe appeared on Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like the stars. He was imposing, and thousands of moons floated around him. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, beautiful. Wu Hu could no longer maintain his composure and stood up. To be continued. Chapter 148. After Xiao Han had completed the last move of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, the Son of Heaven transforming dragon, his true meridians were filled with the Son of Heaven's true chi, the dragon chi. The true chi turned into a true dragon and soared into the sky. The Son of Heaven's great power gushed out, and the entire arena was showing signs of collapse. Thousands of moons floated in the sky, and watery clouds surged 3,000 feet high. The Son of Heaven's great power created by Crown Prince Mo Zhen deflated like a balloon. True dragon chi broke through pseudo-dragon chi. The dragon formed from Prince Mo Zhen's Zhen chi was more than 300 zhang long, but under the sweep of Xiao Han's Zhen chi, the dragon was quickly dismembered. Roar. The true dragon's body moved slightly, and it let out a disdainful roar. Puchi. Puchi. The huge dragon that was more than 300 feet long finally exploded, scattering into turbulent flows of true energy that scattered in all directions. What? My great coiling dragon true chi was suppressed and bound, and finally destroyed. Prince Mo Zhen was still in a state of shock. He reached out with his right hand to retrieve the scattered true chi. There's no chance. Xiao Han sneered, and with a slight movement of his body, he executed the Imperial Chariot Expedition. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Crown Prince Mo Zhen. Son of Heaven's divine fist, first style. Descend from the heavens. He punched out. Xiao Han's aura rose like that of an emperor, and the common people bowed down to him. He displayed the power of the Son of Heaven to the fullest. The blessing of the true dragon made this move perfect, and it reached its peak. Within the wind generated by his fist, there were illusions of life and death. Dragon scales, beards, dragon heads, dragon tails, canopies, rivers, the sun, the moon, and all living beings, they multiplied endlessly. It was accompanied by the chanting of tens of thousands of people. Tens of thousands of people prayed for blessings, tens of thousands of people worshipped, and tens of thousands of people expressed their great wishes. The aura and power of this punch rose to the most intense and brilliant extreme. Bang! Crown Prince Mo Zhen's body trembled from the impact. Son of Heaven's divine fist, fifth style, death of the monarch. He punched again. The emperor wanted his subject dead, and the strong Tao of the emperor and subject caused Crown Prince Mo Zhen to instantly become a traitor who was punished and punished by the emperor. He was beaten until he knelt on the ground with tears streaming down his face. He kowtowed repeatedly and spat out a mouthful of blood. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I deserve it. The dignified prince of the Beacon Fire Empire actually knelt to Xiao Han and called him a sinner. Bang! 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 Xiao Han unleashed a flurry of punches onto Crown Prince Mo Zhen. He was beaten until his entire body was smashed. His tendons were broken, and his bones were fractured. Blood spurted out like a well, and mushroom clouds exploded from his body. His bones were shattered, and his liver and intestines were torn apart. Bang! 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 In the end, Crown Prince Mo Zhen was brutally beaten until his life was extinguished. He was completely dead. All the true energy in his body turned into ownerless true energy. It soared into the sky and exploded, causing the glazed light screen that enveloped the arena to sway and flicker. Piles of supreme-grade true Qi spirit stones, scrolls, artifacts, and elixirs burst out from Crown Prince Mo Zhen's true acupoint and scattered all over the ground. With a thought, Xiao Han stored all these items into his true acupuncture point. Soon after, he took a deep look at the viewing platform in the empty space, before silently withdrawing from the arena. The audience was completely silent. Even the entire death group's seating area was in complete silence. Xiao Han had directly destroyed Crown Prince Mo Zhen's coiling dragon True Qi and killed him. The image of a demon god was deeply imprinted in the minds of the audience. Xiao Han retracted his aura and quietly returned to his seat. His temperament was very calm and steady. After mastering the last move of the Son of Heaven's divine fist, the Son of Heaven's dragon transformation, Xiao Han had thoroughly mastered the entire set of fist techniques. It had also thoroughly cultivated the temperament of an expert. Every move he made had the trace of an emperor. I've entered the top 22 of the group of death. I'm getting closer and closer to the final 3. Just a few more rounds and I'll be able to obtain a spot in the main competition. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Moreover, Xiao Han could be said to have gained a lot from this preliminary round. During the fights on the arena, he had undergone several transformations, improving his cultivation realm and combat strength, breaking through the bottleneck in his cultivation. This was the result that Xiao Han wanted. Brother Xiao. You can still win like this? This fatty is convinced by you. I'm completely convinced. Fatty Zhu's fat face trembled as he said. Mo Qingtong also looked at Xiao Han. Brother Xiao, you were able to defeat Mo Zhen who had taken the ancient medicine. This is simply shocking. Furthermore, you did it when Mo Zhen's aura was at its strongest. Between life and death, you managed to turn defeat into victory. It's too wonderful. Now, if Qingtong were to meet Brother Xiao, she wouldn't dare to say that she could win. Brother Xiao is already one of the strongest among the seated contestants. Furthermore, Qingtong felt that Brother Xiao still has a trump card that you haven't used yet. Brother Xiao, you are truly unfathomable. I can't see through you. Heh. I'm just lucky. It just so happens that I've comprehended a cultivation technique that can restrain Mo Zhen. Mo Zhen kept saying that he wanted to suppress me. Even an ant would jump and resist, let alone me. It's just a fluke, a fluke. Xiao Han repeatedly declined modestly. I've already used all my strength. I don't have any more trump cards. The following matches are going to be very difficult. Brother Xiao. You always say that you have used all your trump cards, but you always have a new trump card. You are very dishonest, very dishonest. Fatty Zhu winked and said. Humph. Crown Prince Wuxia sat down. The corner of his eyes twitched. He gave Xiao Han a deep look and sneered. It's just that my cultivation technique can restrain that idiot Mo Zhen. Mo Zhen indeed brought this upon himself. If he didn't disperse that true Qi palm imprint of the sea, it's still unknown who would be the winner. Xia Feng also sat back and closed his eyes, nurturing his sword intent. Xia Feng, can you still confidently say that you can kill Xiao Han with 2 sword strikes? I'm afraid you can't, right? Crown Prince Wuxia provoked. Xia Feng pondered for a moment and said very seriously. Right now, I need 3 sword strikes to kill this person. 1 sword strike to break his momentum, 1 sword strike to break his defense, and 1 sword strike to kill. The other matches in the group of death continued. On the viewing platform in the void. Roar. Emperor Mo Chen had completely gone mad. His eyes were about to pop out and he roared as if he was grieving for the death of his parents. He actually beat my son to death. This is disgraceful. This is truly disgraceful. 9 Familial extermination. We will execute his 9 familial extermination. In this world, we will not coexist with him. Mo Chen, on the stage, life and death are determined by fate. If Xiao Han didn't comprehend the technique to break the great coiling dragon True Qi, I'm afraid the one who died now would be Xiao Han, right? You should know your place. Wu Mu said indifferently. Wu Mu. You. Mo Chen was flustered. This little aphid, what are you jumping about for? The heavenly devil old man's face revealed a displeased expression. He glared at Mo Chen, releasing a dense demonic aura. In an instant, Mo Chen became silent. His face revealed a confused expression of confusion and shock. All right, Mo Chen, sit down. Don't make a fuss, and don't try to take revenge on Xiao Han. Otherwise, I'll suppress you as well. An old man with an aura as deep as the sea glanced at Emperor Mo Chen. This world never sympathizes with the weak. Mo Chen, you are also a hero, so you should understand this. Don't pretend anymore. Be quiet. Mo Chen immediately softened and sat down, his eyes staring blankly. At this time, the group of old fogies began to whisper to each other. This young man Xiao Han is indeed strong. His mental fortitude is as solid as a boulder, and he can turn defeat into victory in the face of death. He had the potential to become a hero. No, to be honest, he has the potential to become an outstanding hero. With a talent like Xiao Han, he would definitely stand out in the previous hex contest. But this time, it was hard to say. He still had to go through the cruel test of the main competition. In fact, most of the seeded players in the southern region preliminaries are very strong. From this, it can be seen that this hex hero preliminaries are unparalleled. The strength of the young people who can rise in this hex trial has directly surpassed some of the hex heroes. I think they can directly compete for a place on the hex list. Our human race is getting more and more prosperous. One day, the demon clan would be exterminated. Let these mountains and rivers become a pure land and a paradise. Alright, let's continue watching the match. It seems that junior brother Xiao Han's battle strength is still far beyond my expectations. Xiao Mingqiu sat down again and leaned back on the chair, resuming his lazy and relaxed state. He looked at the Son of Heaven from the corner of his eyes. Heh. Son of Heaven, it didn't go as you wished. Junior brother Xiao Han killed Mo Zhen, it was really exciting. The muscles on the Son of Heaven's face kept twitching, and his face was gloomy. It's nothing. It's just good luck. There is a situation where the cultivation techniques are mutually restrained. It's not a direct suppression in battle strength. The best is yet to come. The matches of the group of death continued. After the close combat, the seeded players did not suffer any unexpected setbacks, and all of them advanced to the next round. Including Fatty Zhu, who had a bye, the 22 people of the group of death had all advanced. Next were 22 to 11, 11 to 6, and 6 to 3. There are 3 more matches. Xiao Han was clear in his heart. Who else will I meet? Hee, brother Xiao, who do you want to meet the most right now? Fatty Zhu came over and tried to find a topic to talk about. Of course it's brother Zhu. Xiao Han smiled. Don't joke around, brother Xiao. If you say that, Fatty will be under a lot of pressure. Fatty Zhu said bitterly. Alright, brother Zhu, you play by yourself. I'm going to cultivate. Xiao Han ignored Fatty Zhu and closed his eyes to rest. He visualized the 61 to 70 movements of the indestructible golden body. After mastering these 10 movements, when attacked by an enemy, he would be able to reflect 20% of the enemy's attack's power back. It was no small matter. At the same time, Xiao Han was also cultivating the third revolution of the 9 revolutions divine technique, trying to open the third batch of virtual true acupoints. Once he succeeded, Xiao Han would be able to cultivate 4 types of true Qi divine techniques at the same time. Soon, the flames of war rose again, and the matches of the other groups took turns. Almost all of them were matches of the 20-10 stage. Xiao Han was also cultivating while watching the battle with his eyes open. Xiao Yinrong defeated her opponent again and successfully entered the top 10 of her group. As for Hui Yang, who had consumed a precious medicine and overdraft his life potential to increase his battle strength, he naturally entered the top 10 of her group. The top 10 of the other 99 groups had also been decided. The qualifiers gradually came to an end. At the same time, it was also equivalent to entering the sect. Once again, it was the death group's turn. The 22 contestants no longer drew a blank. They directly fought in pairs to determine the top 11. According to the order, the first to fight was still Xiao Han. The 22 contestants of the death group all stood up, crossed their arms, and looked at the void stand. The atmosphere in the audience seats became tense again. In the seats of the sect, there are still 3 rounds left. For junior brother Xiao Han, among the 21 opponents, the most difficult to deal with are undoubtedly Xia Feng, Crown Prince Hualai, Mo Qingtong, and Ji Rushui. As for the rest of the opponents, with junior brother Xiao Han's current battle strength, he can easily crush them and win. Dongfang Qin clenched his fists. Let's see junior brother Xiao Han's luck. Junior brother Xiao Han fought against Si Kongji, Zhou Feng, and Mo Zhen who had consumed the ancient medicine. Almost all of them were battles between the strong, seeking victory in the midst of danger. It can be said that junior brother Xiao Han's luck has always been not very good. I hope the last 3 rounds will turn for the better. Fang Ling nodded silently. In the void stand, Wu Hao, Xiao Mingchu, the emperor of Dayang, Mo Chen, and some old antiques were also a little nervous. I hope Xiao Han will draw a stronger opponent. The emperor of Dayang revealed a sinister smile. Now, ordinary opponents can't stop him. We must draw a strong opponent. It's best if he draws my disciple or other seated contestants. Don't worry. The Dragon Bone Saint Blade smiled. There are still 3 rounds, Xiao Han won't be able to pass so easily. Even if he was lucky enough to pass 2 rounds consecutively. In the final round, 6-3, he will definitely have to face an existence that can kill him. At this moment, the random draw ended. The first match of the death group, Xiao Han of the Fire Beacon Empire's Cloud Sect vs Xia Feng of the Mingjian Villa. Wow, the audience was boiling. Xia Feng. Xiao Han actually drew Xia Feng. The legendary sword god possessed him. With a heaven-defying sword, he killed the seated contestant Qin Zhu in 1 strike. This was the worst draw. Chapter 149. In the last 3 rounds of the group of death, Xiao Han actually drew Xiafeng. The genius of Mingjian Villa, who had dreamt for 4 years and became a peerless swordsman after waking up. The entire audience was shocked. Originally, Xiao Han's performance was amazing. He defeated all his opponents and advanced to the next round with irresistible force. He was regarded as the #1 dark horse of the southern region preliminaries. If he was lucky, it was even possible for him to get a place in the group of death. But he met Xiafeng. Xiafeng was too relaxed in the previous rounds. No matter who he faced, he could defeat them with 1 strike. It was impossible for him to use a second strike. Even the seated player, Qin Zhu, only used 1 strike. His sharpness was unparalleled, and he could easily defeat any opponent while he was talking and laughing. 1 man and 1 sword, it was very extraordinary. Even when he used his sword, there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This smile had been named by the audience as the smile of the sword god. In the audience stand. In the great sect camp. This is too unlucky. Why did he have to pick Xiafeng? Dongfang Qin was going crazy. Junior brother Fang Ling, you are a sword cultivator. You are more accurate than me. Tell me, what are the chances of junior brother Xiao Han winning this round? Fang Ling's expression was extremely serious and his face was almost covered with frost. Sword cultivators have higher attack power than martial artists of the same level of true Qi realm. Seriously speaking, sword cultivators are not that scary. What's scary is the sword cultivator who has comprehended the sword intent. What's more, the sword cultivator who has comprehended the sword intent at the middle stage. This battle is very bad. Junior brother Xiao Han's flesh shell is very strong, but sword chi and saber chi specialize in breaking the defense of the flesh shell. Especially the sword will, condensing all the true chi and spirit into a single point, cutting through the void, obliterating everything. Xiafeng's sword intent has reached the middle stage. Dongfang Qin's voice trembled. I'm sure that he has comprehended the sword intent at the middle stage. He has a huge amount of spirit power and has reached the swordless realm where everything can be a sword. Moreover, his intent is advancing at the same time. Junior brother Fangling, what is the meaning of advancing at the same time? When the will arrives, the sword arrives. In other words, when he wants to kill someone, his sword has already pierced the enemy's body. The corners of Fangling's eyes twitched a few times. In terms of sword intent, Xiafeng is already slightly better than me. Could it be that junior brother Xiao Han has no chance of winning at all? Dongfang Qin felt his heart sink again and again, almost falling to the bottom. If you use illusory movement, you might be able to dodge Xiafeng's sword, Fang Ling said concisely. Beixian demon monarch's movements are illusory. There's no other way. The fist technique that junior brother Xiao Han comprehended just now had the aura of a true dragon and the power of the Son of Heaven. Could it be that he couldn't block it? Sword chi can break through all kinds of great forces. Fang Ling shook his head. Let's see how junior brother Xiao Han deals with this. In the void viewing platform. All right. That's great. The Emperor of Japan laughed in relief. Xiao Han is able to continuously increase his battle prowess in battle. That's not bad. From an objective point of view, he had to admit that he was bewitching. But it's all over now. Against Xiafeng, Xiao Han has no chance to struggle. He can only die. Ha 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 ha. Heaven's net has a long way to go. Mo Chen bellowed. Xiao Han has lost his mind and killed my son. And right now, he will be killed by Xiafeng. The cycle of karma and retribution. Shimen Piao Shui, the villa lord of Mingjian Villa, spoke up. Luo Luo had been sitting quietly without saying a word. 3 swords. Xiafeng killed Xiao Han in 3 swords. 3 swords are enough. Villa Lord Shimen, aren't you being too full of yourself? Xiao Ming Chu said with dissatisfaction. Xiafeng is the future sword god, and Xiao Han is a genius among mortals. But a god is a god, and a human is just a human. The difference between a human and a god, I'm already overestimating Xiao Han by saying 3 swords. Shimen Piao Shui closed his eyes and did not speak anymore. Everyone, why does my disciple Xiao Han have to face strong opponents in every round? What's the reason? Wu Yu could no longer maintain his composure and looked at the group of old antiques. Sect leader Wu, please calm down. The previous duels between the contestants were all random. It wasn't something we old fellows did behind the scenes. A sharp-beaked old man with an aura like that of an ancient ferocious bird explained with a faint smile. Humph. Wu Yu was extremely dissatisfied. All right, brother Wu, don't argue, the sky devil old man consoled him. Let's continue watching. Maybe Xiao Han will be able to survive another desperate situation. I can feel that this youth has an endless number of trump cards, and it's hard to see through him. Maybe there will be a surprise in this round. Wu Li shook his head lightly, but his agitated emotions quickly calmed down. Sect leader, what do you think? Xiao Ming Chu looked at Wu Yu nervously. In fact, I don't want Xiao Han to face Xiafeng and Ji Rushui, Wu Yu said in a low voice. In fact, Ji Rushui would be better than Xiafeng. Xiafeng's sword intent is terrifying, and once he makes a move, he will take his opponent's life. In the group of death, most of the remaining contestants looked at Xiao Han with gloating eyes. Only Mo Qintong and Fatty Zhu showed some worry in their eyes. The young woman Ji Rushui finally focused on the match. She looked at Xia Feng, then at Xiao Han, and her gentle eyes revealed an expression of contemplation and evaluation. Go to the ring, Xiao Han. Xia Feng nodded slightly to Xiao Han, then turned into a sword light and shot into the ring with his hands behind his back. Many of Xia Feng's fans in the audience immediately burst into thunderous cheers. Because Xia Feng was a sword cultivator, his temperament was very ethereal and elegant, and his robe was as white as snow, so he won the favor and worship of many female spectators. Many of them were excited, their faces burning, and their fists clenched as they cheered for Xia Feng. Xia Feng stood proudly in the ring like a lonely crane, with a cyan steel sword on his back. One man and one sword, lawless and unrestrained. Xiao Han did not show any signs of emotional and willpower collapse. He also moved and flashed into the ring. Brother Xiao, be careful, Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu warned at the same time. In the ring. The two stood facing each other. Xia Feng stood there. His body was tall and straight, and his clothes were as white as snow. He looked like a statue that had been standing there since the beginning of time. His temperament was ethereal and arrogant, and he seemed to have an innate desire. A desire of a peerless swordsman standing on the peak, feeling lonely at the top. He had not drawn his sword yet, but his momentum was like a sharp sword, about to pierce through the sky. Around his body, there were illusions of rustling leaves and falling petals. Under the influence of his sword intent, heaven and earth were dim, and the moon and stars were dim. Between heaven and earth, a kind of dusk suddenly appeared, like dusk. Dusk of the gods. Xiao Han, you should have gone further, Xia Feng said. Unfortunately, you met me. In fact, I admire your potential and your calmness during the battle. But we met, and one of us is destined to fall. The difference between our realms is not big, but you have no chance, because sword cultivators are the profession with the strongest attack power. Some people say that the defense of sword cultivators is very weak, but the strongest sword cultivator, why do they need to defend? He spoke with fervor and assurance. Pointing out the country. Hey! You are the same as that Zhou Feng, always long-winded and talking a lot of nonsense. You tried to disintegrate my will and spirit, but it was useless. Xiao Han smiled. It is said that sword cultivators are good at finding the enemy's weakness and killing them with one strike. You want to use a psychological attack to make me reveal a flaw in my heart, right? Then you will be disappointed. Although I have some fortuitous encounters, my battle strength is based on my own saber, spear, fist, and kick. And you, Xia Feng, it is said that after sleeping for 4 years, you rose to the sky in one step, from a trash to a first-class demon of the sword villa. The origin of your cultivation is very mysterious. I've always believed that only those who have tempered themselves in life and death situations are the most reliable, and not someone like you who suddenly made a name for yourself. Enough. Shut up. Xia Feng's expression changed slightly, and the next moment, his right hand directly grabbed the hilt of the sword. You are worthy of drawing my sword, so what if you are a sword cultivator? Die for me. Suddenly, Xiao Han made his move. His body moved, tearing through the air, crushing towards Xia Feng. His right fist gathered hundreds of thousands of cauldrons of strength, and he was about to throw a punch. At this moment, every pore of Xia Feng's body released a supreme sword qi. This sword qi cut through the air, space, and time. It actually distorted the light on the stage. The whole stage seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Huh! My 5 senses seem to have been cut off by this sword. His sword intent seems to have affected my spirit. Xiao Han felt that the whole world had lost its vitality, and everything was withering, falling into eternal darkness. In the audience stand. Why did the stage turn dark? In the void stand. Xia Feng's sword intent is too high. The sword intent of the middle stage is indeed unfathomable, and it even seems to ignore the rules of the heavenly Tao. Lawless. The sword intent cut off Xiao Han's 5 senses. This is the terrifying power of the middle stage sword intent. On the stage, Break for me. Spirit. My spirit isn't weak either. Xiao Han channeled his spirit forcefully, and slowly, his eyes were about to tear through the darkness of the world. At this moment, a ray of sword light pierced through the air. This ray of sword light was breathtaking, as gorgeous and magnificent as fireworks. It was sharp and murderous, like a flying immortal from the heavens, and a ray of sword light froze 19 prefectures. This sword was so fast that people's minds could not keep up with it. It was like a nightmare. The intent came together. He wanted to kill you, and his sword had already pierced your body. This sword caused the whole stage to regain its brightness, but all the light was like a background in front of this sword. Xia Feng held the sword in his hand, and many people in the audience stand saw the smile at the corner of Xia Feng's mouth. The smile of the sword god. The audience could not help but shout in their hearts. Moreover, many swordsmen in the audience were asking themselves, "Can I resist this sword?" In the seats of the Pure Rain sect. In a split second, a thought appeared in Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling's minds. With this sword, Xiafeng was already qualified to be a demon hero. There was no need to take any assessment anymore. On the stage, just when Xia Feng was about to pierce through Xiao Han's body, Xiao Han's mind finally recovered. At the moment of life and death, the inextinguishable golden body surged out, sparkling and dazzling. Densely packed bone texts blossomed. Zen sounds were heard everywhere. Pooh! This sword slashed into the golden light of the inextinguishable golden body, and the monstrous sword chi directly crushed the inextinguishable golden body. Such a strong sword intent. This sword chi contains the middle stage sword intent, quenching the void, condensing the attack into one point, and it can penetrate my inextinguishable golden body. In fact, my indestructible golden body would be able to block any other true chi attack, but sword intent is unpredictable and hard to block. Even if it's the small success stage sword intent, it should not be able to make me so embarrassed. Unfortunately, this guy has the middle stage sword intent. These thoughts flashed across Xiao Han's mind in less than half a breath. Although the inextinguishable golden body could not completely block this sword, it still won a little time for Xiao Han to survive. He quickly retreated. But Xia Feng slashed again and again, and the second sword was like maggots in a tarsal bone. Xiao Han took out the true dragon and the Emperor's power. However, the Emperor's power was also cut open. Momentum was originally nothingness, yet sword intent could penetrate nothingness. Without thinking, Xiao Han directly released the hornless dragon, and then released the spirit turtle True Chi, and an ancient turtle shell appeared in front of him. These movements dazzled everyone's eyes. Clang! Clang! The sword intent pierced through the hornless dragon and the turtle shell. At this time, Xiao Han had already left the range of the sword intent. Xia Feng stood still with his sword, and did not chase after him. Xiao Han took back the Emperor's True Chi, the hornless dragon True Chi, and the spirit turtle True Chi. The two of them stood opposite each other, more than 100 feet apart, looking at each other. Not bad. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves, and you actually managed to block 4 of my attacks. That is enough to make you famous. Xia Feng's eyes were filled with pride, for attacks still couldn't kill you. You are an anomaly. That is enough to be proud. Unfortunately, even if you encountered Prince Wolai, you wouldn't have been forced into such a miserable state. Unfortunately, I am a swordsman. If you were also a swordsman, or a saber user, you wouldn't have been in such a miserable state. What a pity. What a pity. Really? Xiao Han adjusted his breathing. The next moment, clang! A saber jumped out of Xiao Han's true meridian and was held in his hand. A large area of the air was immediately cut into a jagged shape by the invisible saber intent. Xiao Han held the saber, and his aura surged. The saber intent that was like the evil dragon kept increasing, unstoppable. Clang! 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 On the audience stand, many people who had single sabers with them felt their sabers vibrate slightly, as if they were resonating with Xiao Han's saber. With the saber in hand, Xiao Han's domineering aura surged. Xia Feng's pupils constricted. You are? Saber user. Xiao Han said indifferently. On the void stand. What? A swordsman met a saber user? Xiao Han is actually a saber user. Saber intent. Not a normal saber user, but a saber user who has comprehended the saber intent. Too exciting. P.S. Send a piece of 4,000 words. I'm going out to meet with my friends tonight. I probably won't be able to update it. I've been cooped up at home for half a month, and I'm feeling dispirited. I'll take this opportunity to go out for some fresh air. I hope everyone can understand. I'll remember the chapters 10U. Merry Christmas to everyone. To be continued. Chapter 150. With the saber in his hand, Xiao Han's aura suddenly changed. The shocking saber chi surged and surged out like a great river. It formed a twisted and violent wave above Xiao Han's head, hiding a tyrannical and unparalleled battle intent. Xiao Han's eyes became as cold as still water as he stared at Xia Feng. His eyes also reflected the sharpness of the saber intent. The qualities of a saber user were completely revealed from Xiao Han. His thinking ability was raised to the peak. His state of mind was as clear as the sun. Oh. Xia Feng was startled for a moment. Then, he squinted his eyes and a look of enjoyment and intoxication appeared on his face. Good. Very good. He hid himself well. He created a false impression from the beginning and made people think that he is a body cultivator. But in fact, his real trump card is the saber. A saber user who has comprehended the saber intent. This is getting more and more interesting. This year's Southern Region preliminaries made me feel very bored and dry. Now, there is finally a decent saber user. A swordsman and a saber user are natural enemies. Xiao Han, you have brought me a pleasant surprise. Do you know what is my favorite thing to do? Xia Feng opened his eyes and the sword chi in his eyes was like a tide. His gaze alone could kill people. I love killing saber users. Defeating saber with a sword is the happiest thing in my life. In this world, from the ancient times until now, sabers are not as good as swords. Xia Feng's sword aura was also rising and shooting up to the sky. The heavenly sword pierced through the clouds and only I am supreme. The entire arena was completely filled with saber aura and sword aura. Apprehension. Paranoia. This battle had become the most intense battle of the Southern Region preliminaries so far. A battle of the peak. At the spectator stand. The spectators were stunned by this sudden and unexpected turn of events. Soon after, discussions and clamoring noises rose and fell one after another. Xiao Han is a saber user. This is so unexpected. I can't feel any aura of a saber user from him. But with the saber in his hand, his aura suddenly became sharp. He is undoubtedly a peerless saber user. In terms of ability, Xiao Han can be considered to be the best in the Southern Territory qualifiers this time. It's as if he's always holding something back. I can't see through him at all. A bladesman versus a swordsman. This will always be the most exciting duel. It will be so shocking that it will explode one's eyes. Furthermore, when a bladesman and a swordsman met, they would go all out. They would not rest until one of them died. Sabers and swords are like water and fire. But in terms of momentum, Xia Feng clearly has the upper hand. Xia Feng's sword intent had already reached the middle stage. I wonder what level Xiao Han's saber intent has reached. In the seats of the Pure Cloud sect. I didn't expect junior brother Xiao Han's saber technique to be so sharp. He could finally compete with Xia Feng in terms of aura. I won't be as embarrassed as I was just now. Dong Fangqin's eyes lit up with hope again. Fang Ling's expression also changed slightly as he immediately spoke in a low voice. Initial mastery saber intent versus middle mastery sword intent. This, junior brother Fong Ling, you also possess the rare sword intent. He had fought with countless swordsmen. What do you think? Dong Fong Qin quickly asked. Saber intent and sword intent are illusory and very difficult to comprehend. However, after comprehending saber intent and sword intent from nothing, it's even more difficult to consolidate and deepen their state. Don't think that there's a fine line between initial mastery and middle mastery, but it's a huge chasm. This threshold is no less than the difference between physical body realm and true energy realm. And the difference between middle mastery and great mastery is no exaggeration to describe it as a mortal and an immortal. Fong Ling said in a serious tone. It was very difficult to comprehend saber intent and sword intent from nothing. Once comprehended, the difference between initial mastery and middle mastery was like the difference between physical body realm and true energy realm. The difference between middle mastery and great mastery was like the difference between a mortal and an immortal. In other words, junior brother Xiao Han still doesn't have much of a chance. He can only resist for a while and will still lose in the end. Dong Fong Qin's heart tightened again. Seriously speaking, junior brother Xiao Han's saber intent is at initial mastery and is advancing towards middle mastery. If he can break through the barrier of heaven and man under the pressure of Xia Feng's sword intent and ascend to middle mastery, he might be able to turn the tables. Otherwise, he can only rely on the demon clan's secret technique to win by surprise. Ascending from initial mastery to middle mastery? Junior brother Fong Ling, based on your experience, how confident are you? 1 in 1,000. On the void viewing platform. Brother Wu, look, I told you that Xiao Han still has a trump card. Don't be impatient, don't be impatient. Interesting, his saber intent is very mature, it doesn't look like he just comprehended it. This kid, even I couldn't tell that he is a swordsman. The heavenly devil old man shook his head. Wu's emotions calmed down a little. Xiao Mingqiu also heaved a sigh of relief, but he still didn't dare to completely relax his tense heart. The situation now is very dangerous. Both sides have used their saber intent and sword intent, so there's a 99% chance that they will go all out. Under the influence of qi, either the saber intent will crush the sword intent, or the sword intent will destroy the saber intent. It's hard to have a third result. Between these two, one of them will die. The Emperor of the Sun smiled. Of course, I'm more optimistic about Xiafeng. Even a fool knows that middle mastery sword intent can easily crush initial mastery saber intent. That's true. The Dragon Bone Saint Saber agreed. Initial mastery and middle mastery are worlds apart. Mingjian Mountain Villa Lord Shiman Piaoxue felt Xiao Han's saber intent. He opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Xiao Han on the stage. Then he closed his eyes again and said indifferently. Still very immature. A blonde middle-aged swordsman with blue eyes said, his saber intent ancient and profound, there was a world of sabers in his eyes. If this young man Xiao Han becomes my disciple, he will definitely become a first-class swordsman in a few years. It's not impossible for him to get a rank on the monster hero ranking. After a pause, he looked at a few old antiques. Everyone, can we give up this match? Xiafeng and Xiao Han were both rare geniuses. In fact, their combat strength and talent have already surpassed many low-level monster heroes. Now, when two tigers fight, one of them will definitely be injured. The confrontation between saber intent and sword intent will result in mutual destruction. It's no small matter. If we lose one of them, it'll be an irreparable loss for the entire southern region. The old antiques looked at each other, their eyes shining with contemplative and conflicted expressions. An old antique said in a low voice, how about, we stop the match? The southern region can't compare to the eastern region and the great wilderness. There are many young geniuses over there, it doesn't matter if some of them die. Our southern region will have one less dead. I can't bear to see either Xiao Han or Xiafeng die. They'll both be excellent monster heroes in the future and have the potential to kill monster kings. The old antiques nodded. At the same time, they looked at a bald old man. The bald old man said in a deep voice, his aura experienced the vicissitudes of life. There was light in his eyes. If we stop the match now, it'll be very disadvantageous for their future development. They've already released their battle intent, we can't stop it now. Two geniuses, leave one of them alive. Instead of getting two mediocre geniuses, it's better to get one of them who could prove the Tao in the future. Ah, it's so cruel. The old antiques didn't dare to disobey the bald old man. We've always been like this. There's nothing cruel about it. It's the rule of the game. The bald old man was very indifferent. On the arena, Xiao Han and Xiafeng didn't move at all. They didn't draw their sabers or swords to attack each other. They were both increasing their auras. The duel between a saber artist and a swordsman was very interesting. It didn't mean that they had to fight each other at close range to kill each other. It was as if such a clash of auras was even more dangerous than the previous one. Xia Feng's sword momentum was very violent. It was like a great river that could split the shore, rolling up wave after wave of huge waves. For a moment, it turned into thousands of silver snakes, rolling all over the sky. Each silver snake was filled with the terrible sword intent that could move mountains, fill seas, and destroy the void. It could tear the sky and cut everything in its way. This made Xiafeng look even more extraordinary. There seemed to be many ancient sword kingdoms hidden deep in his eyes. His aura was flawless, full and smooth. With a slight movement of his body, it was as if he was about to ascend to the heavens. Moreover, Xiafeng's sword aura was in harmony with the heavenly Tao and nature. In the end, his sword aura was so strong that it gradually became one with the heavenly Tao, making his sword like the sky. There was no trace of it. It was high and mighty. Moreover, it secretly contained a feeling that it was above the heavenly Tao. My Tao of sword is not inherited from Mingjian Villa. I cultivate the heavenly sword, using the sky as my sword. If you go against me, you will go against the heavenly Tao, Xiafeng said proudly. Then I'll go against the heavenly Tao. Xiao Han was also activating his saber aura. However, under the interference of Xiafeng's heavenly sword aura, Xiao Han's saber aura seemed very weak, like the sun setting in the west. It couldn't become stronger. This caused Xiao Han to be at a disadvantage. In terms of power, it could be said that Xiao Han was being suppressed. All of a sudden. Boom! In Xiao Han's 30 true meridians, light and clouds bloomed. The Emperor's aura swept out, covering the sky and earth. The dazzling Emperor's true qi gushed out and turned into a true dragon, circling above Xiao Han's head. The Emperor's aura combined with Xiao Han's saber aura, creating a domineering aura of the Emperor with a saber. The confrontation between the saber aura and the sword aura had somewhat evened out Xiao Han's disadvantage. Oh! The aura is rising? The saber aura has some domineering intent of the Tao of monarch and minister. You want my sword aura to submit? Ha ha ha, the Emperor's saber aura is still not enough to defy the heavenly Tao. Alright, let's end this. Xiao Han, your saber aura must have reached its peak. Then, you should have no complaints if I kill you now. Moreover, it will also allow me to experience the greatest pleasure. The corner of Xiafeng's mouth curved into a smile. It was a very mysterious smile. As if it didn't belong to the mortal world. It was the sword god's smile. Xiafeng was about to make his move. The next moment. Boom! Xiafeng finally made his move. The sword came with the power of the heavens. It was as if a large piece of the sky was pressing down on Xiao Han. This sword was the heavens. The heavenly sword. This sword broke all the rules of the mortal world and re-established the rules of this sword. Moreover, this sword contained the sword intent of the middle stage, which could freeze and kill people's thoughts. Anyone's thoughts would stop, and they would be at the mercy of the sword. And they were willing to do it, because humans could not defeat the heavens, let alone go against the heavens. The first thought that came to the minds of many of the heroes in the audience seats was, I can't block this sword. At most, they could see if they could survive, but they couldn't block it. The minds of the weaker audience members could not keep up with this sword at all. Xiao Han on the arena. It's too fast. The speed of this sword is faster than the speed of my saber. Xiafeng's thought process is also faster than mine. I can only barely catch a trace of this sword. I'm going all out. Saber intent. Kill him for me. 7 fragment saber technique. Broken jade technique. Broken sky technique. Clang. Under the sword intent that was as scorching as the sea and as powerful as the sky, Xiao Han could only catch a trace of it, and then he found a chance to attack. He didn't hold back any of his saber intent and 7 fragment saber technique anymore. A ripple swept across the air, and a violent and domineering saber intent came out like an evil dragon. A large area of space in the arena was rolling and spreading apart. Under the effect of 7 fragment saber technique, the space was cut into pieces by the saber light, and the jade-like cracks spread everywhere. Moreover, the broken sky technique kept confining and shattering the space, destroying the sword intent. This was also the pinnacle of Xiao Han's saber Dao. His essence, qi, spirit, and saber intent were all released. Puchi. The saber intent and the sword intent completely collided. They strangled each other. In less than a breath's time, the saber intent was completely suppressed by the sword intent. Puff, Xiao Han spat out a mouthful of blood, and his saber intent weakened. His mind was as fast as lightning, and he withdrew his saber intent. Golden light bloomed from his body, and he was going to crush Xiafeng with the power of his body. All kinds of methods were used. In fact, Xiao Han's ultimate attack was to buy himself some time, and then he could kill Xiafeng in close combat. Because Xiao Han knew that his saber intent could never compete with Xiafeng's sword intent in the middle phase. Only by getting close to Xiafeng and using his powerful body to fight with him was the only way to defeat him. In a split second, Xiao Han's saber intent was defeated, and he was already pouncing on Xiafeng. All the strength in his flesh shell surged out. Golden spears and armored horses bobbed up and down. Whirlpools appeared in all directions and mushroom clouds exploded everywhere. Behind him, there was even the roar of a primordial beast. He was like a savage beast in human form as he charged forward. Ha 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 ha. Xiafeng laughed wildly, puny saber intent. All right. Break. Boom, an arc that transcended all worldly beauty encompassed the 4 seas, annihilating the heavens as it swept past. This arc contained the heavenly Tao, nature, power of the heavens, sword Tao, sword Qi, sword God, sword intent, sword art. It was almost invincible. In the darkness, there seemed to be the pious chanting of countless sword shio. Puff. The speed of this sword completely surpassed the speed of Xiao Han's thinking. So, before the saber intent that Xiao Han was about to withdraw, it was intercepted and destroyed by the sword intent. Puff. An obscure breaking sound came. Xiao Han's saber intent was shattered by the sword intent. The saber intent transformed into mottled fragments that scattered and fluttered in the air, like pieces of magnificent gemstones that had been shattered. Puff, Xiao Han's mind went blank, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body that was charging at Xiafeng suddenly stopped, and he fell backward, his face as pale as a piece of paper. Keng, the single saber in Xiao Han's hand was shattered into pieces, and his saber intent was being pushed back, as if it was buried. Bang! Xiao Han fell heavily on the ground. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han, your saber intent has been shattered by me. Even if I spare your life today, you will never be able to cultivate saber Dao in the future. Moreover, once the saber intent is shattered, it can never be restored. And there will be an irreparable flaw in your soul. From now on, your battle intent will be obliterated, and you will become a coward, and you will never dare to fight with others. Ha 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 ha. Xiafeng roared to the sky. He was very proud. In the audience seats. All the audience stood up. The saber intent is shattered. Oh my God. Xiao Han's saber intent was directly crushed by Xiafeng's sword intent. In the seats of the Pure Rain sect. Oh no. Junior brother Xiao Han's saber intent has been shattered into pieces. Dongfang Qin jumped up. This is bad. When saber intent and sword intent collide, this is the most frightening result, directly crushing each other. This is a huge blow to junior brother Xiao Han. In the future, it is very likely that he will not be able to advance in martial Dao, or even be destroyed without advancing. Fang Ling's face turned pale. In the void platform, Xiao Han has been crippled. Completely crippled. The great sun's son laughed sinisterly. Reduced to a cripple. The blonde-haired and blue-eyed swordsman's eyes revealed a crazy look of regret. What a pity. The saber intent is not just shattered, but it is completely shattered. Xiafeng's sword intent is too strong, it shattered the young Xiao Han's saber intent without leaving a trace. Sect Master, junior brother Xiao Han is still defeated. Xiao Mingchu stood up, his eyes were like torches. The most important thing now is to save junior brother Xiao Han's life. Forget it, let him admit defeat. The Peerless Tang Sect. Chapter 151. In the Arena. PMM. The arena was dead silent, like a graveyard or a ghost town. It was indeed a graveyard. A peerless blade intent that buried a blade user. Xiao Han was lying on the arena, his body trembling. His mind was blank. His thoughts were almost destroyed by Xiafeng's sword. The blade intent of a blade user was derived from the spirit and soul. When the blade intent was crushed, even the spirit would be damaged. He might even become an idiot. My blade intent has been crushed, my head hurts. Xiao Han's heart was filled with palpitations and unwillingness. But this defeat was unavoidable. Xiafeng was at the middle stage of the sword intent, while Xiao Han was at the lower stage of the blade intent. The difference between the lower stage and the middle stage was like the difference between the physical body realm and the true Qi realm. A physical body realm cultivator fighting against a true Qi realm cultivator, the result was self-evident. The difference was too big. Moreover, sword cultivators were very extreme. Their attack power could be said to be the best, but their defense was almost negligible. They completely used offense as defense. Sword intent could break through momentum and flesh defense. The fragmented saber intent spreading in the arena finally turned to dust. There was no trace of the blade intent left in the arena. All that was left was the powerful sword intent. Xiafeng stood proudly on the arena with his sword back in its sheath. He put his hands behind his back and looked down at Xiao Han with arrogance and disdain. It was the attitude of a winner. Did you hear that? The moment the blade intent was crushed, that beautiful sound, it really fascinated me. Xiafeng's face showed an infatuated expression. That sound was like the sound of a fairy, intoxicating. Xiao Han, at this moment, you are like a dead dog. There must be a lot of secrets on you. If it was someone else, they would definitely want something from you. But I, Xiafeng, will not. I, Xiafeng, focus on my sword and treat everything else as dirt. I will let you die peacefully. You can think of this as a charity. You should feel honored. The entire Sunset Mountain was dead silent. Everyone looked at the arena with complicated expressions. Some were regretful, some were gloating, some were feeling sorry, and some were frightened, in the death group. The rest of the contestants were all standing, looking steadily at the arena. Oh no. Brother Zhao's saber intent was crushed into fine powder. This is a huge blow to him. It is very likely that he will never be able to recover from this setback and will eventually sink into depravity. No. Xiafeng will take this opportunity to kill Brother Xiao. What should I do? Brother Zhao's temper is quite good, he shouldn't die here. Fatty Zhu had a nervous look on his face. The next moment, he raised his head to look in the direction of the void grandstand and yelled in a loud voice. Lord Father, please plead for Brother Xiao, so that he doesn't die under Xiafeng's sword. Mo Qingtong was also chanting. Some musical notes bloomed in the air and were sent to the void grandstand. This time, even if he doesn't die, he'll be a cripple. Crown Prince Huolai crossed his arms and looked deeply at Xiafeng. How should I deal with Xiafeng? It's very troublesome. Of course, it's best if I don't meet this abnormal fellow. In the seats of the Pure Cloud sect. Second senior brother, third senior brother, what do we do now? The group of true disciples of Cloud sect was panicking. Charge into the arena. Get junior brother Xiao Han out. Dongfang Qin said sternly. Everyone, don't act rashly. This arena is reinforced by a powerful expert, we can't charge in. Let's see how sect head and big senior brother deal with it. Fang Ling quickly advised. If you rashly disrupt the Hex selection tournament, you will be punished. Everyone, don't be rash. Sect head and big senior brother both cherish Xiao Han's talent and will definitely not sit by and do nothing. Void grandstand. Wu Yu and Heaven Devil Old Man Xiao Mingchu stood up at almost the same time. Elder Duan, my sect's disciple Xiao Han's blade intent has been shattered and he no longer has the strength to fight. Let him admit defeat and I will take him away. Withdraw from this year's Hex selection tournament. 5 years later, we will make a comeback. Wu Yu looked at the bald old man. Sect head Wu. The bald old man frowned slightly. Young Xiao Han's blade intent has been shattered. Even with your means, you can't help him recover and regain his blade intent. Moreover, there will be a huge flaw in his heart. 5 years later, I'm afraid he will no longer have the ability to participate in the next Hex selection tournament. No matter. In short, Xiao Han can't die here. Absolutely not. Wu Yu's eyes were already a little fierce and there was a fierce murderous intent rolling. Heaven Devil Old Man also stared at the bald old man without blinking. Surname Duan, can you give me some face? A middle-aged fat man with a vast aura also stood up. Oh. Just now, my little fatty spoke up and wanted to plead for Xiao Han. Elder Duan, let this kid go, he has already lost anyway. There's no need to kill him. The bald old man laughed involuntarily. Why are you guys being so aggressive? Whether to let Xiao Han go or not, that's Xiafeng's business, what does it have to do with me? Enough, I will plead for you guys. The Great Sun Emperor and the Dragon Bone Saint Blade looked at each other. The Great Sun Emperor sneered. No matter, it's better for this kid to be alive. There are many secrets that need to be interrogated from him. A supreme voice filled with boundless divine might transmitted from the void to the arena stage. Enough, Xiafeng, you win, don't kill Xiao Han. Oh. Xiafeng followed the voice and looked at the void viewing platform. He curled his lips and flicked his fingernails. I can let this piece of trash go, but I need him to admit defeat and beg me. Only then can he live. Xiao Han, beg me. I can consider not killing you. Xiafeng looked at Xiao Han, his face full of mockery. And at this moment, Xiao Han, just when Xiao Han's blade intent was completely shattered, and not a single trace of it could be found, in Xiao Han's heart, there was a throbbing. Wang wang wang, a ball of light flew out and quietly opened up in front of Xiao Han, like a scroll of painting, 7 fragment blade techniques 3rd style. Fragmented will form. These were the mnemonics, diagrams, and Upanishads of the fragmenting style. This fragmented will form, when Xiao Han first entered the true Qi realm, he already obtained the cultivation method. But at that time, Xiao Han couldn't understand the essence of it. He couldn't understand the profound meaning. Moreover, he didn't dare to shatter his own blade easily. At this moment, Xiao Han's blade intent disappeared, and under the cultivation method of fragmented will form, a few lines of small words appeared: break and establish, rebirth of blade intent. Break and establish, invincible in the world. What? Break and establish? Xiao Han's mind was shocked. The next moment, Wang, a ray of light directly entered Xiao Han's soul. This fragmented will form, the entire cocoon of light directly entered Xiao Han's injured soul. Rumble. Rumble. As soon as Xiao Han came into contact with this thought, in an instant, 100,000 traces of Blade Dao appeared in his soul. Endless profound meaning of Blade Dao. Comprehension of Blade Dao. In an instant, Xiao Han was enlightened. He was reborn. That decaying and painful soul, essence, qi, and spirit, began to be reborn. It was as if, in Xiao Han's soul, a bright light appeared, illuminating the dark night, allowing him to clearly see the path of development in the future. He had grasped the true meaning and profound meaning of the Supreme Blade Dao. Break and establish? Break and establish? I get it. I, Xiao Han, get it. An epiphany. In Xiao Han's almost empty eyes, the immortal blade light condensed again. Hurry up and beg for mercy. Xiafeng enjoyed the fruit of victory, looking down at Xiao Han, and laughing at him to his heart's content. The audience once again burst into a flurry of discussions. How pitiful. Xiao Han is so pitiful. He was a genius among geniuses, and at least among the younger generation of the southern domain, he was one of the best. But now, he has a bleak ending. He has no dignity, he has to kneel down and beg for mercy to live. It really makes one sigh with regret. Such a genius was born at the wrong time. But he just had to participate in this year's most terrifying and powerful devil hero trial in history. If it was in the past, he would have become a devil hero long ago. It's nothing. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. Xiafeng is stronger than him, so he has the right to humiliate and trample on him. At this moment, clang! 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 In the deathly silent arena, the sound of swords actually rang out from all directions. Following that, speckles of mottled saber lights appeared like shattered gems and floated in the air, causing the arena to be as resplendent as the night sky. Is it the broken blade intent? What's going on? The entire audience fell into silence again. Everyone stared at the arena with wide eyes. In the void stand. What's going on? How come the entire arena is filled with fragmented saber intents? An old antique cried out in horror. This? The bald old man was confused, and his voice trembled. Could it be, wait. Let me see again, let me see more carefully. Oh. This is? Xiafeng was also confused. Suddenly, Xiao Han stood up from the ground. He stood up again. Clang, the saber intent fragments floating in the arena resonated with each other. At the same time, king, in the spectator seats, all the martial artists with blades, no matter if it was a single blade, a willow leaf blade, a ghost head blade, a thick back thin blade, a strange curved blade, all of their blades were automatically unsheathed and flew towards the arena. What's going on? My saber? Why did I lose control of my blade? As if summoned by some unseen force, my God. What was going on? Boom! In the arena, all the shattered saber intents were instantly absorbed by Xiao Han's soul. Bang! A vast and mighty aura erupted from Xiao Han's body. The peerless saber qi, which was many times stronger than before, burst forth from every pore on Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's face lit up with the light of enlightenment. His aura continued to rise. His surroundings were filled with the hum of sabers. Xiao Han's gaze also became fierce and domineering, as if he could see through everything. He was showing off his abilities. Pooh! Puff! 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 Streaks of saber qi exploded in the sky like a blooming divine light. In an instant, a huge array of saber lights appeared in the sky. Saber gods, saber emperors, and saber artists walked in it. The saber qi swept across tens of thousands of miles, slaughtering the heavens, destroying the ages, and destroying the universe. Clang! Another single blade jumped out from Xiao Han's true meridian and was held in his hand. Bang! 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 With the saber in his hand, a mysterious aura exploded out, causing the many saber-shaped weapons floating outside the arena to explode into pieces. A destructive saber intent rushed out from Xiao Han's body like a peerless dragon coming into being. The saber intent could split the galaxy. In the arena, the saber aura and the sword aura instantly fought against each other. It was no longer the same as before, when the saber technique was weak and bitterly suppressed, looking like it was on the verge of death. Xiafeng, you want me to kneel before you? F***CKU. Xiao Han's eyes were filled with the desire to fight. I, Xiao Han, have been reborn with the saber intent. From now on, I will break swords like cutting bamboo. In the void spectator stand, the saber intent has been reborn. Broken and reborn. Breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Reaching the middle stage of the saber intent. This is something that only happens once in 10,000 years. I can't believe it happened to Xiao Han. The bald old man said hysterically. This man is a monster. A monster. The number one genius of the southern region. The number one genius through and through. Junior brother Xiao Han's saber intent has reached the middle stage. Xiao Ming Chu said in a trembling voice. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The crow laughed wildly. To be continued. Chapter 152. Xiao Han had finally grasped the meaning of the third style of the seven-fragment saber technique, the will-shattering form. It was breaking down and building up. After the saber intent was completely shattered, it underwent a nirvanic rebirth, causing the saber intent to soar to a whole new level. From initial success to middle success. It was a huge leap and transformation. Middle success meant that the saber Dao was not limited to anything. Grass, wood, bamboo, stone, air, water, everything in the world could be used as a saber. This level was also called saberless. It meant that the saber Dao was more powerful than the saber Dao. Now, I can easily kill a strand of my saber intent at the middle success realm, and it can travel 10 times faster than the speed of sound. Also, my thinking speed has greatly improved. My mind is clear and flawless. Just a casual look from him can turn into a saber that can kill people. Xiao Han looked at Xiafeng calmly. Of course, the middle success realm was not the perfect saber intent. Above it was the great success realm, where a strand of saber chi could kill people from 10,000 miles away. Above the great success realm, there was the legendary saber intent enchanting. At this realm, one could open the gate of the saber world and receive the ancient saber soul. It was said that one could kill immortals at this realm. However, it was unknown whether or not anyone in this region had reached the god myth level. Xiafeng. Xiao Han said slowly. What do you say now? How about you kneel down and kowtow to me, and I will let you live. Right, you have to shatter your own sword intent. That way, you can barely survive. Now, Xiao Han's saber intent was on par with Xiafeng's middle sword intent. Moreover, it was on the spiritual level. No one was suppressing the other anymore. It was a very subtle state. They were on equal footing. How dare you? Xiafeng's face was slightly twisted. Xiao Han. You are indeed lucky to be able to break through the barrier between heaven and man and reach the middle success realm. But what right do you have to insult me? The middle success realm and the middle success realm are neck and neck. Besides, my sword Dao is the Dao of invincibility, the Dao of absolute victory. It is the Dao of heaven. I will shatter your saber intent again. I'll consign you to eternal damnation. In the void spectator stand. All the old fogies and experienced swordsmen were excited. Great. For the southern territory to be able to give birth to a monster like Xiao Han, it was truly a blessing. This little guy may represent the southern region and suppress the younger generation of the eastern region and the great wilderness in this year's Devil Hero trial. I heard that in this year's Devil Hero preliminaries, once you stand out, you will become a Devil Hero. There would be generous rewards. More than any previous generation. the bald old man said with a flushed face. Some old antiques. Everyone nodded in agreement. Humph. A cold snort came from Mingjian Villa's villa master, Shimen Piaoxue. Xiao Han is really arrogant and ignorant. This seat thinks that he's a complete villain intoxicated by success. Oh. Wu Yu looked at Shimen Piaoxue with an unfriendly expression. Manner Master Shimen, a vile person is intoxicated by success? I think that Xiao Han is a genius. Why do you say that he is a petty person who is intoxicated by success? The bald old man looked at Shimen Piaoxue with some displeasure. He was lucky enough to comprehend the middle stage sword intent. Not bad. But Xia Feng also has the middle stage sword intent. The two of them are evenly matched. Xiao Han actually dared to say that he wants Xia Feng to destroy his own sword intent, as if he would definitely win against Xia Feng. Humph. It is still unknown who will win. He is too early to be complacent. If this isn't a petty person intoxicated by success, what is? Shimen Piaoxue's tone was full of dissatisfaction and sarcasm. Ha 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 ha. Shimen Piaoxue, that's why I said that you are ignorant. Wu Yu laughed. I also admit that when the middle stage sword intent goes up against the middle stage sword intent, no one can gain the upper hand. It can be a draw. But sword cultivators are strong in offense and weak in defense. Xia Feng is focused on the sword. Other than the sword Dao, everything else is not worth mentioning. His realm is not high either. As for Xiao Han, his body is as strong as a beast in human form. His fist technique has the power of the emperor. Shimen Piaoxue, what do you say? Shimen Piaoxue was dumbfounded by this sentence. Many old antiques nodded. Yes, Xiao Han had all kinds of trump cards. Compared to him, Xia Feng was indeed lacking in variety. The great Sun Emperor's eyes flashed with killing intent. On his forehead, blue veins appeared like dragons. In the audience seats. In the sect seats. Junior brother Xiao Han, this is unbelievable. Junior brother Fang Ling, junior brother Xiao Han only has a 1 in 1,000 chance to advance from initial success to middle stage saber intent. However, junior brother Xiao Han has grasped such a small chance. Dongfang Qin was as excited as a child. Junior brother Xiao Han is famous. With his current combat strength, Xiao Han is already comparable to some unranked heroes. Fang Ling nodded. In the arena. I, Xia Feng, am proud of the world, the heavenly sword is invincible. My sword is the heavenly Dao. Xiao Han, even if you have comprehended the middle stage sword intent, you still can't go against the heavens. You can only accept the punishment. Xia Feng drew his sword again. In his eyes, there was a sword qi that could destroy all the negative emotions, leaving behind the will to win. Die. Heavenly sword. Xia Feng slashed out again. This slash was like a deluge of heavenly flowers. Golden lotuses appeared on the ground, showing a faint law of the heavenly Dao. The heavenly might was furious. The firmament collapsed. Now, Xiao Han's thoughts could completely keep up with Xia Feng's sword and sword intent. He also slashed with his saber. The sword will and the sword will clashed against each other. Streaks of saber light and sword light tore through the void like lightning. Xiao Han activated them, broken jade style, and sky-shattering style, trying to forcefully break Xia Feng's sword momentum. But this is almost impossible. The two of them were evenly matched in terms of concept. Indeed, neither of them could gain the upper hand. The entire arena was filled with flashes of blades and shadows of swords. The battle between the two was extremely intense, and it was hard to determine who had the upper hand. I can't defeat Xia Feng with saber intent alone. Never mind, I'll just charge forward. Now, my saber will is on par with his sword will, which gives me a chance to get close to him and use the most primitive method to tear him apart. Xiao Han licked his lips. Just then, wang, his heart throbbed. The seal with traces of the 7-fragment saber technique was triggered, and 2 cocoons of light leaped out. 7-fragment saber technique, 4th form. Emotion-shattering form. 7-fragmented blade technique, 5th form. Desire-shattering form, shatter the 7 emotions and 6 desires, without sorrow or joy. He was unfazed by favors or insults. The saber slashed out. Transcend the mortal and enter the divine. Once Xiao Han comprehended the desire-shattering form, he unexpectedly obtained the profound meaning of the 4th and 5th forms of the 7-fragment saber technique. For a moment, Xiao Han temporarily gave up the idea of fighting Xia Feng in close combat, and his mind was immersed in the various secrets of these 2 forms. Pooh! 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 The saber intent and the sword intent intertwined and strangled each other like a violent storm. Divine rainbows and red clouds blossomed in all directions. The violent saber chi and sword chi poured onto the light curtain that covered the arena. Ripples spread out from the light curtain. Xiao Han and Xia Feng were in a complete stalemate. In the void stand. The 2 seemed to be tied. The bald old man frowned. I've said it before, Xiao Han doesn't have the strength to crush Xia Feng. The master of the Mingjian Peak, Shimen Piao Shui, said coldly. Moreover, Xia Feng is at the 4th level of true qi, and Xiao Han is at the 3rd level of true qi. If this continues, Xiao Han will lose. Of course, you can judge it as a draw. My Mingjian villa has no objections. In fact, Shimen Piao Shui really hoped that Xiao Han and Xia Feng would stop fighting. In fact, Shimen Piao Shui knew that no matter what, Xia Feng couldn't defeat Xiao Han anymore. At least not now. A draw? The bald old man gathered many old antiques and began to discuss in a low voice. Sect Master, it's strange. Why doesn't Xiao Han use other methods? Now that his saber intent is on par with Xia Feng's sword intent, he can take the opportunity to get close and use his physical strength to crush Xia Feng. Xiao Mingchu was puzzled. Let's keep watching. Xiao Han is already in an invincible position. Wu Yu's eyes were full of admiration and gratification. In the arena. 7 emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, joy, love, evil, desire, 6 desires, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, mind. The emotion-shattering stance and desire-shattering stance of the 7-fragment blade art are to forget the 7 emotions and 6 desires, to forget victory and defeat, to forget honor and disgrace, in order to make the strike flawless and pure. To reach the realm of transcendence and sanctity. To be able to completely ignore the 7 emotions and 6 desires, the power must be very great. It can become a saint, it can defy the natural order. Xiao Han began to concentrate on these 2 saber techniques. Joy. Anger. Sorrow, eye. Ear. Nose, shatter the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and release all the energy, battle intent, and saber intent in an instant. Xiao Han thoroughly understood the profoundness of these 2 saber techniques. However, it was not that easy to shatter the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Currently, Xiao Han could be considered to have shattered the joy and anger of the 7 emotions. The eyes and ears of the 6 desires. All right. Although this slash isn't perfect, it's more than enough to defeat Xiafeng. A peerless saber light flashed across Xiao Han's eyes. At this moment, Xiao Han, you can't defeat me. I can't defeat you for now. How about this, we can stop for now. 3 years. After 3 years, we will fight it out. Xiao Han, you are very good. You are lucky to be the enemy that I, Xia Feng, have sworn to surpass in these 3 years. It is your honor, Xia Feng said seriously. Let's stop. We can't decide the winner. He. Xiao Han's lips curled into a smile. Wrong, Xia Feng, you are going to lose. You are going to lose right now. And let me tell you, even if I don't defeat you today, you will lose in 3 years. There will be no more suspense. What? Xia Feng's eyes almost popped out of his head. How dare you? Xiao Han, Xia Feng, have slept for 4 years and obtained the inherited memories. Cultivating sword arts is as easy as eating and drinking. 3 years is more than enough for me to comprehend an invincible sword art. It is even possible for me to improve my sword intent to the great success level. Wrong. All wrong. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. You put too much emphasis on winning and losing. Therefore, not to mention 3 years, you will never be able to reach the divine level in your entire life. What? This sentence caused Xia Feng to be completely stunned. His heart instantly showed a trace of weakness. On the platform in the void. Alright, this round is considered a draw. Both of them will advance to the next round of the group of death. The elders discussed for a while and the bald elder finally made the decision. Right at this moment, wait. Xiao Han slashed out with his saber. This slash. Everyone, watch. One of the elders exclaimed in shock. On the stage. Xiao Han slashed out with his saber. This slash shattered the joy and anger of the 7 emotions, the eye and nose of the 6 desires. This saber strike brought all of Xiao Chen's energy, battle intent, and saber intent to the peak, unleashing them to their limits. Boom, the slash swept out. It was like a waterfall, like a rainbow, like a divine ray. This slash was magnificent, its saber light illuminating the world. Countless strange phenomena appeared, flowers bloomed and withered, the wind blew, the clouds scud, the wind and thunder, the dragon, the tiger, and the black tortoise all appeared. Demons and gods easily vanquished. The aura of this slash was extremely powerful. As the saber intent spread out, it could devour mountains and rivers, sweeping through the 9 continents. However, strangely enough, this slash did not have a strong murderous intent. Instead, it had a trace of the aura of the Tao. Wherever the saber light passed through, all the space, time, and light were subdued and collapsed inward. Impossible. I, Xiafeng, cannot be defeated by you. This slash had forced Xiafeng to a dead end. An emotion that he had never felt before appeared in his heart, failure. The flaw in his mind was getting bigger and bigger. Go to hell. Heavenly sword. Light of judgment. Xiafeng also used his ultimate sword technique, his sword intent surging wildly. The saber and the sword collided. Puchi. An indistinct cracking sound rang out with a loud rumble. The next moment, the arena was filled with fragmented sword light that looked like fireworks. Puff 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 puff, the remaining sword intent aimlessly cut through the air, making a loud explosion. Bang! Suddenly, Xiafeng knelt on both knees, the sword intent in his eyes shattered. Blood flowed out from the corner of his eyes. The sound of sword intent being crushed is very pleasant, isn't it? Xiao Han chuckled and immediately retreated from the arena. The audience was silent. Xiafeng. Xiafeng's sword intent has been crushed. Someone shouted. In an instant, the audience was in chaos. On the void viewing platform. That slash crushed Xiafeng's sword intent into pieces. The bald old man swallowed his saliva. We are still one step too late, causing Xiafeng's sword intent to be destroyed. I'm afraid a genius has fallen. To be continued. Chapter 153. Xiao Han had shattered a small part of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. He launched a heaven-defying blade attack, which forcefully crushed Xia Feng's sword intent. Then, he left the battlefield. Clean and neat. Xia Feng was crawling on the arena, trembling in fear. He was howling. His eyes were filled with blood. His sword intent had been crushed into powder and could no longer be recovered. This man was ruined. Everyone was in awe. Of course, Xia Feng didn't regenerate his sword essence like Xiao Han did. He was a complete loser and was carried off the arena. In the spectator stand. Sigh. A group of old fogies looked regretful. We were still a step too late. Xiafeng was crippled by Xiao Han. As a result, the southern region has lost a genius. Yeah, losing a genius like Xiafeng in the preliminaries is really a waste of God's gift. Forget it. The bald old man waved his hand. It's nothing. Maybe Xiao Han was right. Xia Feng cared too much about winning and losing, so he couldn't reach the peak of sword principle. Xiao Han's attack seemed to have reached the realm of forgetting his emotions and desires. How should one put it? This battle had caused Xiao Han's name to shake the southern domain, and he had undergone a tremendous transformation. Xia Feng helped Xiao Han achieve his goal. Without Xia Feng, Xiao Han wouldn't have become so powerful in such a short time. Forget it, Xiafeng's contributions can't go unnoticed, so let's give him some compensation. Let's continue. Xiao Han. The manor lord of the Mingjian villa, Shimen Piaoxue, suddenly stood up. His eyes were completely filled with blood, and the sword intent around his body was like the sea. He clenched his teeth and wanted to kill, as if he was grieving for his parents. Xiao Han. This child actually crippled my Mingjian villa's future sword god. Humph. Wu Yu snorted and looked at Shimen Piaoxue indifferently. Enough. Shimen Piaoxue. If you don't want to stay here and watch the competition, get out of here. Then get out of here immediately. The bald old man's face was sinister. Restrain your qi. Don't be rude here. A few powerful auras enveloped Shimen Piaoxue. It directly covered Shimen Piaoxue, causing him to wake up in an instant. He looked at Xiao Han, who was sitting in the death group's seating area, with eyes full of resentment, and sat down without a word. In his eyes, he began to incessantly conjure up some schemes and plots. In the death group. Xiao Han suddenly felt as if someone was staring at him from afar. It even made Xiao Han feel a strong killing intent. This was the transformation of Xiao Han's mind after his sword Dao reached the middle stage. He had a mysterious and inexplicable premonition towards potential dangers and murderous intents. It was like a sixth sense. Xiao Han's expression did not change as he lifted his head to look at the viewing gallery in the empty space. Soon after, he laughed involuntarily. Looks like someone is very unhappy with me after crippling Xia Feng. Brother Xiao, you. Fatty Zhu came over. You're invincible. Brother Xiao, ah. Boss Xiao, how about I follow you in the future? You're too strong. You can even regenerate your saber intent after it's shattered. Furthermore, you're even able to comprehend the mid-stage saber intent. Fatty really admires you. Boss Xiao. Alright. Brother Zhu. Xiao Han was speechless. Fatty Zhu even pushed him repeatedly. A charming smile appeared on her face. Brother Zhu, I was just lucky enough to comprehend the intermediate saber intent. It's not worth mentioning. Brother Xiao, you're really amazing. Mo Qingtong observed Xiao Han over and over again. Soon after, she burst into laughter. I can't see through you. Until now, Qingtong still can't see through Brother Xiao. Her smile was so charming that it was almost like a witch's charm. She was a natural stunner. When Xiao Han used his saber skills, he could destroy a part of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, reaching the supreme realm of being emotionless and desireless. But normally, he was still a normal man, full of vigor. When facing a beauty like Mo Qingtong, Xiao Han could not help but feel a little restless. But fortunately, he was able to suppress this desire and not embarrass himself in front of Mo Qingtong. At this time, the competition in the group of death continued. Xiao Han had become the first contestant in the group of death to advance to the top 11. Thus, he was happy to relax and quietly watch the other contestants compete. At the same time, he nurtured his spirit. Just now, the saber that crushed Xia Feng's sword intent had almost drained Xiao Han's spirit. His spirit was exhausted and even his saber intent was tired. He needed a good rest to recover. But now, Crown Prince Hualai looked at Xiao Han with a very complicated gaze. This kid actually crippled Xia Feng. Damn it. In the beginning, his combat strength wasn't that strong and I could easily torture him to death. However, after each battle, he was able to improve. Until now, when he defeated Xia Feng, I don't even dare to say that I can win against him. If we let him continue to grow, one day, he will become the number one of the young generation in the southern region. At that time, it will be very difficult for us to catch up to him. We must kill him in advance. Otherwise, how can we have the chance to stand out? Won't we be crushed to death by him? Crown Prince Hualai's eyes began to brew a trace of thinking and conspiracy. The following matches in the group of death were more valuable. After all, those who could fight to this extent in the group of death were not weaklings. In this round, Mo Qingtong's opponent was very difficult to deal with. It turned out to be a 4th-level true Qi expert who used his true Qi to form the starry sky wings. Mo Qingtong fought with this person for half an hour before she seized the opportunity to release the great heavenly devil world. She directly pulled her opponent down from the sky and firmly suppressed him. Mo Qingtong entered the top 11 of the group of death. Ji Rushui's opponent was not weak, but Ji Rushue was even stronger, almost to the point of being a complete mess. As soon as she entered the stage, she took out the wordless heavenly book and struck down a howling wind formation, trapping her opponent in the formation. Wind and sand swirled and wind, fire and thunder surged together. Her opponent only lasted for a dozen breaths before all his true Qi was obliterated. He could only kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. So strong. Fatty Zhu involuntarily looked at Xiao Han. Indeed very strong. I really don't know how many formations are contained in her wordless heavenly book's true Qi cultivation method. Xiao Han also frowned. Ji Rushue was once regarded by Xiao Mingchu as the most difficult to deal with among the top 10 seeded contestants. With Xiao Mingchu's ability, it was impossible for him to speak nonsense. Brother Xiao, perhaps in the group of death, only you can defeat Ji Rushue. Mo Qingtong said with a serious expression. Xiao Han quickly shook his head. Fatty Zhu also defeated his opponent in the next battle. He obtained a place in the top 11. Next was Crown Prince Hualai. In the fierce battle, a blazing sun floated above his head. In the blazing sun, a 3-legged golden crow poked its head out. With a slight breath, supreme heavenly fire descended, turning the entire stage into a sea of fire. Tens of thousands of rays of sunlight shot down, heavy chanting and Zen sounds rang out everywhere, and illusions appeared. Everywhere collapsed, causing the opponent to be burned to ashes. This Crown Prince Hualai was also extremely powerful. In the end, the group of death decided the 11 strongest contestants. The competition was nearing its end. In the final 11, one lucky person would be drawn out in the next round, and then 5 people would advance from the 10. Finally, it was time for the top 6 to advance to the top 3. At most, there were still 2 matches left. Xiao Han's gaze swept across the 10 opponents other than himself. Among them, the stronger ones were Crown Prince Hualai and Ji Rushue. Mo Qingtong. Of course, Xiao Han vaguely knew. Fatty Zhu had always been putting on an act, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. In fact, his true battle strength was unfathomable, and he could not be underestimated. Xiao Han did some calculations in his heart. Then, the corners of his mouth pulled into a faint smile. No matter who I meet, they can't erase my confidence to move forward. However, Fatty Zhu and Mo Qingtong have some personal relations with me, and they are also good to me. It's best not to meet them in the last 2 rounds. I don't want to fight with them in the arena. Next was the competition of the other groups. The competition of the other groups was also nearing its end, and they were basically in the top 5 of the 10. Xiao Yinrong and Huiyang, whom Xiao Han was concerned about, had also entered the top 5 of their groups without mishap. I hope they can always be lucky, Xiao Han thought to himself. The qualifiers are about to end. Everyone is in the final sprint. The death group competition. The top 11 of the death group all stood up, arms crossed as they looked at the void stands. Brother Xiao, I hope we don't meet, Mo Qingtong said softly, as if she was whispering, making one's bones itch. That's right, Boss Xiao, Fatty doesn't want to meet you either. You're too strong. If I meet you, Fatty has no chance at all. Fatty Zhu smiled foolishly. But now, no one can say for sure. The 11 of them will draw their opponents, and the probability of drawing anyone is very high. It's a gamble of luck. In the previous round, Fatty got a bye, which meant that Fatty's luck was good. In this round, the top 11 would advance to the top 6, and there would still be a bye. Fatty had a premonition, maybe this bye would fall onto Fatty's head again. He. Fatty Zhu, if you really draw a bye again, then I can't help but suspect that your old Fatty is secretly playing tricks. Mo Qingtong glared at Fatty Zhu. Fatty Zhu only smiled foolishly. According to the order, Brother Xiao will be the first to draw an opponent. Not long after, an old and dignified voice rang out from the void, the death group, the top 6 of the 11 will be randomly drawn. Beacon Fire Empire, Pure Cloud Sect, Xiao Han. This round, Xiao Han will draw a bye and directly enter the top 6. It's me? Xiao Han was astonished. I directly entered the top 6. Congratulations, Brother Xiao. Mo Qingtong also seemed to be relieved. At least Qingtong won't have to meet Brother Xiao in this round. Fatty Zhu looked like he was about to cry. Sigh. Fatty did not draw a bye. Brother Xiao, it seems that Fatty's luck has turned to Brother Xiao. All right. Every dog has its day, Xiao Han smiled. Brother Zhu, stop pretending. With your battle strength, as long as you don't meet a few seeded contestants, you still have a chance of entering the top 6. He actually drew a bye. Crown Prince Hualai looked at Xiao Han from the corner of his eyes. In fact, his eyes were filled with joy and relief. Like Mo Qingtong, Xiao Han getting a bye was, in fact, a good thing for them. Currently, among the contestants in the death group, no one wanted to fight Xiao Han. Of course, Ji Rushui might be an exception. On the void viewing platform. My luck is not bad. I entered the top 6. Wuli was also relaxed. Group of Death. After drawing a bye, Xiao Han had already sat down while the other 10 people were still standing nervously, waiting for the announcement of the draw. A voice rang out from the void once more. Lingshan Empire, number 1 aristocratic family, Ji Clan, eldest daughter, Ji Rushui, versus Blazing Sun Empire, giant sword sect, Zhu Hu. Fatty, you better pray for your own good. After hearing the draw, Xiao Han jumped up and patted Fatty Zhu's shoulder. Fatty Zhu burst into tears. My condolences. Mo Qingtong smiled at the side. Oh right, Fatty, thank you for drawing the strongest one away from me. You're really a good person, you're the good person. Your whole family are good people. Fatty Zhu said with tears in his eyes. To be continued. Chapter 154. Fatty Zhu, who had always been a yes-man and almost wretched, had actually drawn Ji Rushui. This caused many in the audience to look at him gloatingly. Although Fatty Zhu was able to smoothly enter the top 11 of the group of death and was recognized as a dark horse in the southern region qualifiers, no one thought that he could pose any threat to Ji Rushui. The young woman Ji Rushui was publicly recognized as a dangerous person. She was unfathomable. Her battle strength was not inferior to Xia Feng's. Moreover, her true energy cultivation method was of a wordless heavenly book. Some people even thought that it was an incomplete, immortal technique. In the audience stands. Xiao Han has already passed the by and entered the top 6 of the group of death. The other spot has already been decided. It's Ji Rushui. Yes. Ji Rushui will occupy one of the top 6 spots. There's no suspense. In the void stands. 2 of the top 6 have already been decided. One is young Xiao Han, the other is Ji Rushui. A few old antiques nodded. Ji Rushui is as calm as still water. She has the demeanor of a great expert. The bald old man also admired Ji Rushui. Sect Master, it seems that little fatty is going to be eliminated. Xiao Mingqiu leaned back in his chair and stretched comfortably. Heh. Wu Lu smiled mysteriously. He then looked at a middle-aged fatty not far away. The fat middle-aged man was sitting steadily with a simple and honest look on his face. His eyes were very small, hidden in the folds of his chubby flesh. They rolled around and emitted a bright light. That was Fatty Zhu's father. The current sect master of the giant sword sect of the Blazing Sun Empire, Zhu Ganglai. Mingqiu, little Fatty's father, Zhu Ganglai. You've heard of him? Wu Lu smiled lightly. Zhu Ganglai of the giant sword sect of the Blazing Sun Empire. He's famous for being wretched. Xiao Mingqiu glared. Sect master, I heard that this Zhu Ganglai is a hero of the same generation as you. He's best at sneak attacks, setting traps, and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Hiding a knife in his smile. Zhu Ganglai participated in the Devil Hero trial with me. A look of reminiscence appeared in Wu Yu's eyes. This guy is completely shameless and likes to pretend to be a nobody. I remember that during the Devil Hero tryouts, there was a test question. In the Western Region Desert, a team of thousands of people had to hunt down a demon emperor. In the end, only 5 people survived, and Big Fatty Zhu was one of them. Moreover, the final sword strike that killed the demon emperor was Big Fatty Zhu's handiwork. Later on, I heard that this fellow pretended to be dead from the beginning. When the demon emperor's demonic energy was almost depleted, he suddenly made his move and crushed the demon emperor into a bloody mist. TSK, Mingqiu, do you think the son of such a person would be easy to deal with? Oh. So powerful? Xiao Mingqiu was stunned. Zhu Ganglai, come here. Wu Yu laughed loudly. Oh. Brother Wu. When the middle-aged fat man heard Wu Xiao calling him, he immediately jumped up. His face was full of flattery, and he almost wanted to kneel down and lick Wu Xiao's feet. Fatty immediately rushed over, nodding and bowing. Brother Wu, you called me little brother? Oh. Heavenly Devil old man, you're here too. Come on, Fatty, don't give me that. Heavenly Devil old man laughed and scolded. It's been so many years, do you think I don't know your character? Your son is now going to fight with Ji Rushui for a spot in the death group competition. Fatty, tell me the truth, how confident is your son? I have no confidence at all. Fatty beat his chest and stamped his feet. Little Tiger is my youngest son. He has been ignorant since he was young. He likes to relax and hates work, and is always sloppy. No, he will be defeated in one move when fighting against an expert like Ji Rushui. Alright, Fatty. Wu Yu smiled faintly. There should be a 50% chance. No, how can there be a 50% chance? Fatty shook his head repeatedly. 60% chance of winning? Wu Yu frowned. Brother Wu, don't joke like this. Fatty still shook his head. 70%? Wu Yu's expression turned serious. Brother Wu, you really talk nonsense. Fatty suddenly looked around, then lowered his voice and said. Brother Wu, don't be so loud. Be quiet, 80%? Wu Yu and Heaven's Devil old man said at the same time. Fatty no longer shook his head. His eyes flashed, his fists clenched, and he said with a trembling voice. Brother Wu, Heaven's Devil old man, this little brother's ancestor's grave is emitting smoke. It wasn't easy for me to give birth to such a son. You must not make a fuss. In the future, the giant sword sect will rely on my son to bring glory to the sect. I understand. Wu Yu nodded in agreement. Fatty, congratulations. Fatty made a shushing gesture and then grinned. Brother Wu, this little brother and you were in the same Devil Hero selection competition. Thanks to Brother Wu's guidance and saving my life several times, this little brother was lucky enough to become a Devil Hero. After so many years, Brother Wu and this little brother are both old. Now, it is the world of the younger generation. This time, Brother Wu's proud disciple, Xiao Han, will participate in the Devil Hero selection competition with this little brother's son, little Fatty Zhu. I hope that the young Xiao Han will take care of this little brother and support little Fatty Zhu. Wu Yu nodded. Fatty smiled foolishly a few times and then walked away. Sect Master, 80% chance of winning? Zhu Gonglia's son has an 80% chance of winning against Ji Rushui. How is that possible? Xiao Mingxu's face was full of disbelief. At least 90% chance of winning. Wu Yu said solemnly. Zhu Ganglai, you can never count on him to know everything. With my understanding of him, his son has at least a 90% chance of winning and entering the top 6. Ji Rushui is about to be eliminated. On the stage, Ji Rushui, who was dressed like a widow, stood weakly on the stage. Her figure was slender, her eyebrows were lightly swept, and her teeth were like those of a rhinoceros. The faint sorrow between her eyebrows was enough to break anyone's heart. Hee hee. Big sister Ji. This little brother is Fatty Zhu. Please take care of me. Fatty Zhu stood in front of Ji Rushui with a silly smile and cupped his hands. His actions were very comical. Ha 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 ha, this clown. The audience burst into a wave of laughter. Fatty. Admit defeat. Admit defeat yourself so you don't get beaten up. Some of the audience whistled as they mocked. Little Fatty, don't pretend anymore. Ji Rushui smiled gently. I know you have a trump card. I won't let my guard down against you. Alright, let's begin. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, 10,000 rays of true qi rushed out from Ji Rushui's body and soared into the sky. In an instant, these rays of light intertwined and a heavenly book that was several acres in size appeared out of nowhere. The heavenly book was steaming with a faint heavenly wind. There was the sky, the earth, the ocean, the lake, the hills, the valleys, the countries, and all living beings. One by one, they appeared. There was a vast aura of civilization rolling on the heavenly book, as if it was spreading the truth and civilization. Suddenly, the heavenly book opened up and was instantly majestic. The wind blew for thousands of miles, and countless figures appeared on it, revolving around the heavenly book. These figures emitted an otherworldly aura. All of them stepped on auspicious clouds, their heads were above the sky, and their hands were like hooks, tearing the sky apart. 9 Lion Immortal Suppression Formation. With Ji Rushui's shout, the heavenly book flipped to the first page, and an array formation directly descended, enveloping Fatty Zhu. The moment the array formation descended, a total of 9 lions appeared in all directions. The 9 lions rose together, completely surrounding Fatty Zhu in the middle. In the next moment, the 9 lions roared at the same time, and 9 golden halos immediately appeared. They pierced through the space inch by inch, and the array formation shone brightly. The 9 halos broke through the illusion and headed straight for the heart. They exploded together, causing the world to tremble. The lion roars from all directions rang out incessantly. In the audience stands. What a powerful array formation. The power of this array formation is enough to destroy the entire arena. Fatty Zhu is dead for sure. I didn't expect that Ji Rushui, who looks weak and harmless, would be so violent and merciless when she fights. Let me tell you, Ji Rushui just lost her husband. How can she be in a good mood? Don't you see the murderous aura between her brows? Fatty is in trouble. In the arena, No. Fatty Zhu howled miserably. At the same time, a beam of light shot out from his body. It was as straight as a sword and tore through the void. An obscure pressure came down from the void. The next moment, boom! A gigantic sword over 300 feet long fell from the void. This sword was not formed from Fatty Zhu's quintessential qi, but more like a real object. It was completely black and seemed to be carved from some extraterrestrial meteorite. It possessed endless destructive power and even had the illusion that it could pierce through the stars in the sky and crush the sun and moon. The gigantic sword came crashing down like the blue sky was collapsing. Pfft! Ji Rushui's first array formation was actually crushed by the gigantic sword. Humph! Ji Rushui snorted coldly and flipped to the second page of the heavenly book, Myriad Sword Absolute Kill Array. In an instant, the entire arena and the void were filled with densely packed sword beams. Some of these sword beams were shaped like fish, while others were shaped like birds. They swam around, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. The next moment, boom! 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 These sword beams slashed down towards Fatty Zhu like a dense rain, as though they wanted to stab Fatty Zhu into a hornet's nest. Fatty Zhu screamed and hid behind the gigantic sword. Pft! 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 The gigantic sword was instantly riddled with holes from the sword chi that resembled gossamer threads. In the audience stands. Ha ha ha. Fatty Zhu is going to lose this time. Hurry up and admit defeat, or you'll be shot into a sieve. Ji Rushui's sword array is really powerful. However, swoosh. 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 Four beams of light shot out from Fatty Zhu's body. Each beam of light pierced through the sky and tore open a gap. The next moment, boom. 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 A total of 4 gigantic swords descended like a sovereign descending upon the world, suppressing everything. Each gigantic sword was over 300 feet long. They were dark and heavy, and each gigantic sword could shatter mountains, shake stars, and crush space in all directions. The 4 gigantic swords descended together, blasting the arena into pieces. Ji Rushui's face paled as a ray of light appeared beneath her feet, causing her to fly into the sky. Fatty, I don't want to play anymore. You're too powerful. Fatty doesn't want to play with you anymore. Fatty Zhu wailed. Swoosh. 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 Swoosh, one after another, beams of light shot out from Fatty Zhu's body, tearing open gaps in the sky. Every time a gap was torn open, a gigantic sword would descend. In a breath's time, a total of 20 gaps appeared in the sky. 20 gigantic swords slowly descended, causing the atmosphere of the entire Sunset Mountain to become oppressive. The mountain began to shake as though it was about to disintegrate. It was in imminent danger. In the audience stands, all the spectators were dumbfounded. In the void stands. What? Little Fatty Zhu can actually summon so many gigantic swords? The bald old man cried out in surprise. Great! This little fatty. He hid it so deeply. So powerful to such an extent. With these dozens of gigantic swords pressing down, Sunset Mountain will collapse, right? Xiao Mingchu was dumbfounded. Gaga gaga. Zhu Genglai laughed on the other side, appearing extremely coquettish. In the seats of the group of death. All the contestants stood up and looked at each other. Their faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. This damn fatty really knows how to act. Mo Qingtong gritted her teeth in hatred. Even Ji Rushui is not his match. Brother Xiao, we've all been tricked by him. As for Xiao Han, he was in a state of deep thought. Suddenly, Xiao Han slapped his forehead. I know. What do you know? Mo Qingtong frowned. I know how to break Brother Zhu's move. Xiao Han smiled and sat back down. How do we break these gigantic swords? Mo Qingtong's eyes flashed as she approached Xiao Han. Brother Xiao, tell me, how do we break this damn fatty's trump card? I can't say it, I can't say it. Once I say it, the power of Brother Zhu's cultivation technique will be greatly reduced. Xiao Han shook his head and immediately smiled. All right, Ji Rushui has admitted defeat, Brother Zhu has entered the top 6. In the void stands. This year's Southern Region qualifiers, the biggest dark horse has appeared. The bald old man was inexplicably excited. Our Southern Region is really full of talents this time. There's the youth Xiao Han before us, and now there's this little fatty Zhu. Ha 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 ha. This old man has high hopes for the two of them. In the main competition, they will suddenly emerge as a new force. Suppress all the heroes with their skills. Chapter 155. Facing the sky full of giant swords that could explode at any time, the oppressive atmosphere made Ji Rushui want to vomit blood. Ji Rushui had no choice but to take the initiative to admit defeat. Although she was extremely unwilling, the situation was stronger than her, so she could only leave with hatred. Fatty Zhu advanced into the top 6 of the group of death. He returned to his seat with a silly smile. Brother Zhu, congratulations. You've also entered the top 6, Xiao Han said with a smile. Fatty, you're really good. Even Ji Rushui was defeated by you. Mo Qingtong squinted at Fatty Zhu. Luck, it's all luck. Fatty Zhu looked like a stupid pig. Fatty was almost scared to death just now. Ji Rushui's formations were endless, so Fatty had to fight to the death. Brother Xiao. Mo Qingtong suddenly looked at Xiao Han coquettishly and exhaled. Just tell me how to break Fatty's move. You know, right? This can't be said. Xiao Han quickly said. Miss Mo, it's better if you don't ask. Boss Xiao, do you know how to break Fatty's move? Fatty Zhu's eyes flashed and he said nervously. Xiao Han smiled noncommittally. At this time, a deep and aged voice came from the void. It was Mo Qingtong's turn to go on stage. This time, her opponent was a woman with 4th-level true qi and a fierce palm technique. Brother Xiao, you will tell Qingtong sooner or later. Mo Qingtong stood up, the silver rings on her body made a light sound, eroding the bones and the demonic sound lingered. With a flash, she flew into the stage. Crown Prince Hualai looked at Fatty Zhu, his thoughts fluctuating. There was Xiao Han, and now there's a damn fatty. Mo Qingtong is not easy to deal with. I wonder if I will encounter one of them in the top 6. On the void viewing platform. Now, many of the experts were still immersed in the battle between Fatty Zhu and Ji Rushui. Little Fatty Zhu hid his strength too deeply, almost as monstrous as Xiao Han. In the next round, it will be interesting if little Fatty Zhu and Xiao Han fight. From what I see, little Fatty Zhu's monstrous level is even higher than Xiao Han's. Yes, little Fatty Zhu can summon a large number of giant swords. Each giant sword is powerful enough to suppress thousands of ancient swords. A mountain range can be flattened and a city can be easily razed to the ground. I'm afraid Xiao Han is not this little fatty's opponent. Sect Master, little Fatty Zhu's technique is indeed unique. It seems to be using his own true qi to communicate with a special space and summon the giant sword. Xiao Mingqiu frowned as he pondered. Each of these giant swords has a strength of several 100,000 cauldrons. They are no small matter. Giant swords with hundreds of thousands of cauldrons of power. From Little Wu. Legend has it that the giant sword sect was founded in ancient times and has a long history. At its peak, many elders worked together to open up an independent space and stored large amounts of giant swords inside. Little sect, in little fatty time, it, 1, and 10 giant sword, time. However, it was extremely difficult to communicate with an independent space. It seemed to have something to do with the density of his bloodline. Even with Zhu Gonglia's tyrannical true qi cultivation, he was only able to summon 7 giant swords. Zhu Little Fatty, on the other hand, perhaps due to his ancestral bloodline atavism, was able to easily communicate with the independent space created by his ancestor with a cultivation of level 4 true qi and summon dozens of giant swords. This could be considered a strange thing. A descendant of the giant sword sect like Little Fatty Zhu is indeed hard to come by. Sect Master, this disciple is worried that junior brother Xiao Han will encounter Little Fatty Zhu in the next round. Xiao Mingqiu said with a grave expression. The competition to advance to the top 3 is especially crucial. Junior brother Xiao Han can't afford to make any mistakes in the final step. Otherwise, all our efforts will be wasted. Ha 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 ha. Wu Li laughed involuntarily. Mingqiu, the giant sword sect's giant sword summoning technique is very strong, but its weakness is also very obvious. As long as we grasp this weakness, we will be able to suppress it. If my guess is correct, Xiao Han might have already discovered the only flaw in this technique. A flaw? Xiao Mingqiu pondered. After a few breaths, he broke into a smile. Ha ha ha. Sect Master, this disciple also understands. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. On the stage, the matches of the group of death had all ended. The top 6 were born. Xiao Han, Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, Crown Prince Hualai. Apart from these 4, there were 2 sect disciples with slightly weaker combat strength. In the next round, the group of death would have a final battle. 3 out of 6 would be decided, and 3 spots would be decided. Everything would be settled. Among the top 6, the 4 with the strongest combat strength were Xiao Han, Fatty Zhu, Mo Qingtong, and Crown Prince Hualai. However, there were only 3 spots, which meant that among these 4, at least one would be eliminated. Mo Qingtong's demonic eyes swept across and thought, as long as I don't touch Brother Xiao and Fatty Zhu, I will definitely get a spot. Crown Prince Hualai is not my opponent. Fatty Zhu laughed foolishly while pondering. If I touch Brother Xiao, it will be the worst. If I touch Mo Qingtong, it will be the best. If I touch Crown Prince Hualai, it will be the best. Crown Prince Hualai's eyes were ferocious. Damn, Fatty and Mo Qingtong are not easy to touch. Although Xiao Han has comprehended saber intent, his realm is far from mine. There are 3,000 great Daos, not only saber intent and sword intent are the best. My Great Sun Heart Sutra is not to be trifled with. If I must touch someone, then I will touch Xiao Han. It will also fulfill one of Master's wishes. Xiao Han thought, the one I want to touch the most is Crown Prince Hualai. Last time, if not for eldest senior brother's appearance, I would have been captured by the Great Sun Son of Heaven and would have suffered all kinds of torture, living a life worse than death. Now, my strength is far from the Great Sun Son of Heaven, but it should not be a problem to deal with his disciple, Crown Prince Hualai. I will kill his disciple in the arena in front of the Great Sun Son of Heaven to relieve the hatred in my heart. Thinking of this, Xiao Han could not help but look at Crown Prince Hualai. Coincidentally, Crown Prince Hualai's eyes also swept over. Their eyes met, creating a thick smell of gunpowder, smoke filled the air, and murderous intent overflowed. Xiao Han, you better pray that you don't draw me, otherwise, I will make you beg for death. Crown Prince Hualai sneered. I want to see, if I kill you, what kind of expression will Great Sun's Son of Heaven have? Xiao Han retorted. The competition of the other groups. According to the rules, at this stage of the competition of the other groups would have to decide the final 3, and then it would be the group of death. 99 groups, one by one, would decide the top 3, and the 3 places in the main competition. Every time a place in the main competition was decided, the audience would burst out in cheers. Xiao Han still put his attention on Xiao Yunrong and Huiyang. As for whether the others obtained the places in the main competition, it had nothing to do with Xiao Han. Xiao Yunrong's group. 5 people fought for 3 places. One of the places would be decided by drawing lots. Then, 4 people would fight, and the other 2 places would be decided. Xiao Yunrong was blessed with luck, and was directly drawn, becoming the lucky one who was doted on by thousands. First, she obtained a place in the main competition. She cheered on the arena, and tears of excitement flowed down her cheeks. With her realm and battle strength, to be able to reach this stage, it was really not easy. Of course, there was also a big factor of luck. But no matter what, she had entered the main competition, and had the basic qualifications to become a devil hero. Huiyang's group still had 5 people fighting for 3 places. They also first drew a lucky one. But Huiyang was not as lucky as Xiao Yunrong. The lucky one in this group belonged to a rogue cultivator from the Soul Mountain Empire. In the 2-on-1 battle, Huiyang, who had taken a precious medicine that overdrafted his life potential, used all his skills to defeat his opponent, and also obtained a precious place in the main competition. But Huiyang and Xiao Yunrong were different. For this place, Huiyang had sacrificed too much, and now even overdrafted his life, with only 10 years of lifespan left, like the sun setting in the west. Soon, the top 3 of the 99 groups, excluding the group of death, were all decided. A total of 297 places in the main competition. 297 young geniuses had obtained the ticket to enter the main competition. Perhaps, among these 297 people, there would be an all-powerful hero whose name would shake the mountains and rivers in the future. The group of death. The top 6 contestants all stood up. Brother Xiao, it's the last round, I hope we can all be lucky. Mo Qingtong smiled charmingly. Yes. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Now, the 6 people were very nervous. No one wanted to make a mistake in the last step, and cause a complete loss. On the void viewing platform, all the powerful experts and old antiques also stood up. Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the Heaven's Devil Old Man also stood up. It's about to end. The Heaven's Devil Old Man smiled. This is probably the most intense qualifier I've ever seen. There's nothing else like it. Especially the group of death, it's brilliant. The young people are all very outstanding, comparable to some of the unranked devil heroes. Alright, everyone, the last 3 places in the main competition will be decided from the 6 contestants in the group of death. Just now, this old man has already communicated with the invigilators of the other regions. The East region, North region, and West region, all the places in the main competition have been decided. Only our South region's last 3 places are left. And our side is almost there. The bald old man smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Yes, let's start drawing lots. The entire place was silent. Even a pin drop could be heard. The group of death, 6-3. The first match, Beacon Empire's Cloud Sect's Xiao Han vs Blazing Sun Empire's Sun God Palace's Sun Emperor's first disciple, Hua Lai. The second match, Dark Shadow Empire's Sky Demon Sect's Mo Qingtong vs Black Dragon Country's Iron Spear Sect's Feng Wushan. The third match, Blazing Sun Empire's Giant Sword Sect's Zhu Hu vs Beacon Empire's 8 Wind Palace's Tu Xiong. On the void viewing platform. Ha ha ha. The Heaven's Devil Old Man was completely relaxed, shaking his head and laughing. Qingtong has gotten a place in the main competition. In fact, before this old man thought that Qingtong would be able to get first place in the group of death, but who would have thought that there would be dark horses like Xiao Han and little fatty Zhu. Now, to be able to get a place in the main competition, this old man is satisfied. After all, Qingtong is still a bit young, she still needs to be polished and trained. Zhu Ganglai was also jumping around. My fatty has gotten a place in the main competition. Xiao Mingchu. The Sun Emperor's face was extremely serious. Looks like our bet will be revealed today. My disciple Hua Lai will definitely kill Xiao Han. Those who fall into the demon Dao will be doomed eternally. Whether or not to fall into the demon Dao is not up to you, the Sun Emperor. Xiao Mingchu retorted. I have faith in junior brother Xiao Han. Do you think that only Xiao Han has a trump card? Don't look down on Hua Lai. Let's wait and see. The Sun Emperor snorted coldly and said no more. Xiao Han, let's fight on the stage. You think you are a genius, but today, you will be stepped on by me, the Crown Prince Wuxia. Crown Prince Wuxia turned into a blazing sun and shot into the stage. The whole stage was bathed in golden light, the sun was shining brightly, it suddenly became sacred, and there was chanting and chanting. Ha! Crown Prince Wuxia, I never thought that my last opponent would be you. Good, just as I wished. Xiao Han turned into a sharp blade light and shot into the stage. Chapter 156. The first match of the death group was between Xiao Han and Crown Prince Wuxia. Because of the two remaining matches, the disparity between the strong and the weak was too obvious. Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu each had a place in the main competition. Therefore, everyone's attention was focused on the battle between Xiao Han and Crown Prince Wuxia. This battle could be said to be the highlight of this year's Southern Region qualifiers. In the arena, Crown Prince Wuxia was dressed in white. Every step he took caused lava to boil and volcanoes to erupt. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were filled with arrogance and conceit. He looked down on everything. A golden light appeared in the depths of Xiao Chen's eyes. A blazing sun slowly rose from the top of his head, radiating sunlight everywhere. A three-legged golden crow lay quietly in the blazing sun, its aura as deep as the sea. All 42 true acupoints went berserk, and every single one of them was like a volcano that could destroy the world. Crown Prince Wuxia stood there amidst the boundless flames. His true energy seemed to have been tempered and strengthened. Each strand of true energy was constantly being reformed within the flames. The shape and quality of his true energy were becoming more and more perfect. Crown Prince Wuxia's entire body emanated an aura of perfection, as if there were no flaws or weaknesses to be found. Xiao Han quietly stood in front of Crown Prince Wuxia. His undying golden body surged with golden light, and the word treasure and runes revolved around him. Xiao Han's strong flesh shell allowed him to stand steadily on the arena that was already filled with flames. He would not be harmed. Xiao Han, in the end, you still fell into my hands. Crown Prince Wuxia was overbearing as he stared at Xiao Han. I, Wuxia, am a heaven-warping genius. In this life, I must become a demon hero. No one can stop me. Whoever dares to stop me, I will destroy them. Once I get rid of you, I'll be able to participate in the main competition. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiao Han was as calm as still water, but his eyes were filled with an uncontrollable battle intent. You and your master are both so annoying, Yi Zichen said. In the auditorium, many of the audience were also discussing fervently, what do you all think of this battle? If Xiao Han could defeat Xia Feng, wouldn't Crown Prince Wuxia be tortured to death by him? Ha! I don't think so. Crown Prince Wuxia had 42 true acupoints opened in his body, and his true qi was at the 5th level. Throughout the history of the southern region, it was rare to see someone in their early 20s at the 5th stage of true qi. In terms of cultivation, Crown Prince Wuxia could be said to be the strongest in this southern region qualifier. Furthermore, he was the disciple of the Great Sun Emperor and cultivated the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Do not underestimate Crown Prince Wuxia. Before this, Crown Prince Wuxia had not met any experts. Along the way, he won easily, causing others to misjudge and think that Crown Prince Wuxia's battle strength is ordinary. In reality, they are completely wrong. Yes, Xiao Han's true qi is at the 3rd level, while Prince Wuxia's true qi is at the 5th level. The gap between the two is not small. Moreover, Xiao Han had risked his life to carve out a bloody path, so he had consumed a lot of energy. Especially after defeating Xia Feng's saber attack, his mental energy was almost drained, and his saber intent was exhausted. As for Crown Prince Wuxia, he waited patiently. It was impossible for this battle to be one-sided. In fact, Crown Prince Wuxia might even gain the upper hand. In the seats of the Pure Cloud sect, Junior brother Fong Ling, what do you think? Dong Fong Qin asked. Wuxia reminds me of the great son of heaven when he was young. In time, Wuxia will be another great son of heaven, showing off his abilities and commanding the world. But now that he met junior brother Xiao Han, when two tigers fight, one will definitely be injured. Fong Ling frowned. At least, junior brother Xiao Han still has the demon race's secret technique as his trump card. Therefore, no one dares to say that they can win against junior brother Xiao Han. On the void viewing platform, the great son of heaven's expression was nervous and resentful. He was burning with hatred, and his eyes were like the scorching sun. Hateful. This Xiao Han, although he had a fortuitous encounter 2 years ago, he was just an ant, a small aphid, not even comparable to dregs. I can kill hundreds or thousands of him with a flip of my palm. But now, he is actually on par with Wuxia. Great son, we can't let this kid grow any further. The dragon bone Saint Saber said with deep meaning. All along, the number and quality of the demon heroes of our blazing sun empire has been able to suppress the fire beacon empire. We can't lose to the younger generation. Don't worry, my disciple Wuxia will torture Xiao Han to death. The great son of heaven nodded heavily. On the stage, Xiao Han, you have learned a lot, but it is mixed and impure. Today, I will let you see what true power is. Crown Prince Wuxia laughed sinisterly and suddenly attacked. Great Sun Heart Sutra, Great Sun God Fist. Boom, a fist the size of a few mu directly hammered down towards Xiao Han. This fist was shining with golden light, as if it was sculpted from the sun. There were many talisman characters and pictures engraved on it. It was grand and magnificent, and it was surrounded by flames. This fist seemed to be able to communicate with the world of flames. Its power was like the roar of a demon god, suppressing everything under the heavens. Pooh! 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 The 42 acupoints on Crown Prince Wuxia's body spewed out lava at the same time. The stage shook, and all the airflow was ignited. Right now, those with slightly weaker cultivation, even if they stood on the stage, would instantly be melted into steam, not to mention blocking Crown Prince Wuxia's attack. Even an opponent at the 4th level of true Qi could not withstand the temperature of the stage. Xiao Han was at the 3rd level of true Qi. Logically speaking, he should have been instantly melted. But his flesh was too strong, and his indestructible golden body had been trained to an extremely high level. Thus, he remained calm. With just this bit of ability, you want to suppress me? Xiao Han's heart slightly moved. Xiao, a strand of supreme saber intent condensed into a 2 zhang long saber light. It cut through the void, destroying the heavens and the earth, and directly chopped towards the golden fist. Pooh, the middle stage saber intent was indeed unstoppable. With just a slight cut, the golden fist was sliced into pieces. Everything collapsed. The saber intent did not weaken, and directly crushed towards Crown Prince Wuxia. The saber intent continuously spewed out unparalleled saber energy. The surrounding flames and sunlight were continuously disintegrated. Wherever the saber light passed, a whirlpool would appear, producing a suction force that completely absorbed the flames. This caused the saber light to gradually transform into a flaming saber. Xiao, the saber intent cut towards Crown Prince Wuxia. Xiao Han began his counterattack. However, the saber intent that could reach 10 times the speed of sound in the air, under the dense flames and sunlight of the stage, was actually met with great resistance, and its speed was greatly reduced. Moreover, Xiao Han's mental power had yet to recover, causing the power of this saber intent to be unable to reach its peak state. It was somewhat weakened. Ha 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 ha. Crown Prince Wuxia's right hand grabbed the saber intent. Puchi. This strand of saber intent was crushed by him. There are 3,000 great Daos. You think that just because you have comprehended saber intent or sword intent, you are invincible? Ridiculous. My Great Sun Heart Sutra is a peerless godly technique that Master found in an ancient ruin. Destroying saber intent and sword intent is nothing difficult. all of Crown Prince Wuli's true meridians began to move. Every true meridian spewed out endless magma. Above his head, a flame monarch's shadow appeared, ruling over the world of flames and descending upon the world of flames. Xiao Han. It's over. Suddenly, within the blazing sun above Crown Prince Wuli's head, the three-legged golden crow opened its eyes and let out a cry. With a flap of its wings, it flew out from the blazing sun and flew towards Xiao Han. This three-legged golden crow's body instantly expanded to 12 acres in size. Its entire body shone with a dazzling light, even exceeding the brilliance of the sun. The heavens and earth were swept up by waves of fire and sunlight, and the pressure was overwhelming. Numerous deities appeared, put their palms together, and chanted Sanskrit. Boundless flames were burning, volcanoes were erupting, and magma was wreaking havoc. There was also the sunlight that could deliver all living things from suffering, exploding everywhere. Even the sea could be evaporated in an instant. Crown Prince Wuli was born with a fire attribute physique, and was able to display the Great Sun Heart Sutra to its fullest. Wherever the three-legged golden crow passed, the entire space would emit crackling sounds, causing cracks to spread everywhere. This move was so terrifying. In the spectator stands, there were cries of shock. Crown Prince Wuli truly lives up to his reputation. This move is too tyrannical, it has the power to destroy the world. This is the suppression of realms and true qi, causing Xiao Han to be at a disadvantage. The Great Sun Heart Sutra is indeed powerful. Once Crown Prince Wuli reaches the 6th level true qi, he will start expanding his meridians, and his attack power will increase crazily. On the stage. This is your strongest attack. Break for me. Xiao Han's will was as hard as a boulder, immortal and indestructible. Facing Crown Prince Wuli's fierce attack, his heart was like still water, unperturbed and calm. Hong, first, the 30 true meridians in Xiao Han's body released a cold icy light. A 10-zhang long hornless dragon scuttled out from Xiao Han's body, spewing out icy cold air, causing the ice crystals on the stage to fall. This hornless dragon profound ice true qi lowered the temperature of the stage. Although the hornless dragon was quickly melted by the three-legged golden crow, it also consumed a bit of the three-legged golden crow's power. Xiao Han did not hesitate to exhaust his hornless dragon profound ice true qi in order to lower the three-legged golden crow's destructive power. Next, Xiao Han's flesh shook, causing the heavens and earth to collapse. His 800,000 cauldrons of flesh was released. Destroy. My flesh is boundlessly tyrannical, as deep as the ocean, surging like the tide, breaking all techniques. I don't care what Great Sun Heart Sutra you are, I will destroy them all. Xiao Han leapt out and punched the three-legged golden crow. The power of this punch was like a million volcanoes erupting at the same time, stars falling to the ground, and wild beasts reviving. This punch caused Xiao Han to surge with a crazy confidence that the heavens and earth were in his grasp. As he punched out, a destructive storm of energy gushed out from Xiao Han's fist. Peng, the three-legged golden crow was stuck in the air by Xiao Han's punch, spasming non-stop. Furthermore, Xiao Han's body was surging with golden light, causing the three-legged golden crow's power to be reflected by 20%. In the next moment, the three-legged golden crow actually began to disintegrate and disintegrate. In the audience, Xiao Han's flesh is as powerful as the ocean. Too powerful. A single punch destroyed Crown Prince Wuli's attack. With this flesh, tearing apart a great yuan with his bare hands is like playing with a toy. On the stage. Good. 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 Crown Prince Wuli shouted good 3 times, flesh and body tempering technique, both are not bad. This forced this Crown Prince to use my ultimate move. Ha 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 ha. Alright, Xiao Han, this Crown Prince has never used this move before. Now, I will use it on you and let you die a worthy death. In the next moment, Hong, the three-legged golden crow shattered into countless golden fragments that were all absorbed by Crown Prince Wuli's body. Following that, the blazing sun above Crown Prince Huolai's head also shattered, turning into rays of golden light that flowed into Crown Prince Huolai's body. Crown Prince Huolai's aura began to rise. It was unstoppable. His body also began to grow inch by inch. A layer of golden light began to appear on the surface of his skin. It was dazzling, making him look like a golden Buddha. Hong. Crown Prince Huolai's aura doubled. Hong. Crown Prince Huolai's aura doubled. Hong. Crown Prince Huolai's aura tripled. What? Crown Prince Huolai's strength and quality of his true qi doubled. What kind of godly technique is this? If it continues to grow like this, how strong will it be? The spectators were all boiling up. Void viewing platform. Great Sun 9 Heavens. Great Sun Heart Sutra's ultimate move. Great Sun Son of Heaven laughed steadily. Attack power increased by 9 times. Just a mere Xiaohan, I can pinch him however I want and abuse him however I want. Oh. So it's this move? Powerful. Great Sun, this Great Sun 9 Heavens caused Huolai's 42 true meridians to burn all the Great Sun's true qi, instantly increasing his attack power and aura by 9 times. It was almost enough to sweep away anyone in the realm of 5th level true qi. Of course, he would be extremely exhausted after this and would need a long time to recover. Dragon Bone Saint Blade nodded. When the time comes, let Huolai consume some treasured medicine to recover. Great Sun Son of Heaven's wisdom was in his grasp. Sect leader, Huolai, this kid actually learned Great Sun 9 Heavens. Xiao Ming Chu's pupils shrunk. This is the last move of the Great Sun Heart Sutra. I have personally witnessed Great Sun Son of Heaven burning his true qi, increasing his battle power by 9 times and killing a demon emperor. Could it be that senior brother Xiao Han is going to be defeated in the last battle? Let's wait and see. Crow's face tensed up. On the stage. Oh. Increase in aura and attack power? You want to go all out? Fine, I will play with you. Xiao Han was not afraid, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips. The next moment, ho! Activating the Emperor's true qi, a 10-zhang long true dragon flew out. The Emperor's aura could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Next. Puqi. The true dragon combusted. It turned into a dazzling pillar of light, rolling into Xiao Han's body. Xiao Han's aura instantly increased. Xiao Han's true qi royal robe, the sun, moon and stars, the mountains and rivers, all rolled continuously, his aura rising steadily. He pointed at the sky and stomped on the ground, his battle intent surging. His entire body radiated a destructive, unstoppable, terrifying power. With a slight movement of his body, ghosts and gods would be destroyed. Xiao Han's aura and true qi quality, true qi strength, also increased by 2 times. 2 times. 2 times. 3 times. The Emperor is furious. Igniting the Emperor's true qi, I have 30 true meridians, increasing my true qi strength and aura by 30 times. What? Xiao Han's strength and aura are also increasing crazily. Heavens! These two are going all out. Amazing. Too amazing. Peerless Tang Sect's latest chapter. Chapter 157. Xiao Han and Crown Prince Huolai both ignited their own qi, using it to increase their battle strength. Crown Prince Huolai's Great Sun 9 Heavens ignited all the Great Sun qi stored in his 42 acupoints, increasing his battle strength by 9 times. Divine light like the sea. Xiao Han's dragon face was furious. He ignited all the Emperor's qi stored in 30 acupoints, increasing his battle strength by 30 times. His aura was like that of a tyrant. When the Emperor was angry, the mountains and rivers turned into ashes, everything turned into powder. In an instant, the entire stage was like a raging storm. Majestic mountains and rivers. Magnificent waves. Majestic aura. The entire audience was silent. Void viewing platform. This article is from Xiaohan. This kid actually knows how to burn his true qi to increase his battle prowess. The confident expression on the face of the Emperor of the Great Sun froze in an instant and died in the womb. His voice also trembled slightly. Great Sun, don't be impatient. The dragon bone saint blade trembled. Hualai's qi is at the 5th level, Xiaohan's qi is at the 3rd level. Both ignited their qi, but the quality of Hualai's qi is 2 levels higher than Xiaohan's. Moreover, the Great Sun qi is not something ordinary qi can compare with. Sect leader. Junior brother Xiaohan ignited all of his emperor's qi, increasing his battle strength. Xiao Mingchu's eyes shone brightly. Junior brother Xiaohan's aura is too strong, shaking the heavens and earth, unparalleled. TSK. This fellow has too many trump cards. The heavenly devil old man shook his head at the side. Alright, Xiaohan will definitely win this round. Wuli calmly picked up a cup of fragrant tea from the table and started to savor it. On the stage, Xiaohan and Crown Prince Hualai had already ignited all their qi. Both of them were wrapped in golden light, looking like ancient golden giants. Their aura was so strong that it could swallow everything, dominating the wilderness. Above the arena, an illusory image of a blazing sun appeared, standing tall against the illusory image of the Son of Heaven, standing as equals. Xiaohan. Crown Prince Hualai's voice was as powerful as an ancient demon. To think that you also ignited all of your qi. But it's useless. I am at the 5th level, you are at the 3rd level. The gap between us is enough for me to crush you. Trash. Dong dong dong, Crown Prince Hualai stomped on the ground as he walked towards Xiaohan. He wanted to crush Xiaohan. Humph. So what if you're at the 5th stage of true qi? So what if the quality of your Xianxia is better than mine? When I burn the Emperor's origin true qi, it's several times more powerful than burning the spirit turtle's true qi and the hornless dragon's profound ice true qi. Moreover, with a 30 times increase in true qi strength, I don't believe I can't smash you to death. Xiaohan fearlessly walked towards Crown Prince Hualai. Both of their auras were raised to the peak. Moreover, they didn't want to use other methods to kill each other. They wanted to use pure violence to crush each other. Only then could they vent their hatred. In the auditorium. My God. This was like a duel between two primordial giants. Both of their powers are unimaginably terrifying. I'm afraid even the arena will be destroyed by them. They're going to fight. Finally. Xiaohan and the Great Sun Emperor were already nearing. Xiaohan. Go to hell. This Crown Prince will crush you into dust. Crown Prince Hualai's eyes were about to pop out as he roared. Hualai, today I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Xiaohan's aura pierced through the heavens and earth. Pung. Pung. Both of their fists collided. It was actually a collision without any fancy moves. Using violence to curb violence. Hong, in an instant, their auras shook the heavens and earth. Violent energy soared into the sky. Even the air above the arena was destroyed. It was as if it was about to turn into chaos. Pung. Pung. Both of their fists collided again. Mushroom clouds exploded in all directions. In this kind of situation, any normal martial artist who entered the arena rashly would be crushed to pieces. Xiaohan ignited the Emperor's true qi to increase his true qi strength by 30 times. With the addition of the Emperor's aura, his power was actually a level higher than the pure physical strength. However, this kind of attack could not be sustained for long. He had to end this battle quickly. Die for me. Xiaohan didn't delay any longer. Both of his fists hammered out continuously. Every punch landed on Crown Prince Hualai's body. Crown Prince Hualai seemed to have gone crazy. He kept on attacking Xiao Han. The two of them were like ruffians fighting in the marketplace. They tangled together and attacked each other violently. Their fight caused the stars to tremble. Endless air currents flowed in all directions. Even the void kept on collapsing. The sound of fists hitting flesh caused people's hearts to palpitate. The earth seemed to be sinking. The heavens seemed to be collapsing. The entire audience stood up. Their legs went soft as they looked at the primitive and barbaric scene on the arena. Even the old-timers and almighty experts in the spectator stands were rooted to the ground, their eyes fixed on the scene. After the two of them had punched each other hundreds of times, they seemed to be exhausted. Or maybe it was because their true chi had been completely burnt. The aura of both of them started to weaken bit by bit and gradually returned to normal. The two of them retreated, and retreated again. After retreating 10 steps, they stopped. The arena was completely silent. The audience was as silent as a graveyard. Everyone was rubbing their eyes, wanting to see the result of the battle. Is it over? Who won? I can't seem to tell, it seems to be a draw. No one gained the upper hand. On the arena. Xiao Han. Crown Prince Wuli's face was cold. His whole body was covered in sweat. After burning his great son True Chi, he was completely exhausted and on the verge of collapse. You are only a so-so. Just you alone cannot defeat this Crown Prince. This Crown Prince will be an all-powerful hero in the future. My name will shake the mountains and rivers. Sooner or later, I will crush an ant like you. Xiao Han laughed involuntarily and shook his head. Fellow powerful existences, it is a draw. Crown Prince Wuli raised his head and looked at the viewing platform. Xiao Han cannot defeat me, Wuli. However, at this moment, between Crown Prince Wuli's brows that were white, translucent, and lustrous like jade, a hairline crack had suddenly appeared. Crown Prince Wuli's face stiffened. His domineering and disdainful eyes suddenly became dull and lifeless. Immediately after, a hair-like crack appeared on Wuli's white chest. In an instant, on Wuli's face, his body, his hands, his feet, his back, densely packed and crisscrossed cracks appeared. It caused his entire body to look like a delicate porcelain that had been shattered. It was a ghastly sight. This is, what is going on? Crown Prince Wuli's face revealed an expression of extreme confusion and fear. All right, shatter. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Xiao Han shook his head, turned around and slowly left the stage. The entire place was as quiet as a ghost town. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes unwaveringly stared at Wuli. Puchi. Finally, on Wuli's left shoulder, a few cracks spread and gathered together. It directly broke a large piece of skin, muscles and bones. A handful of powder scattered, Puchi. 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 Cracks continuously appeared on Wuli's body. His entire body was immediately filled with potholes and densely packed hair-like cracks. They started to expand and break apart. Master. Disciple seems to have died. No. Disciple cannot die. Disciple must become. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Wuli's entire body finally exploded and turned into a handful of powder that drifted with the wind. Not even his bones remained. It turned out that after exchanging hundreds of punches, every punch that Wuli landed on Xiao Han would be reflected back by Xiao Han's indestructible golden body by 20%, injuring himself. After a few hundred punches, Wuli's flesh shell was already broken into pieces. His life was completely extinguished. When the wind blew, his entire body collapsed. He actually died from being crushed alive. Void viewing platform. Wuli, disciple Wuli. Great Sun Emperor suddenly stood up. His eyes were spewing blood as he growled in a low voice. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. His voice was like the mournful cry of the cuckoo's blood-crying apes. My beloved disciple Hualai. Roar. Xiaohan. Xiaohan. You will die a horrible death. I will definitely skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Die. In this world, there is no place for you to hide anymore. We cannot live under the same sky. This hatred cannot be washed away even with the water of 3 rivers and 5 lakes. The bald old man also stood up and said indifferently. Enough, great Sun Emperor, don't lose your composure. The winner will be the king in the arena. Although Hualai is enchanting, he is still not Xiaohan's match. He is just not as skilled. I also feel that it is a pity. However, these are the rules of the game. Back then, you, great Sun Emperor, stood out from the preliminaries and entered the main competition. You also killed many geniuses of the same generation. A general success is built on the bones of 10,000 people. Enough, if you have any dissatisfaction, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for banishing you. The bald old man was an old antique of the southern mountain range. He was an experienced demon hero. His cultivation level and battle strength were unfathomable. He was a legendary figure himself. Thus, he did not need to give any face to the great Sun Crown Prince. Xiao Han, this person, knows the secrets of the demon race and has fallen into the demon Dao. Great Sun Emperor bared his teeth. Whether Xiao Han has fallen into the demon Dao or not, it is not up to you, great Sun Emperor, to judge. The bald old man's face was cold. Great Sun, let's go. The dragon bone Saint Blade grabbed hold of great Sun Emperor, who had lost his composure. It is not too late to take revenge later. The two turned into streams of light and escaped. Before leaving, great Sun Emperor looked deeply at Wu Yu. The hatred in his eyes was indescribable. Mingjian Peak Shiman Piaoxue also left. And Beacon Fire Empire Emperor Mo Chen left with a face full of hatred. Before he left, he looked at Xiao Han from afar. In his eyes, there were all kinds of plots and revenge brewing. Sovereign, it seems that junior brother Xiao Han has offended many people this time. Ha! Xiao Mingchu laughed. No worries. When Xiao Han becomes a demon hero, there will be endless excitement and even greater opportunities. At that time, these clowns in front of us will not be a problem. In life, there is always gratitude and revenge. Who doesn't have a few enemies? In Wu Yu's eyes, some of the heroic spirit of the past was reignited. The last 2 matches of the group of death began one by one. Mo Qingtong and Fatty Zhu won without any suspense. They got a place in the main competition. At this point, this year's Demon Hero preliminaries, the 300 places in the Southern Mountain Range preliminaries, were all decided. Chapter 158. After a fierce competition and all kinds of ups and downs, the Southern Region qualifier, known as the cruelest hex trial in history, finally came to an end. All 300 places had been decided. Some were happy and some were sad. In the void, a high and hoarse voice of an old man came from the edge of a cliff. Everyone, this year's hex trial, our Southern Region qualifier, has come to an end. I would like to congratulate the 300 enchanters who have entered the main stage. From today onwards, you will be the best of the younger generation in the Southern Region, representing the entire Southern Region and embarking on a journey of passion and legend. To participate in the main competition. The main competition held in the Central Region Hex Region. At that time, you will face thousands of geniuses from the Eastern Region, the Western Region, the Northern Region, and the Great Wilderness. This old man wishes you a great victory in advance. Very well, for the next 5 days, I invite the 300 enchanting beauties to rest at Sunset Mountain. 5 days later, I will personally take you to the Hex region. During this period, please do not go down the mountain to avoid any changes. You may leave. Boss Xiao, congratulations, congratulations. Miss Mo, congratulations, congratulations. Fatty Zhu bowed to Xiao Han and Mo Qingtong. He had the face of an insignificant person. Enough, damn fatty, stop pretending. Mo Qingtong scolded. Put away your pretense. If you want to pretend, then slowly pretend in the main competition. Don't do this in front of us. Heh 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 heh, Fatty Zhu shamelessly laughed along with him. Brother Zhu, same to you. Xiao Han smiled. Then, Xiao Han coughed and spat out a small mouthful of blood. Just now, Xiao Han and Prince Wu'Lai fought. Although Prince Wu'Lai was crushed alive. However, Xiao Han had also suffered serious injuries. He needed a few days to recuperate to recover to his best state. Brother Xiao, are you okay? Mo Qingtong frowned. I'm fine, I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. Such a serious injury, he'll be fine after a few days of rest? Mo Qingtong looked at Xiao Han suspiciously, but Brother Xiao, you really are a beast in human form. The strength of your flesh shell is no less than that of the great wilderness. I hope after 5 days. If Brother Xiao can recover, it will not affect the main competition. It was said that the death rate in the main competition this time was very high. In fact, obtaining a spot in the main competition isn't that big of a deal. The most important thing is the entire process of the main competition. Boss Xiao, once we enter the main competition, you have to take care of and guide Fatty. Fatty Zhu rubbed his hands and said. Brother Xiao, the 3 of us can form a small group. They were of the same breath and branch. In this way, the chances of surviving in the main competition are much higher than fighting alone. Mo Qingtong looked at Xiao Han with a serious face, her black and white demonic eyes clearly defined. It flickered with a seductive light. We'll talk about it when the time comes, Xiao Han said noncommittally. Alright, then let's disperse. Mo Qingtong smiled sweetly. In the void viewing platform. Everyone, please disperse. Disciples and juniors participating in the main competition could stay at Sunset Mountain for 5 days. 5 days later, this old man will personally arrange for 300 enchantresses to participate in the main competition, the bald old man said. This qualifier is really exciting. It's a pity that a few of my disciples were all eliminated, none of them were spared. But to be honest, with their strength, even if they entered the main competition, it would be very difficult for them to survive. I wonder how many of the 300 will survive in the end. Since ancient times, the devil hero qualifier has been very cruel. But once they become a devil hero, their future is limitless, and they will forever be separated from ordinary warriors. Alright, don't worry about them. Let's find a place to watch the main competition in 5 days. Many of the old antiques and powerful figures in the void viewing platform discussed among themselves as they left. Brother Wu, I'll go find my disciple Qingtong first. Oh yes, besides young Xiao Han, your Pure Cloud sect also has a female disciple who also obtained a spot in the main competition. It's really good news. The heavenly demon old man was also beaming. Then, heavenly demon old man, we'll take our leave now. Wu Yu and Xiao Mingchu stood up together. At this moment, Wu Yu glanced around and said loudly, Old man Gong's son, wait up. He walked directly towards the Valley Lord of the Medicine Masters, Old man Gong's son, whose face was covered in dirt. Sect leader Wu, what do you want? Old man Gong's son was stunned. When Crown Prince Mo Jin fought Xiao Han, he had used the secret treasure of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, the ancient Medicine King longevity pill, which had almost destroyed Xiao Han. Now, when Wu Yu called out to him, Old man Gong's son immediately felt uneasy, afraid that Wu Yu would find trouble with him. He hurriedly tried to explain. Sect leader Wu, the top disciple of the Valley of the Medicine Master's younger generation, Si Kongji, was eliminated by Xiao Han. You, what else do you want? Ha! Wu Yu laughed lightly and walked over. Old man Gong's son, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I say. Sect leader Wu, what do you want? That Medicine King longevity pill was indeed given to the Beacon Fire Empire royal family by me, but I did not know that Crown Prince Mo Zhen would use it against Xiao Han. Moreover, Crown Prince Mo Zhen has already died at the hands of Xiao Han. Sect leader Wu, don't be so overbearing and bully us too much. If you push us too far, the Valley of the Medicine Masters is not afraid of your Pure Cloud sect. Old Man Gong's son shouted. Ha ha ha. Old Man Gong's son, I will not pursue this matter anymore. Wu Yu laughed. The youth of my Pure Cloud sect, Xiao Han, is an unparalleled demon. He has overcome all obstacles and is invincible. You have seen this with your own eyes. Then, let's bring up the past again. Xiao Han should be worthy of the two female outer sect disciples of the Medicine Master's Valley, Lan Shirong and Jing Yanxua, right? Old Man Gong's son, what do you say? Valley leader Gong's son, a wise man submits to circumstances, Xiao Mingchu said with a smile. The alliance between the Valley of the Medicine Masters and the Beacon Fire Empire royal family is undoubtedly to seek protection. However, Valley leader Gong's son is also a wise man. I would like to ask, since the founding of the Beacon Fire Empire, has there ever been a demon like Xiao Han? This. Old Man Gong's son was speechless. Xiao Mingchu continued. With my junior brother Xiao Han's potential, it is not impossible for him to pass this year's Monster Hero selection and become a monster hero. In the future, he may be able to shake the heavens and earth, sweeping through the sun, moon, and heaven and earth. His name will completely shake the mountains and rivers. Valley leader Gong's son, the world is unpredictable. None of us can predict what will happen in the future. But sometimes, when you see a slight clue, you must place your bet. You see, is my junior brother Xiao Han worth your bet? Also, I would like to remind Valley leader Gong's son that in the true martial continent, there are no empires or sects that will never fall. When you reach the peak of your prosperity, you will definitely fall. As the saying goes, the affairs of the world are hard to predict. Fortune and disaster can be decided by a single thought. Perhaps the destruction of the Valley of the Medicine Masters in the future will be because of an insignificant matter that inadvertently planted the seeds of disaster. For example, Valley leader Gong's son, you should understand what I mean, right? Xiao Mingchu, you dare to threaten me, this. Old Man Gong's son's eyes darted around. After thinking for a while, he finally gritted his teeth. Forget it. Sect leader Wu, Xiao Mingchu, Lan Shirong, and Jing Yanxua, I will temporarily let them stay in the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I will not marry them easily. However, everything will have to wait until Xiao Han becomes a monster hero. Although he is a shocking talent, he may still die in the competition. If he survives, we will discuss this again. Alright, Wu Yu nodded. All in all, Old Man Gong's son, those two outer female disciples must be Xiao Han's wives and concubines. If you dare to rashly marry them off, then the Pure Cloud sect will not hesitate to declare war on the Valley of the Medicine Masters. Enough. Don't threaten me anymore. I know what I'm doing. Old Man Gong's son said submissively. However, his words were tough on the outside but weak on the inside. It was obvious that he had compromised. Also, that female disciple of mine, Hua Fan, consumed a precious medicine that overdrew her life to forcefully increase her battle power. She only has 10 years left to live. Old Man Gong's son, your Valley of the Medicine Masters should have good medicine to cure her, right? Wu Yu's eyes shifted. I really don't have that for the time being. Old Man Gong's son shrugged. Sect leader Wu, Xiao Mingchu, both of you have a good ranking on the monster hero ranking list. You have the authority to enter some ancient countries and mystic realms. I believe that you can find the medicine to save that woman. Don't have any ideas about the Valley of the Medicine Masters, I am helpless. Forget it, I will find a good plan for this matter. I can't let Hua Fan die like this. Wu Yu whispered. Then, I will take my leave. Old Man Gong's son cupped his hands and left dejectedly. Sect leader, let's return to the palace. I can't wait to congratulate junior brother Xiao Han and junior sister Huafan. Ha ha ha. Xiao Mingqiu yawned. Let's go. Wu Yu smiled faintly. Sunset Mountain. In the palace area of the Pure Cloud sect. In the huge garden. A large group of true disciples of the Pure Cloud sect, led by Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling, surrounded Xiao Han and Huo Wu like stars surrounding the moon. Ha 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 ha. Junior brother Xiao Han, you are really something. You fought so fiercely in this preliminaries, it was so exciting. He had gained prestige from the battle. Raised the prestige of our Pure Rain sect. Now, the number one genius of the southern region is definitely you. Dongfang Qin beamed with joy and patted Xiao Han's shoulder. Junior brother Xiao Han, your name has shaken the mountains and rivers, and your aura has spread throughout the 9 provinces. Your limelight is unparalleled. Fang Ling nodded repeatedly. Xiao Han, have a good rest in these 5 days. The official competition would be even more difficult. When the time comes, you will encounter even more geniuses. Seriously speaking, at least the younger generation of the eastern region and the Great Wilderness was of a higher quality than the southern region. There were also the heaven-defying talents cultivated by the old antiques of the Devil Hero region. In short, we can't let down our guard. My 2 brothers, I understand, Xiao Han said seriously. He didn't have the slightest hint of self-deprecation. There was no arrogance in his eyes. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He was very calm. Emerging from the group of death had sharpened Xiao Han's spirit and aura, allowing him to grow stronger. Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling both nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Xiao Han looked at Huafan. Originally a face of hibiscus stunningly beautiful to surpass all the beauties at this moment, the peerlessly elegant Hui Yang's face was covered in a layer of haggard and sorrowful complexion, looking delicate and pitiful. At first glance, it gave others the feeling that he had just recovered from a serious illness. Senior sister Hua, you. Xiao Han looked at Hualan for a few breaths, and finally asked. Why were you willing to take such a risk and take that precious medicine that overdraft your life's potential? Dongfang Qin and Fang Ling also looked at Huafan at the same time. To be continued. Chapter 159. Facing the curious and questioning gaze of Xiao Han and the others, Huafan's expression turned mournful. However, there seemed to be something difficult for her to say. She didn't answer immediately and smiled bitterly. Update, if I don't take that elixir, I definitely won't have any chance to win the preliminaries and obtain a spot in the main competition. After a pause, Huafan's eyes were filled with determination. I must become a hero, even if I have to die. Senior martial sister Hua, is it really that important to you to become a hero? Xiao Han blurted out. At this moment, Huafan, you should have some secrets that are difficult to say. I won't force you to answer about this matter. However, you and Xiao Han are going to participate in the main competition. You are both disciples of Cloud Sect, you can take care of each other. Huafan, if you trust Xiao Han, why don't you tell him a thing or two? Wu Yu and Xiao Mingqiu returned. Sect Master, big senior martial brother. Everyone greeted them. Junior martial brother Xiao Han, junior martial sister Huafan, congratulations. Xiao Mingqiu smiled and congratulated them. Huafan raised her head and looked at Wu Yu. Her expression changed slightly. She then quickly looked at Xiao Han and nodded secretly. Come, Xiao Han, Huafan, come with me. Wu Yu said indifferently. Yes. Wu ***, Xiao Han, and Hui Yang strolled leisurely through the artificial mountains, ponds, and small bridges in the palace area. Huafan, you took the elixir that overdraft your life potential. You only have 10 years left to live. However, during the main competition, it won't affect your battle power. Wu Yu said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Since you have to sacrifice your life to enter the main competition, then cherish it. As for the antidote to replenish your life force, I will find a way to find it for you. Hua Wu's body trembled. Thank you, sect master, for taking care of me. Wu Yu said thoughtfully. Xiao Han, if possible, I hope you can take care of Hua Fan. After all, we are from the same sect, we can trust each other. Obviously, Crow also felt sorry for Hua Wu. I understand. Xiao Han said seriously. Thank you, junior martial brother Xiao Han. Hua Fan suddenly bowed deeply. Senior sister Hua, you don't have to be so polite, Xiao Han hurriedly said. The two of you are not allowed to go anywhere for the next 5 days. Stay in the palace and recuperate. Xiao Han, your injuries should be able to heal in a few days, right? Wu Yu walked to a pavilion and sat down leisurely. Xiao Han and Hua Gang stood on his left and right. Sure. Xiao Han nodded. Xiao Han, Hua Fan, according to the reliable information our sect has obtained, there will be 10,000 geniuses entering the main competition this time. The various regions and the Great Wilderness have already decided who will enter the main competition. Wu Yu looked into the distance, as if he was reminiscing. The mortality rate will be more than 90%. That is to say, out of 10,000 people, at most 1,000 people will eventually become vigilantes. Based on my sect's experience, it might not even be enough to control a few hundred people. But the qualifiers this time are very valuable, so these hundreds of evil heroes will be directly trained and put in important positions, and will be rewarded with abundant resources. 10,000 people, competing for a few hundred slots for evil hero, TSK. Xiao Han clicked his tongue. Furthermore, these 10,000 people are the cream of the crop who have passed through the preliminaries. They are the cream of the crop. It's going to be difficult. Well, that's what the Hex Hero preliminaries are all about, cold-blooded and cruel. Blackbird smiled faintly. You should understand that only the strongest of the human clan can shoulder the heavy responsibility of fighting against the demon clan. When the weak encountered the demon clan, not only could they not destroy the demon clan, but they would also become nourishment for the demon clan. They might even occupy their flesh shells and cause harm to the human world. Therefore, the Hex Hero tryouts must be strict. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. You too, be smart. It was impossible for the 300 participants from the Southern Territory to be united. Instead, most of them would stab others in the back and step on others to advance. Therefore, you must be careful in choosing your allies. The Heavens Devil Old Man and our sect have a friendship of life and death. Then, Mo Qingtong can become an ally that can gain your trust. The crow's eyes were filled with pure teachings. In the main competition, there are many variables. You must remember one thing, you must not be soft-hearted. The Hex Hero preliminaries were like thousands of people crossing a single log bridge. Whoever gave in would be smashed to pieces and doomed eternally. Sometimes it's not a bad thing to be ruthless. Hua Fan, you should learn from Xiao Han. This kid is more ruthless than anyone else when he's ruthless. Heh. I don't know if sect master is praising or insulting your disciple. Xiao Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Han. The crow looked at Xiao Han seriously. Huh. Xiao Han was stunned. In the preliminaries, you always kept the demon clan's secret method as a trump card. That's good. However, after entering the main competition, there's no need to worry about life and death. Do you understand what I mean? Everything is for survival. You can do anything. The crow's eyes became sharp and penetrated everything. Disciple understands. Xiao Han nodded heavily. Good, I have said what I need to say. You two can talk. The crow stood up and left. Xiao Han looked at Hua Fan and said in a low voice, Senior Sister Hua, please sit. The two sat down. Xiao Han stared at Hua Fan. Junior brother Xiao Han. Hua Wu gritted her teeth. Junior brother Xiao Han must be wondering why I am willing to harm myself to become a demon warrior, right? If it's possible, senior sister Hua can tell me. Xiao Han said. Junior brother Xiao Han, I will only tell you. Please keep it a secret for me. Don't tell anyone else, including sect master. Hua Fan said seriously. Immediately, her face turned slightly red and she said in a low voice. This matter concerns some of Hua Wu's mother's privacy. This? Xiao Han was stunned, but quickly said seriously, I promise senior sister Hua. Hua Fan's beautiful eyes looked into the void, her face showing a look of reminiscence. Soon, strong resentment, hatred, and heartbreak appeared on her face. She said quietly. Junior brother Xiao Han, Hua Fan was born in a big martial arts family in Beacon Fire Empire. When Hua Yang was 10 years old, his entire family was annihilated. Thousands of people died a violent death. Family destruction? Xiao Han was shocked. It was done by the demon race. 2 lines of tears fell from Hua Fan's eyes. This is indeed a tragedy in the human world. Xiao Han nodded his head in agreement. Therefore, senior martial sister Hua is determined to become a demon hero and personally eradicate the demon clan to avenge your clan, right? This is only one of the reasons. Hua Fan's expression suddenly became extremely angry. Her shoulders slightly twitched because of her agitation. She stared at Xiao Han and said with a voice as soft as a mosquito. In the entire Hua family, only Hua Fan was lucky enough to escape. When Hua Fan returned to the family mansion, there were corpses everywhere. Every corpse had a big hole in their head. Their brains had been sucked dry. There was the smell of blood everywhere. It was like hell on earth. Hua Fan found my mother's body, but found that before she died, Hua Fan's expression changed. Mother was humiliated before she died. She was defiled. It was also done by the demon race? Xiao Han was shocked. Hua Fan shook her head lightly. At that time, father was still breathing. Before he breathed his last, father told Hua Fan with certainty that the one who defiled mother was definitely not a demon race, but a human. It was possible that the massacre of the entire Hua family was a deliberate crime committed by a heartless human, and purposely created the illusion that the demon race was annihilated. Of course, this was only father's guess before he died. Father did not see the appearance of the person who defiled mother with his own eyes. He only said that it was definitely not a demon race. Father told Hua Fan that this matter might involve a lot of people. Our Hua family has been passed down for dozens of generations. We once had a powerful demon warrior, but he died in battle. Although the family gradually declined, we still had a foundation. Ordinary people would not have the guts to commit such an evil act. It must be done by someone with a great background. Father warned Hua Fan that this matter must not be told to anyone. Otherwise, it would bring about the disaster of being killed. Moreover, this matter is not easy to investigate. Only after Hua Fan becomes a demon warrior, he can go to the demon warrior tower to issue a bounty and let other powerful demon warriors investigate. That is the best plan. Because this matter concerns mother's innocence, Hua Fan has never mentioned this matter to anyone, including the sect master. Mother is extremely gentle and kind. Hua Fan does not want others to know that she was humiliated when she was alive. That would be a great disrespect. There's actually such an evil person? Annihilating a family, defiling a woman. This is simply insane. Too many to count. Xiao Han's eyes were also wide open. Senior sister Hua, please rest assured. This little brother will not mention this matter to anyone. This little brother will do his best to help senior sister Hua become a demon warrior, so that senior sister Hua can thoroughly investigate this matter and find the true murderer. The two of them talked for a long time before returning to the palace area together. 4 days had passed. In these 4 days, Xiao Han had secluded himself to recuperate. He continuously studied the 61st to 70th movement of the indestructible golden body, causing his injured body to miraculously recover. Moreover, Xiao Han nourished his soul. His dispirited mental strength and saber intent had become vigorous. The various types of true qi consumed in the true acupoints were replenished with the highest grade true qi spirit stones. This caused the 30 true acupoints to be overflowing with light. The light was dense, making Xiao Han's body look like a treasure. Xiao Han's state had reached its peak. In the palace where the heavenly demon sect was located. Qin Tong, in this time's demon warrior preliminaries, you are the only one from the heavenly demon sect to enter the main competition. The official competition is full of mishaps and misfortunes. You're alone and you lack support. The heavenly devil old man's eyes were filled with demonic qi as he spoke to Mo Qin Tong. With your skills, there must be many people who want to rope you in and form an alliance with you. However, these people cannot be trusted. Only the youth of the Cloud sect, Xiao Han, can be trusted. Moreover, this youth Xiao Han is full of tricks and endless potential. He may be able to take charge in the future. Qin Tong, cooperate with Xiao Han well. See him as your only ally. I hope you can work together to become a new generation of demon warriors. Qin Tong understands. Mo Qin Tong's eyes flickered. 5 days had passed. Xiao Han, Hua Fan. The Crow sect master gathered many people. Now, follow me to the peak. I will accompany you to the demon warrior region. Participate in the main competition. Yes. Xiao Han and Hua Fan nodded. Let's go together. Xiao Mingqiu stretched. Junior brother Xiao Han, you must be very nervous now, right? A little. Xiao Han licked his lips. Ha ha ha. It's okay. I was as nervous as you. Let's go. Xiao Mingqiu put his arm around Xiao Han's shoulder and walked out. Junior brother Xiao Han, from now on, you have to work hard. Remember, adapt to the situation. Fang Ling also reminded. In short, I believe that you can survive and become demon warriors. Dong Fang Qin said seriously. A group of people filed out of the palace and rose to the peak under the leadership of the Crow sect master. They were going to the demon warrior region to participate in the main competition. To be continued. Chapter 160. Led by sect leader Wu De, the group of people from Lei Yun's sect escorted Xiao Han and Hua De to the peak of the Sunset Mountain. At the peak, several old antiques with auras as powerful as a sea, auspicious light restrained from their bodies, symbols condensed, were already waiting. That bald old man was especially terrifying. Just by standing there, he gave people the feeling that he was like an ancient ferocious beast. In the bald old man's eyes, blazing lights flashed, thunder mountains descended, lightning danced, divine sounds drifted, and all kinds of strange phenomena. It was as if he could shatter space with just a slight movement. This was an ancient giant. Xiao Han, that bald old man's surname is Duan. He is an antique from the southern region and is ranked high on the Fiend Hero ranking. When he was young, he had a legendary experience and all kinds of deeds that could be written into books and talked about enthusiastically. Xiao Mingqiu whispered in Xiao Han's ear. This time, old Duan will lead the 300 of you into the Fiend Hero region to participate in the main competition. Of course, sect leader, and we will accompany you all the way. TSK, that old man is indeed as powerful as the sea. Even when he is talking, he gives people the feeling that he will turn into ashes. Xiao Han clicked his tongue. The bald old Duan and a few old antiques stood solemnly on one of the lotus leaves in the wrestling ring of the lotus platform at the peak of the mountain. A large group of people stood below the lotus platform battle arena. Xiao Han glanced and saw Xiao Yunrong, Mo Qin Tong, Heavenly Demon Old Man, Fatty Zhu, and other familiar faces. That large group of people was no doubt the beauties of the southern region and their sect elders who were going to participate in the main competition. There were also many people gathered in the spectator seats around to watch the show. Xiao Han, Hua De, follow me. Wu De smiled faintly. He walked over with Xiao Han and the others. Boss Xiao. You're here? Fatty Zhu greeted with a drooling face. Behind Fatty Zhu, there was also a middle-aged fatty with an even wider body who had a smile on his face. Aha, big brother Wu, little brother Xiao Han. This? Xiao Han was stunned. Little Fatty Zhu's father, Zhu Ganglai of the Blazing Sun Empire's giant sword sect. Wu De introduced casually. Hello, Senior Zhu Ganglai. Xiao Han greeted. Not bad, not bad. You are indeed a dragon among men. He was the young hero of this generation in the southern region. Little Fatty, compared to my nephew Xiao Han, you are still worlds apart. In the future, you should follow my nephew Xiao Han and hone your skills. I hope you'll improve, Zhu Ganglai pretended to scold Fatty Zhu with a stern face. Yes, father. Xiao Han is my boss. Little Fatty Zhu took advantage of the situation. Xiao Han didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, these two fatties, one old and one young. It seemed that they were all very shameless. At this time, the heavenly demon elder also brought Mo Qingtong over. Therefore, the heavenly demon sect, and the giant sword sect formed a small group. They talked to each other in low voices and minded their own business. Xiao Han also saw Xiao Yunrong looking at him from the corner of his eye. But standing beside Xiao Yunrong was Shimen Piaoxue, who had a cold and murderous expression. She didn't dare to walk over. In the crowd, there were a few outstanding young people. They were the other seated contestants in addition to the 6 seated contestants in the group of death. They were the crown prince of the Soul Mountain Empire. It was said that he fell into the dragon blood pool when he was young, causing his body to be tainted with dragon qi. He was known as the true dragon bloodline. Li Ziki was an itinerant cultivator in the pugilistic world. His flying dagger was extremely demonic and never missed. Tian Yuan of the Sea God Empire suppressed the ocean storm with one finger. Qing Feng was an itinerant cultivator in the Blazing Sun Empire. When he used his demonic flame palm, the stars were blinded and his killing intent was fierce. These people were also outstanding. At this moment, these experts looked at Xiao Han from time to time. There was a pondering look in their eyes. But none of them came over to him. Xiao Han looked around for a while and then retracted his gaze. The spirit turtle vital qi surged and sealed his powerful flesh shell and true acupoints one by one, causing his entire aura to be unfathomable like a withered tree or rock. The heavenly demon elder praised. Good boy. You sealed your aura again. Indeed, such a state of unpredictability was the most advantageous in the actual competition. Because no one can see through you. Those who show off their abilities will be at a disadvantage instead. They are in danger of becoming the target of public criticism. Xiao Han. The heavenly demon elder looked at Xiao Han deeply. This old man will hand Xingtong over to you. I hope you can take good care of her. It is this old man's wish that the both of you can become the new generation of demon heroes together. Ha ha ha. Brother Wu, you hope so too, right? The heavenly demon elder's words were full of double entendres and seemed to be very ambiguous. Master, don't talk nonsense, lest Brother Xiao misunderstands. Mo Qingtong's cherry lips moved slightly. She was shy and timid, and her eyes were like silk. Every smile and frown was naturally charming, and the charm of a peerless beauty. As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Han with her watery demonic eyes, which made Xiao Han unable to take it. We, the older generation, should not blindly interfere in the matters of the young people. Wu Lei laughed. Right at this moment, all the demons are here, right? On the lotus platform, the bald elder Duan said with his hands behind his back. His expression was dignified without being angry, and it immediately shocked the entire scene, causing the people below to become silent. Yes. The bald old man swept his gaze over and nodded slightly. Everyone is here. Good, this old man will personally lead all of you to the Demon Hero region. Those who want to accompany us, please follow behind. The younger generation will soon start to challenge their fate. The older generation should have already given you all the instructions. You can leave now. Don't be hypocritical. A flower in a greenhouse will always be a weak existence. Heh, Elder Duan is really. Wu Lei laughed involuntarily. Then, he said to Xiao Han and Huo Wu, all right, be careful. This sect will wait for your good news. After saying that, Wu Lei was very free and easy. He brought Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, and the other true disciples of the reincarnation sect and walked away. The heavenly demon elder, Zhu Ganglai, Shimen Piao Shui, and the others also walked away one by one. The 300 young people stood on the spot. They raised their eyes and looked at the bald elder Duan who was standing on the lotus platform on the high cliff. Let's go. Elder Duan's eyes that were filled with scarlet light and runes were burning with excitement. He muttered in an extremely low voice. This scene reminds this old man of the time when I participated in the Demon Hero selection competition when I was young. How many years has it been? Ha 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 ha. Elder Duan laughed heartily. In the next moment. Boom, it was a vast sea of golden light. It spurted out from all the true meridians in Elder Duan's body. It covered the sky and covered the earth. Its pressure was overwhelming. In the golden ocean, densely packed runes and the word treasure were swimming. It was overflowing with treasure light. In a few breaths, this golden ocean transformed into a huge monster. It was actually a swanni. Its size was over 100 mu. Its aura was world-shocking. Its entire body was golden, as if it was carved out of precious stones. Every single scale was covered in blood. They were all engraved with mysterious runes. They were dazzling. It was too terrifying. Its eyes were displaying the prehistoric civilization. This was a ferocious creature that could destroy the world. It was the true chi of the bald elder Duan. The 300 young people, including Xiao Han, almost prostrated themselves under the powerful pressure of the swanni. They felt that they were too small and insignificant. It could be foreseen that a single breath from the swanni would definitely be able to destroy this group of the most outstanding talents in the southern region. Go, Elder Duan grabbed with his right hand. A wave of energy pulled the 300 young people into the air. They were directly thrown onto the swanni's vast back. Immediately after, Elder Duan and a few old antiques moved together. They jumped onto the swanni. Boom! In an instant, the swanni transformed into a dazzling golden light and disappeared without a trace. Its speed was over 100 times faster than the speed of sound. Ha! We've finally set off. Sect Master, let's follow them. Xiao Mingchu couldn't wait and shouted. Endless light shot out from his body and transformed into a divine bird. It carried him and flew away like a meteor to chase after the swanni. The swanni casually grabbed a few white clouds from the sky and flew away from the Sunset Mountain together with the many true disciples of the reincarnation sect. The heavenly demon old man's true chi transformed into a black dragon that was over 100 feet long. It rode on the clouds with a monstrous demonic aura and a strong ancient aura. It flew side by side with the swanni's white clouds. Zhu Ganglia's true chi transformed into a flying divine pig that was the size of a few acres. It followed behind at a moderate speed. Shimen Piao Shui summoned a sword aura tornado. In the spectator seats, many people also released their true chi and transformed into various savage beasts, ferocious birds, cauldrons, and utensils. In an instant, the sky was filled with dazzling colors. Countless people followed behind like a swarm of bees. The swanni's back. 300 people stood on the swanni's back. Not only was it not crowded, but it was also very sparse. Xiao Han, Hua De, Fatty Zhu, and Mo Qingtong naturally gathered together and whispered to each other. Are we going to the Yaoxia region? Xiao Han whispered. Yes. Mo Qingtong nodded. The Yaoxia region is the main examination venue of the past Yaoxia region. The Yaoxia region is a sacred ground. Seriously speaking, it is the supreme region of our Jianghu continent. It is not to be blasphemed or violated. Countless Yaoxia warriors use their lives to defend their homeland. In Mo Qingtong's demonic eyes, there was also a strong yearning. Oh right, that elder Duan, I don't know what realm he is at. I feel that he is very powerful. I wonder when we can cultivate to his realm. Xiao Han looked at elder Duan and the few old antiques standing in front of him. Pfft. Mo Qingtong covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Xiao, elder Duan is one of the few strong people in the entire southern region. His combat strength is not inferior to your sect master Wu and Qingtong's master. He is a giant who is thousands of years old. An existence of this level has even fought against the demon race great emperor. Demon race great emperor. Xiao Han whispered. The demon emperor palm tattoo on his left hand trembled slightly. Maybe after I absorb enough demon race blood essence or even demon imperial crystals, my demon emperor palm will be able to unleash the terrifying techniques of the demon race great emperor. Xiao Han secretly thought. At this moment, on the other side, Xiao Yinrong, who was standing alone, finally walked towards Xiao Han. She was the only one from Mingjian Villa who had entered the main competition this time. She seemed to have not found a suitable ally and appeared to be very lonely. Xiao Han. Xiao Yinrong called out weakly. Yinrong. Xiao Han smiled and greeted her naturally and generously. Xiao Han, can I go with you? Xiao Yinrong mustered up her courage and asked. Xiao Yinrong had a head of golden wavy hair and a noble aura. Her facial features were exquisite and she exuded a mature charm. After comprehending the sword essence, she looked valiant and was definitely a rare beauty. Fatty Zhu immediately called out. Sure. What is your surname? Mo Qingtong and Huada looked at each other. They could not help but compare Xiao Yinrong with themselves in their hearts. This was the nature of women. We are all friends. Then let's go together. Xiao Han smiled. He had a good personal relationship with Xiao Yinrong. Moreover, Xiao Yinrong was his brother A Chao's cousin. Hence, Xiao Han did not reject her. Do you have any objections? Xiao Han looked at Mo Qingtong and Huada. To be continued. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.